Quite a commentary on our society, isn't it? People don't want to read about innocence. They want twists, betrayal, blood. That's nothing new, Dr. Wright. People used to pay money to go to hangings, and they took their kids. So they did, he conceded with a tip of his head. Perhaps what mankind has been evolving toward all these centuries is simply a more streamlined, brilliant savagery. That would certainly explain serial criminals, wouldn't it? Jay said. You might just have a topic there for your next academic publish or perish project, Dr. Wright. No. Learning and perception are my areas of expertise. I don't pretend to be an expert on criminal behavior. Then again, maybe he didn't have to pretend. Jay reserved the comment, filing it away for future use in print. He let his gaze slide to Wright's wife, who sat beside him, pale, almost to the point of appearing translucent. She flicked a nervous glance up at him, and a fleeting smile trembled across her mouth as she looked away. She looked distinctly unhappy when Christopher Priest slid into the chair beside her. In an effort to look hip, the professor had dressed himself up in a black turtleneck, a size too small. It clung to his bony shoulders like a diver's wetsuit, the effect making his head look gigantic. He leaned ahead of Karen Wright to snag Garrett's attention. We've sold out of T-shirts. The boys are ecstatic. They should be proud, Costello interjected. He turned a shrewd eye back to Jay, shifting his position subtly to block Wright and the professor from view. You know, Jay, this story could be told from a number of perspectives. Dr. Wright's innocence, the rallying of his friends, colleagues, students, the brilliance of his attorney. Jay forced a grin. Damned if this isn't sounding like a sales pitch, Tony. Costello didn't bother to feign contrition. I would be remiss if I failed to cultivate all possible venues to express my client's innocence. Yeah, and we've all heard what happens to attorneys who don't defend their clients with vigor, Jay said dryly, making a gun out of his thumb and forefinger and holding it to his temple. Costello's face reddened. Dr. Wright was still in jail at the time of Enberg's death. He would have to be something other than human to have been involved. Jay arched his brows, just for the pleasure of seeing Costello's blood pressure jump a notch. To his credit, the attorney reined in his temper before it could do more than tighten his smile. Jay, he said, slapping the sore shoulder again, you're wasting your talents. You'd give Lee Bailey a run for his money in cross-examination. Yeah, but then that'd be work, Jay drawled. I'd sooner watch. Leave the tough stuff to you and Lee. Ellen watched the exchange of grins and handshakes from just inside the door. What would you say if I told you I don't know Costello from a sack of pig feed? That you're a liar, Mr. Brooks. She had wanted to believe him, and he had betrayed her. A sense of loss accompanied the anger as she watched them together. It certainly had the look of best pals. A laugh, a grin, a slap on the back. Brooks and Costello, the law school alums, a complimenting pair of sharks. Costello, the formal predator in a steel-gray Versace suit. Brooks, the yuppie-turned-street person in creased dockers and battered, unshaven face. And beside Costello, Garrett Wright, who turned and looked straight at her across the room. He smiled slowly, knowingly. Ellen moved, seeking out the cover of a gaggle of tall college boys, cursing herself for giving in to the urge to come here. She and Cameron had worked until 9. Phoebe had begged off at 8, urgently needed in places unknown, then gone for a late dinner at Grandma's attic. She should have gone home after Grandma's hot apple crisp. She should have, at this very minute, been deeply unconscious in her bed. But the temptation had been too great, just to slip in for a few moments, to see for herself the kind of turnout, the mood and look of the crowd. The event had started at 7. The press would be long gone by 9. Sound bites recorded, photos shot. She would be able to slip in, stay in the shadows, observe. By the time the money-takers at the door spread the word of her presence, she would have seen enough and slipped back out. It seemed worth $5, even if that money was going to Wright's defense fund. Now, in retrospect, it was a stupid idea. Wright himself had spotted her. She felt as if everyone in the room were turning to look at her. The tide of the crowd seemed to be running against her, taking her deeper into the midst of the enemy when she wanted nothing more than to make her way to the exit. Hey, what's she doing here? Isn't that Ellen North? She's got a lot of nerve. The comments came with barbed looks and pointed fingers. Ellen answered none of them, feigning calm as her heartbeat raced. She moved against the grain, her focus on the exit sign at the back of the room. She could have sent Cameron as her spy. She could have relied on the reports of Mitch's men. But no, she had to see for herself. She couldn't trust anyone else's perceptions. She had to sink herself into this thing up to her chin. Now she felt as if she were drowning in it. A hand closed on her elbow. She tried to jerk free, but the hold only tightened. "What the hell are you doing here?" Brooks asked, his voice a low growl. I'd ask you the same question, but it was fairly self-evident. She tried once again to jerk herself free, but he was too close, moving with her, no, herding her. The course had changed without her consent. The exit was drifting off to the right. They were moving instead toward the dark hall, where the coat check was located. "You're drawing conclusions without facts, counselor," he said, as they passed the small oasis of light that was the coat check and moved to the edge of darkness. Ellen put her back to the wall beside the emergency exit and gave him a furious look. "And I'd be an idiot to accept your version of facts, Mr. Brooks. Besides, I thought you didn't care what I believed or didn't believe." "And I thought you didn't care what I did or didn't do," he shot back. "I care that you lied to me. Beyond that, you can go to hell." "I didn't lie to you." "Ha! You tell me you don't know Tony Costello, that you don't have anything to do with his being on this case. Then I walk in, and hail, hail, the gang's all here. The whole team rallied round the table, smiling, joking, slapping backs. Forgive me if I have a hard time believing a word that comes out of your handsome mouth, Brooks, but I wasn't born yesterday. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to go. I've seen all I need to see." Ellen could see curious glances being directed at them, and she hoped she had been right in assuming the reporters had all come and gone. What a hell of a photo op this would be. The prosecuting attorney having a tete-a-tete with J. Butler Brooks at a rally for the defendant. One of Mitch's plainclothes guys stepped past the gawkers, his right hand inching discreetly beneath the tweed sport coat he wore. "Is everything all right, Ms. North?" Brooks released her arm and stepped back into the shadows. "Yes, thanks, Pat," Ellen said, smoothing her coat sleeve. "I was just leaving." "Would you like an escort out?" "No, don't bother. I'm parked close by. I'll be fine. You've got better things to do here." She stepped past him and found a clear path to the front hall. The band had come back on stage from their break. The attention of the crowd turned toward them as the lead guitar took off on a wild, wailing riff. Ellen berated herself mentally all the way to the main doors. It doesn't matter what he does, what he says, what he thinks. You know better than to trust anyone. You don't have time to care. The people coming in from their cigarette breaks gave her a wide berth and sidelong glances. Let them think what they want. What difference does it make if they believe in right? You know the truth. Of course, she didn't. None of them knew the truth. Except Josh, and he was keeping it locked tight within his mind. What part of the truth she did know, she would wield like a club come Tuesday, and if Wright's believers came away with their illusions bruised and broken, it was nothing to her. Ducking around a pair of incoming Harris students, she stepped outside into the cold night. The parking lot in front of the dance hall was full. A green and white Deer Lake cruiser sat in the far corner, waiting for action that wasn't likely to happen. Ellen made her way to the east side of the old clapboard building. She had been lucky to get the spot on a residential street, pulling into the slot just as a Lincoln town car pulled out. "Hey, looky here, boys. It's Miss Bitch Lawyer." The voice brought her up short. A crucial mistake on her part, Ellen realized, as Tyrell Mann and his cohorts took advantage, moving away from the deeper shadows along the side of the building to step in front of her. A quick assessment of the situation told her she could be in trouble. They were out of view of the parking lot. To the east, a cedar privacy fence blocked the view into the neighboring house. The nearest house across the street was dark. The manly Van Loon pace car sat at the near curb, a dozen feet ahead. So close, and so far. The music from the dance hall penetrated to the outside world, loud enough to mask the sounds of a struggle. Tyrell's smile flashed bright in his dark face as he flicked away his cigarette. "You got a fucking nerve coming here, lady." "I paid for the privilege," Ellen said. "That's all you should care about." "We care about the doc. He's our man," J.R. Anderson said. "Yeah," Speed Dawkins chimed in. "He's our man. He's the man." "And you trying to throw his ass in jail," Tyrell said, the smile gone. The image of the switchblade that had been left in her tire came sharply into focus in Ellen's memory. She had spent part of the evening going over the file on the sci-fi cowboys with an eye to possible suspects in her vandalism. Anderson was a white-collar criminal, stealing money electronically. Dawkins had been in and out of drug-related trouble. Tyrell was a fairly recent addition to the group, a bright kid with a rap sheet that skirted the edges of some serious stuff. Assault charges that had been bartered down, robbery charges that had been reduced because he wasn't the principal player, and the county juvenile facility was busting at its seams, a rape charge that had been dismissed. At 17, Tyrell was already a hard case. Vandalism wouldn't have been anything to him. Where he would draw the line was questionable. Ellen had seen too many kids just like him, who made no distinctions at all. Kids who wouldn't hesitate to pull a gun and shoot someone for their starter jacket or kick their head in for pocket money. "I don't have to tell you how the system works, Tyrell," she said, "and I shouldn't have to tell you that your hassling me won't help Dr. Wright's cause." "I don't want you telling me nothing, bitch." "I'm sure you don't, but you'd better listen." In her coat pocket, she singled out the biggest key on her ring to use as a defense weapon and curled her fist around the rest. "You and your buddies fuck up here and you go to jail, and the sci-fi cowboys will be no more. How do you think Dr. Wright and Professor Priest and the rest of your backers would feel about that?" She wanted him to see reason. He heard only challenge. He took half a step closer. "Is that a threat, Ms. Bitch Lawyer?" "It's a fact. You and I both know the only reason your ass isn't sitting on a Hennepin County cot right now is the sci-fi cowboys. You want to trash that, Tyrell?" "Nah, that's not what I fucking want to trash." Ellen chanced a quick glance at the other two. Dawkins was watching Tyrell, ready to take his cue. Anderson stood back a little, his expression blank, his thoughts unreadable. In some ways he was more a wild card than Tyrell. His IQ was in the genius range, his probation officer's comments laced with hints of well-camouflaged sociopathic tendencies. He could intervene with charm, or just as easily be the mastermind who came up with a foolproof way to dispose of her body. "The dance is inside the building, boys." Ellen did her best to swallow her sigh of relief at the sound of Brooks's voice. Impatience flashed in Tyrell's eyes. "Who the fuck are you, the lone fucking ranger?" "More like the lone fucking witness." Jay stepped in front of Ellen, then backed her up to put some space between them and the angry-looking kid in the bull's jacket. "With the lone fucking cellular phone and my finger on the lone fucking speed dial button for the cops. Do you understand what I'm fucking telling you, you fucking little shit?" His voice rose with each angry word. He had come out here to confront Ellen. Now he found himself in the unlikely role of rescuer, holding his pocket cellular phone up as if it were a live grenade. "Come on, Tyrell," Anderson said, cuffing his buddy's shoulder. "I'm freezing my dick off. Let's go in." He started toward the building. Dawkins hesitated. Tyrell stood his ground. "Come on," Anderson said impatiently, "before the professor blows a circuit." Tyrell thrust his chin out at Jay. "Fuck you, man. We was just talking to the lady." The trio swaggered off together toward the yellow light of the parking lot. Ellen watched them go, slowly letting the air out of her lungs. "Thanks," she said to Brooks. "He's a loose cannon in Wright's arsenal. I wasn't sure what he might do." "Yeah, well, I'd have looked pretty damned stupid if he would have pulled a gun and gone off on me. The worst damage this phone can do is leak battery acid." He held it out to her. "You want to call this little encounter in?" "They didn't break any laws. I just want to go home. And double bolt the doors, and sink into a hot bath and a big glass of brandy." "Good night, Mr. Brooks," she said, starting for the Cadillac. "Not so far, it isn't." His footsteps crunched over the snow behind her. "I came here for the same reason you did, to observe." "I think, then, that maybe you should look the word up in the dictionary. You seem to have observation confused with participation." "Costello is as much a part of this story as you are, Ellen. Of course I'm going to speak with him." "I don't want to hear about it." Ellen let herself in the car. She hit the power locks, even though Brooks had pulled up on the curb. She turned the key in the ignition, but the big engine made no sound at all, made no effort to start, made not even a grumbled refusal to start. The Manly Van Loon pace car had died. "Hell and damnation!" Ellen swore, smacking her gloved fist on the steering wheel. Fuming, she popped the hood, dug the pocket flashlight out of her purse, and climbed out of the car. The Cadillac's engine was the size of a small country, but parts were parts. Or, in this case, parts were nowhere to be seen. The distributor was gone. "Shit!" "Miss North." Jay clucked his tongue. "Such language." Ellen shot him a scathing glare. He held up his phone like a prize. "Want to call a cab?" "Don't be an ass." "Want to call a cop?" What would be the point? The Playmore was packed to the rafters with suspects. The possibility of anyone's coming forward as a witness was laughable. Although Tyrell and Anderson and Dawkins had been in the immediate vicinity, they wouldn't have been foolish enough to hang on to the distributor. The offense was too petty for the amount of time and energy it would consume. "Come on." Brooks pocketed the phone and pulled out his keys. "I'll give you a ride." "I think you've already taken me for a ride," she said dryly. "I'll take you straight home. Scout's honor." He took her straight to his home. Ellen gave him a speculative look across the cab of the GMC Jimmy he had talked Manly into renting him. "You were never a Boy Scout, were you?" He grinned. "No, ma'am, I never was." "I could use that phone now," she grumbled, "to report my own kidnapping." "Or you could relax and enjoy my famous Southern hospitality." "So far, enjoyable is not the word I would use regarding our association." "What word would you use?" Unsettling. It came to her instantly, but she kept it to herself. She knew instinctively it would please him. He enjoyed knocking her off balance. Used it to his own advantage, like now. "It's time we had a talk," he said. "I figured it was best held in a place you can't have me thrown out of or walk away from." They turned off Old Cedar Road and drove into the development area around Ryan's Bay. The moon was waxing toward fullness, its light casting the bay in otherworldly shades of silver and white. Ellen had biked the trails out here many times in warm weather, had always felt a certain park-like comfort about the area. Now, every time she went by that spot on the trail, she would think about Josh's little ski jacket, planted among the reeds, a note tucked into one pocket. "My spectre around me night and day, like a wild beast, guards my way. My emanation far within weeps incessantly for my sin." She murmured the lines from William Blake's poem, her gaze on the frozen reeds that thrust up from the drifts of snow. That was the note left in Josh's coat pocket. "I know," Jay said softly. "How? We didn't release that one to the press." "I'm not the press." He turned the Jimmy in at a driveway and hit the remote switch to raise one door on a 3-car garage. The house was enormous by Deer Lake standards, and outrageously priced by Deer Lake standards. Ellen had seen the ads in the newspaper. She imagined he was paying a hefty price to rent it. But the money probably meant nothing to him. He had made a sizable fortune, turning crime into entertainment. He would do so again with this case, and she would be part of the story. He had the kind of money it would take to hire Tony Costello, the kind of money it had taken to bail Garrett Wright out of jail. And she had wanted to trust him. Without a word to Brooks, she left him in the gourmet kitchen and walked through the living room to the wall of glass that looked out on the frozen countryside. She could hear him pouring drinks, then nearer, starting a fire in the stone fireplace. When he came to stand beside her, he had shed his parka. "Whiskey and soda," he said, handing her a paper cup. He set his on the ledge and leaned his shoulder against the window frame. He had turned no lights on in the room, letting the fire and moonlight provide all they needed. Darkness seemed to bring out the moods in him. The Cheshire Cat grin and lazy good-old-boy manner came off like a mask. "I have a son," he said without preamble. He didn't look at Ellen to catch her reaction, concentrating his effort on controlling his own. He took a swallow of his whiskey and dug a cigarette out of his shirt pocket as the liquor slid like molten gold into his belly. "The punchline is that I didn't know it, and he doesn't know it." He lit the cigarette, took a deep pull on it, and blew the smoke up at the moon. "He's 8, just like Josh. His mother, my ex-wife, took him away from me before I even knew he existed. It's a hell of a strange thing, finding out after the fact that a part of you has been missing for the better part of a decade." "I take it she was pregnant when she left you," Ellen said quietly. "I figured that much out during the divorce war, but I never dreamed it was mine." He gave a bitter half-laugh. "I was chasing ambulances back then, working like a dog, miserable as hell. Christine and I, well, it was pretty much over but the shouting. She found herself a lawyer, higher up on the food chain, a drone, the kind of guy who only wants a partnership and a new BMW every year. I just assumed the baby was his. I didn't think she could have hated me so much. I was wrong." It surprised him how close to the surface the sadness was. Must have been the whiskey. Historically, it brought out the latent despondency in Brooks' men. Uncle Hooter came to mind, sitting on the veranda on a warm summer night, sobbing at the memory of a dog he had lost as a boy. As he let the silence drag on, Ellen watched his face, naked in the moonlight, battered and beard-shadowed, tight with a kind of pain that had nothing to do with his physical wounds. "How did you find out?" The tip of his cigarette glowed red as he inhaled, an odd dot of color among the shades of gray. "Her grandfather lived in Eudora. She never came to visit, but they came back when he died. The funeral was 10 days ago. I suppose she didn't think I'd be decent enough to pay my respects, but there I was, and there she was with her balding, senior partner husband. And my son." He smiled in a way that made her heart ache. "Damned if he isn't the spitting image." "Did you ask her?" "She said to me, 'Carter Talcott is the only father he's ever known. He's a happy little boy. We have a nice life. Don't ruin that for him, Jay.'" His chin quivered a little. He shook his head. "Christ, what did she think I would do? Tell an 8-year-old boy right there the man he's called Daddy his whole life isn't? That I was such a bastard his mama saw fit to keep him a secret from me all these years? God." He took a last drag on his cigarette and carefully crushed the butt out against the cold window pane. "What did you do?" "I came here," he said simply. "I'd been watching the case on the news, in the papers and all. I flew to Minneapolis that very night, ran away, came to see what real suffering was all about. Try to make some kind of sense of it, get some perspective. You know, my son is alive and he lives with people who love him. And I didn't even know I was missing him, so—" His Adam's apple bobbed in his throat as he broke off and swallowed. "It's not like the Kirkwoods or the Hollomans. Not like having him stolen by some maniac and taken to God knows what fate. It's not like Mitch Holt, who had his boy gunned down by some junkie. I don't have any call to complain just because I won't be the one taking my son to Little League. But he did, Ellen thought. He had every reason to hurt. That his tragedy wasn't on the same scale as the Kirkwoods' didn't make it any less a tragedy. And yet, she could see him trying to grasp that line of reasoning, trying to minimize the pain. She caught a glimpse of vulnerability she would never have suspected lay beneath the layers of charm and cynicism, and she had a feeling it came as much of a surprise to him. Out of the blue. Blindsiding him, sending him scrambling for familiar ground. "You won't try to work something out?" she asked. "Some kind of joint custody? Recognition as the boy's biological father, at the very least?" He shook his head. "He's happy. He's got a nice, normal life. What kind of a son of a bitch would I be to come barging in and turn that all upside down?" "But if you're his father—" "Carter Talcott is his father. Me? I just provided the raw materials." He tossed back the last of his drink, crushed the cup in his hand, and turned to face her, his expression colder, tougher, as he wrestled to regain control. "I'm not looking for advice or sympathy," he said tersely. "You wanted to know why I came here, why I picked this story. There it is. It doesn't have a damn thing to do with Anthony Costello. I couldn't give a shit about the money I'll make. I came here to lose myself in someone else's misery. If you want to think I'm a bastard, go right ahead, because I surely am. Any number of people will gladly tell you so. I just want you to hate me for the right reasons, that's all. If I'm going to stand accused of something, I'd rather it be a sin I've actually committed." He walked away from her, across the room, tossed the empty cup into the fireplace and watched the flames swallow it up. "Finish your drink," he growled, without looking up. "I'll take you home." Ellen left the cup on the window ledge beside his crushed-out cigarette and moved slowly toward him. The house was cold, despite the fire, a kind of cold she associated with emptiness, with loneliness. Leaning back against the stone beside the fireplace, she took in the furnishings of his home. Office machines and lawn chairs, an army cot, and a thick down sleeping bag. A transient's home. "I don't hate you," she whispered. "I hate this case, what it's doing to this town, what it's doing to me. It's reminded me of things I'd rather not believe about human nature, my own included." "You? But you're the heroine of the story." "No, I'm just doing my job, a job I walked away from 2 years ago because I couldn't stand what it was turning me into. Being a cynic wears you down, burns you out. I didn't want to stop caring about the people who needed justice. I thought if I came here, it wouldn't take so much out of me, that there'd be something left over for me. And now, you have Garrett Wright, and Tony Costello, and a dead lawyer, and a missing boy. And me." From some reserve she didn't know she had, she found a smile to match his. "And you? Well, maybe you're not all bad. You're a diversion, at least," she teased, "although I can ill afford to be diverted." "A diversion?" He tried the word on his tongue like a piece of strange fruit. The old devilish sparkle rekindled in his eyes. "Mercy, Miss North, you make me feel like a gigolo." "You've been called worse things." "By you, no doubt." "No doubt." She hadn't realized he was so close enough to raise his hand and touch her cheek, close enough to draw her to him with just a look, with just the longing in his pale eyes. He leaned down and kissed her, his lips warm and tasting of whiskey. "My God, I want you, Ellen," he whispered. "I can't. The case—" "This has nothing to do with the case." Sliding a hand into her hair, he undid the clip that held it back. It fell free around her shoulders. "This is just us," he murmured, pressing a kiss to her temple. "It's just, I need to touch you. Let me touch you, Ellen." His vulnerability touched her. The yearning in his smoky voice touched her. The attraction that had sparked inside her from the first flared up as hot and bright as the flames of the fire. He was nothing she had been looking for. She wasn't a woman given to fits of passion. She didn't lower her guard. But even as his lips brushed her cheek, she could feel logic slipping away. She made one last half-hearted reach for it, drawing a breath for the voice of reason. Jay seemed to sense the words before she could form them. He touched a forefinger to her lips. "Don't think," he whispered. "Not tonight. Please." Please. They could have this night, cross this line. There would be no going back. There would likely be regrets, but those were in the gray mists of the future, and they didn't outweigh the need to connect, to touch, to shut out the rest of the world for a few hours. Ellen closed her eyes as he framed her face in his hands and kissed her again deeper, slower. She let her mouth open beneath the pressure of his, allowed him access, shivered as he took it. He drew her away from the wall. Her coat fell to the floor. She slid her hands up the front of his shirt and brought them back down, parting the buttons from their moorings. Impatient for the feel of her hands on his skin, he slipped the shirt off and tossed it aside, pulled his dark t-shirt off over his head and flung it away. The firelight played over the ridges and planes of muscle in his chest. His shoulders were broad, in the way of a man who did physical work. Ellen touched her fingertips to his belly, felt the muscles quiver beneath the tight bandage that bound his ribs. "Will this be all right?" she asked. "You won't hurt?" "That's not where I hurt," he whispered. Curling his fingers around her wrist, he raised her hand and pressed it over his heart. The honesty of the gesture surprised her. She spread her fingers and felt his heartbeat. He was just a man, and he hurt, and he wanted this time with her to escape that pain. She hurt in her own way, for her own reasons. She wanted the same escape. It was as simple and as complicated as that. Leaning into him, she pressed a kiss where her hand had rested. Then Jay's mouth was on hers again, hotter, hungrier. They sank to their knees together. His fingers stumbled down the line of buttons on her blouse. He pushed the blouse and her cardigan off her shoulders without completing the task. The need to see her, to taste her, too urgent. She hadn't bothered with a bra. Her breasts were there for the taking, the color of cream, the texture of silk, a size that filled his palms perfectly. He cupped them together, rubbing his thumbs across the rosy buds at their center, the need snapping inside him like a whip as they hardened beneath his touch. Bending her back over his arm, he lowered his head to take one tightened peek between his lips. The sensation was electric. A gasp caught in Ellen's throat. She clutched at his shoulders, then his head, raking her fingers through his short hair, pulling him tighter against her. The need for this act, for this man, burned within, wild, hot, too intense. She had never known what it was to let go of her self-control completely, but she felt it sliding away from her now. The feeling was terrifying and exhilarating at once. He lifted his head and looked at her, his lower lip slick and shining, the pupils of his eyes huge, ringed with neon blue. He looked uncivilized, as if the same fire in her had seared away the thin veneer of manners he wore in public, revealing what she had sensed all along was at the core of him, something dangerous, untamed, raw. He moved away from her for a moment, and the sudden absence of his body heat left her feeling cold. She pulled her blouse together over her breasts as she watched him snatch the thick down sleeping bag from the cot and spread it open in front of the fireplace. Then he offered her his hand. She stood, passive, as he undressed her. He freed her arms from the blouse and sweater, caressing her shoulders, her back, her belly. He hooked his thumbs in the waistband of the leggings she wore and drew them slowly down her hips, kneeling at her feet to remove them. All thoughts of being cold vaporized as he reached up and inched her silk panties down, following their descent with his mouth. He pressed a hot, open-mouthed kiss to the soft spot below her navel as he slid his hands around to cup her buttocks, then dragged the kiss lower to the tender area just above the delta of dark blonde curls. Then lower. Ellen gasped at the touch of his lips, at the bold probing of his tongue. She tried to step back, but he held her easily, his fingers stroking, kneading, pulling her closer, tilting her hips into the shocking intimacy of his kiss. The intensity of the pleasure stunned her, scared her, swept her toward a towering precipice, and left her hanging there. An involuntary whimper of frustration escaped her as Jay pulled her down to the floor with him and pulled her hard against him. He shared the taste of her own desire with her. She ran her hands along the taut muscles of his back, his arms, feeling his strength. His urgency seemed to feed her own. When he rose on his knees to unfasten his trousers, she rose with him, pushed his hands away from his belt and unbuckled it herself. Her fingers trembled as she unbuttoned his khakis and eased the zipper down. She touched him through the fine silk of his boxers, savored the feel of his hardness beneath the whisper softness of the fabric. Jay tolerated her delicate teasing with gritted teeth, holding on to his control until he could stand it no longer. He wanted her, needed more than the tentative feather touches she was giving him. "Jesus, Ellen, touch me," he rasped, closing her hand around his shaft, guiding it slowly up and down the length of him. "Feel what you do to me, how much I want you." A sense of feminine power swelling inside her, Ellen followed his commands, savoring the feel of him in her hand. Hot, hard, thick, pulsing. She traced her fingertips over the tip of him and found a spot that made him suck his breath in through his teeth. With his hand still curved over hers, she reached down and cupped him, and a shudder rippled through his whole body. He drew away just long enough to shuck his pants and fish a condom out of his wallet. He came back to her ready, eager, the muscles in his arms trembling as he braced himself over her. She arched up to meet him. Her eyes drifted shut as he entered her. Her body tightened around him like a fist. "Sweet heaven," he groaned, fighting the instinctive urge to possess, to bury himself in a single stroke. "Relax for me, sweetheart," he whispered, slowly drawing her leg up along his thigh. He slid a hand beneath her hip and lifted her into him, allowing himself to sink deeper, closer to oblivion. She caught her breath, then let go a sigh of pure, sensual pleasure. Slowly, erotically, they moved together, without words, the glow of the fire gilding their bodies. Ellen let go of the self-restraint that was so much a part of her, shivering inside at the idea of her own vulnerability. Jay felt as if his soul were just an inch from hers, straining to connect in a way that was primal, more than physical, deeper than anything he'd known in a long time. More than he'd bargained for in coming to this place. He had meant to lose himself. Now he wanted nothing more than to hold on to this moment, this night, this woman. The idea scared the hell out of him. Then, they were both beyond thought. There was only need and urgency, a rush to an explosion of bliss. Ellen cried out as her climax came in wave upon wave. She held Jay tight as he came just after her. Even as the tension began to ease out of his body, she held him, suddenly afraid of what she would feel when she let go. Alone. Odd. When she had always felt comfortable with herself, self-sufficient, self-reliant, capable of sharing a relationship or going her own way. She had never defined herself in relation to her status with a man. It was the case, she supposed. She had been feeling the weight of it pressing down on her like a pile of stones. For just a while, she had felt the burden lift. For the time, she could lie here next to Brooks, with his arms around her. She felt safe. Safe. With a man she barely knew, and barely trusted. At 4:06 a.m., an explosion rocked Dinkytown. The blast shattered windows up and down one block, including all the windows in the Playmore Ballroom. At 4:08, Alvin Underbaki called 911 to report the incident and request the fire department come and put out the blaze that was engulfing a big white Cadillac across the street from his house. Chapter 27. "Where were you at 4 this morning?" Mitch asked, his hands braced on the back of the chair he should have been sitting in. Tyrell Mann met his gaze with arrogance. "Getting my beauty Z's. What'd you want me to be, Chief? What you trying to pin on my black ass?" "Let's get something straight here, Tyrell," he said. "I don't give a shit what color your ass is, or any other part of you, and frankly, I'm about ready to take that chip off your shoulder and put it where the sun don't shine. All I care about here is getting a straight answer. Where were you?" "Like I said, asleep. We went to the party for the doc, then crashed. At the hostel on campus. Whatever." Mitch straightened away from the chair and advanced toward him. "Yeah, at the hostel." Tyrell gave in. "Why?" "Someone blew up Ms. North's car this morning." A nasty smile split Tyrell's features. "Was the bitch in it?" Mitch leaned down into his face. "You know, Tyrell, it's that attitude that's going to land your ass in jail for the rest of your life one of these days. I thought you had to have some brains to get into the Cowboys. I got brains enough to know I can have a lawyer here if I want one." "Why should you need a lawyer, Tyrell? You're not under arrest. Should you be?" "Fuck you, Holt." Ellen watched the exchange from the hall, where a one-way mirror gave a 30-inch view of the show. The chances of one cowboy giving up another were nil. The chances of their being tripped up in their story was slim. No one was going to get anything out of Tyrell. Down the hall, Agent Wilhelm and J.R. Anderson were going through the same song and dance. Anderson played innocent, false concern oozing out of him like sap. If one of the cowboys had torched the Cadillac, it was going to take an eyewitness to finger him, and people in Deer Lake were in their beds at 4 o'clock on a Sunday morning. No one had seen anything. No one had seen Tyrell Mann, or J.R. Anderson, or Speed Dawkins, or Todd Childs, or anyone else. They were wasting their time. Again. Ellen wondered if Garrett Wright was home right now browsing the Sunday Star Tribune, smiling to himself. She checked her watch and shook her head. They were due at the psychiatrist's at 4. She needed to call Cameron to let him know to pick her up at the law enforcement center. She wasn't looking forward to the hour-long drive. Cameron would no doubt have as many questions for her as the reporters who were stationed outside the building, waiting. News of the car fire had come to her at Jay's house via her beeper. He had driven her to the scene, raising a few eyebrows among the cops hanging around. Luckily, by then the reporters had already come and gone. Unluckily, they had gone in search of her. Rumor that the charred wreck might have been hers had sent them off in full cry. By the time they found her, they were foaming at the mouth, rabid for answers. She offered them none. Brooks shucked off their interest in him with the explanation that the explosion had damn near rolled him out of bed. That the only explosion either of them had paid any attention to was of a sexual nature was nobody's damn business. But the reporters would make it their business, and Ellen knew it. She had watched it happen to Mitch and Megan, and if they chose to do so with her and Brooks, how long would it be before they jumped onto the fact that Costello and Brooks were fellow Purdue alums, or that Brooks had been seen slapping shoulders with Costello at the benefit? The media had the power to turn a trial into a circus, complete with sideshows. She didn't want to see that happen for the sake of Hannah and Josh, or for her own sake, for that matter. She pushed through the door into the squad room and headed for an empty desk. Christopher Priest rose from the chair, where he had been left waiting, fury rouging his pale cheeks. "This is an outrage, Ms. North. How much longer are the boys going to be interrogated without the benefit of counsel?" "They aren't being interrogated, Professor. They're being questioned." "I've called an attorney." "You have that right." "I've told you the boys didn't have anything to do with this. They were at the hostel. I checked on them." "So you said. At about 4 a.m. Quite a coincidence." His glare took on a sharpness Ellen felt like the blade of a razor, though he didn't raise his voice a decibel. "I resent the implication. First, you take me to task for not supervising them closely enough. Now you call me a liar when I do check up on them." I didn't call you a liar, Professor, she said calmly. I said it was an extraordinary coincidence, just like Tyrell and Anderson and Dawkins being seen in the vicinity of my car last night, then the cars being disabled and subsequently blown to Kingdom Come. They're easy scapegoats, Priest began. No, nothing about any of this is easy. I know you've got a vested interest in their innocence, Professor, but somebody has to be guilty, and it just might be your boys. She picked up the telephone receiver, but pressed the plunger down with her finger, eyeing Priest curiously. As long as we're standing here, Professor, can you tell me if you were with anyone last Saturday afternoon, after your lunch with your friend from Gustavus? The fury in his eyes was the strongest emotion she'd seen in him, yet he contained it. You're making enemies, Ms. North, he said quietly. You'll wish you hadn't. The taker had warned him this would happen. Josh sat in the cushy blue chair in Dr. Freeman's office, staring past her to the fish tank that was stuck into the wall. He had been told someone would try to get inside his mind and open all the doors. He had been told never to let that happen. He knew how to do that. It was stupid simple. He imagined his body as just a shell and drew his self inward, like a ghost, into his mind, where he shut the doors and windows tight. It didn't make him happy to do this. At first, he had thought of this place in his mind as a special, safe place, but he didn't like all the things the taker had put there. They made him sad. They scared him. They made his tummy feel weird. But he had been warned, and he was afraid to disobey. Too many bad things had happened already. He didn't like the way any of the grown-ups around him were acting. It had been a relief to come to Dr. Freeman's today. She was a pretty lady with dark brown skin and a kind smile. She usually just talked to him, real easy-like. She asked him questions, but not the same way the cops had asked him questions. She never got that tone in her voice, as if she wanted to shake him, or that tone that made him think she was almost afraid of him. She never seemed to mind when he didn't answer her. But then today, she started talking about relaxing and asking him if he had ever played like he was hypnotized. Bingo. She wanted to hypnotize him. Just another trick to try to get him to say the things the taker had warned him not to. Josh gave Dr. Freeman a look of huge disappointment, got up from the chair, and went to stare at the fish, trapped inside that tank, the same way he had to stay trapped inside his mind. Watching on the other side of a one-way mirror, Hannah pressed ice-cold hands to her cheeks and willed herself not to cry. Mitch gave her shoulder a sympathetic squeeze. Agent Wilhelm blew out a sigh of frustration. Ellen North exchanged looks with Cameron Reed. "It's too soon, I suppose," Ellen said. Wilhelm grunted. "It might be too late for Dustin Holloman." Rage twisted inside Hannah. It wrenched her out of Mitch's grasp and launched her at the BCA agent. "Don't you dare blame Josh!" she snarled, hitting him before Mitch could pull her back. "He's just a little boy. It's not his fault you can't do your job. It's not his fault the world is crawling with scum like Garrett Wright." Hannah clawed Mitch's arm to pry it away from her, the fury burning inside her. It terrified her, but she couldn't begin to suppress it. It was like acid in her chest, like blood pumping from an artery that had been severed. "Let me go!" she shouted. Ellen stepped forward, putting herself in front of Wilhelm. "Hannah, please calm down," she said quietly. "We don't blame Josh." "I'm taking him home," Hannah declared. The decision was made without the usual mental weighing of pros and cons. It blurted out of her, this voice of instinct, now that the layers of education, domestication, socialization had been slashed and torn apart. She no longer cared what anyone thought. She knew she no longer bore any resemblance to the Woman of the Year image everyone in town had of her, and she didn't give a damn. All she cared about now was Josh, protecting him, fighting to get him the justice he deserved, fighting to protect him. "I'm taking my son home," she said again, looking over her shoulder at Mitch, who had brought them up in his Explorer. "I'm sorry it didn't work out, Hannah, but we had to give it a try. For Josh's sake as well as our own." "No," she murmured, as his hold on her arm relaxed, and she stepped away from him. "None of this has been for Josh's benefit. Don't you realize that, Mitch? Nothing that happens now can change what Garrett Wright did to him, or to our family. Nothing. Ever. The only thing we can hope for is revenge." She walked out of the room, heading toward Dr. Freeman's office. At the door, she straightened her burgundy sweater and pushed her hair back over her shoulder. Then she knocked once and let herself in. "Josh, we're going home," she announced, holding out her hand to him. Mitch shot a glare at Wilhelm, who stood frowning, rubbing the sore spot in the hollow of his shoulder. "Are you taking sensitivity training from Steiger in your spare time?" "We're all stressed out," Wilhelm grumbled. Ellen turned back to their window on the psychiatrist's office and watched through the smoky glass as Hannah knelt down to gather her son in her arms. "Who can blame her?" she murmured to Cameron. "She's right. We didn't want this for Josh's sake. We wanted it to save our own hides. Sometimes I hate this job." "For all we know, Wright beat us to this hypnosis thing," he said. "The man's a psychology professor, specializing in learning and perception. He might have wrung this kid's mind out like a sponge and put in whatever he wanted." "There's a cheery thought," Ellen mumbled. "Think Dr. Freeman would give us a group rate?" The session over, Dr. Freeman let herself into the room on their side of the glass. She offered no apologies and spared them none of her own feelings. She had felt it was too soon to try to pry into Josh's memories, and she had been right. He didn't trust her yet, and after this it would probably be some time before he would. Mitch ushered Hannah and Josh out to his truck. Wilhelm climbed into his car alone and headed across town toward St. Paul and a meeting with Bruce De Palma, his special agent in charge. Ellen crossed the parking lot with Cameron. "Think we should check my car for bombs before we get in?" he asked, only half teasing. It wasn't a bomb. It was just a flaming rag stuffed into the gas tank. Just. The end result was the same. The Cadillac was trashed. Poor Manley had been stunned, walking around and around the burnt-out hulk. Although he had perked up when the press had turned their attention on him, the prospect of more free advertising offsetting his grief. He had even gone so far as to offer Ellen another loaner, on camera. She had declined, saying instead that she would take her own car back as soon as his people could spray some primer over the damage to the driver's door. The worst thing was not knowing whether she was a target of Wright's supporters or Wright's accomplice, or both. And aside from scaring the shit out of her, whoever was responsible had managed to further disrupt her life and add to the already overwhelming burden of the case. She had planned to visit her parents after the session with Dr. Freeman. They lived just blocks away from Freeman's office, had called twice in the past week because they were concerned about her. But she had called them and canceled, not wanting to complicate Cameron's evening, and so he turned south on France Avenue and headed toward the freeway. Maybe it was just as well, Ellen mused, as they passed shopping centers and intersections that gave glimpses of quiet suburban neighborhoods. On the surface, a visit seemed to offer what she needed: support and sympathy. But what she was feeling couldn't be cured by going home, just as it hadn't been cured by leaving the cities 2 years ago, only put off for a time. She fought it now as it rose to the surface like oil, the fear that what she had walked away from when she had left the Hennepin County system wasn't just politics or disillusionment, but the knowledge of a world and a system in decay, and the knowledge that she was as much a part of the problem as she was disgusted by it. She thought of the many rape victims whose cases she had prosecuted over the years, the ordeal the system put them through, making them relive the crime over and over during the investigation and trial. It was no different now with Josh. He would be victimized all over again in the name of justice, and again in the name of therapy. His life had been violated, and he and his mother would be put through hell by the people who were supposed to protect them and help them in order to get a conviction. For the first time in 2 years, she felt jaded and old, in a way that had nothing to do with her upcoming birthday. The feeling nagged her as they left the suburbs behind. and the view softened to the rumpled white blankets of farm fields and valleys, shaded gray with naked woods. And as they neared Deer Lake, another eerie restlessness crept in as she looked off at the countryside. The idea that their nemesis was out there somewhere right now. That if they just turned down the right road, they might drive right past the house where Dustin Holloman was waiting to be rescued. Cameron took the exit at the Big Steer truck stop and rolled down the frontage road past Dealin Swede's A1 Auto and Manley's two biggest dealerships, where yellow ribbons had been tied to every car on the lots and the showroom windows had been painted with the slogan, "Bring Dustin Home." Even the giant inflatable blue gorilla that hovered above the roof of the Pontiac place had been adorned with a yellow ribbon, fluttering gaily around its neck. Driving through the streets of town, Ellen saw the same symbols over and over, the ribbons on the front doors meant to show support and perhaps to ward off the evil, the posters taped to store windows, the new banner the town council had hoisted across Main Street, "Protect our children." The plea struck Ellen as personal. The citizenry turned instantly to the police they otherwise seldom thought about, expecting the crime to be solved, regardless of the lack of clues. They turned to the court system they likely knew nothing about, calling for justice at all costs. The pressure of their silent demands settled on her shoulders, turning the muscles to rock. "Did you want to go back to the office?" Cameron asked. "We could try to contact some more of Wright's old chums." "I'll pass, for once," Ellen said. "I think we've suffered enough for one day. All I want to do is get some sleep." "Yeah, I don't suppose you got much last night." "You don't know the half of it." It seemed impossible that she had spent the night with Brooks. It seemed impossible that she had let her guard down that much. And with J. Butler Brooks, of all men. But they had reached out to each other. And it had been incredible. And it was incredibly complicated. "Apparently Manley thinks you're cursed," Cameron said, pulling into Ellen's driveway beside the Bonneville. The driver's door wore a big splotch of gray primer where the word bitch had been. "Can you blame him? Frankly, I was afraid to have my car at his garage. I don't want to be responsible for his business going up in flames." "You're not responsible," Cameron reminded her. "You're the victim. Be that as it may, I'm dangerous to know. Do you want me to come in with you?" "No." She nodded toward the gray sedan parked at the curb. "Mitch gave me a guard. I'll be fine. Thanks for the ride." "Try to stay out of trouble for a few hours," he said, offering her a gentle version of his teasing grin. "I'm going to bed early. How much trouble could I get into?" Visions of Jay's pirate smile rose in her memory as she drove the Bonneville into the garage. "God, Ellen," she mumbled as she hefted her briefcase out of the car. "Of all the lousy times to develop a libido." "You won't hear me complaining." She whirled around. Brooks came out of the shadows of the garage. He hadn't bothered to shave, apparently hadn't bothered to run more than his fingers through his hair. "Damn it," Ellen complained. "I'm not going to have to worry about Wright's accomplice getting me. You'll give me a heart attack first. What the hell are you doing in here?" "I had my doubts about your surveillance team. Decided to test them for myself." He reached out and took her briefcase from her. "They failed." "I can see that. How did you get in? Everything was locked." He pulled a credit card from his coat pocket and held it up. "Don't leave home without it. I parked on the next block, cut through the alley, hopped your fence." "And Harry?" "Greeted me with tail wagging. He's not exactly Cujo." He nodded toward the door that led directly from the garage to the backyard. "You need a deadbolt there. I jimmied the lock with a credit card. Any two-bit burglar could do it." "There's a comforting thought." "Look on the bright side, sugar," he said, following her into the house. "At least I was the one to show you your security shortcomings. The only thing I'm after is some wild, hot sex." "Oh, is that all?" "You weren't so blasé last night." Wicked mischief lit his eyes as he planted a hand on either side of her and trapped her with her back against the wall. As I recall, you said something more along the lines of, all that, Jay? I was probably referring to the size of your ego. His grin deepened. You're blushing, counselor. It's the sudden warmth. Here, here. He brushed his mouth across hers, his lips cold, his tongue warm, his gaze holding hers. Ellen's body responded to his as if they had spent years together, instead of just a night. It was a frightening thought, that they could be so in tune, that she could be so easily won over, that her body could so eagerly shut out her mind. She turned her face away. I need to let Harry in. She brought the dog in and gave him his supper. She could feel Jay watching her as she hung up her coat and turned up the thermostat. The quality of his gaze unnerved her, the intensity of it, the sense that he wasn't just watching her but observing her, studying her. She drew a deep breath as she faced him. He had turned the fireplace on and stood with his back to it. In the deep shadows of the room, he looked like the kind of man no sane person would cross paths with. In another time, in another place, they would never have met. That was the bottom line. I've been thinking, she began, pacing nervously between the coffee table and the wing chair. Uh-oh. Last night was incredible. But it can't happen again. Because everything. Because of the case, because of who I am, because of who you are. Those are all the reasons we're together. I know. She shook her head. It can't work, Jay. It worked pretty damn good last night, he said, moving toward her. Ellen held her ground. You know what I mean. I've got priorities. And I'm not one of them. Would you want to be? You've got priorities of your own. I doubt I'm one of them. Not so, he said. I believe I made my interest in you clear from the first. Your interest in me as a player, Ellen clarified. You still don't trust me, he charged. You know the position I'm in, she said, stepping around the heart of the issue. You were an attorney. You should know better than to take it personally. That's a little hard to do, all things considered, he said with a sarcastic laugh. I thought we were past the cover-your-ass stage. You know, I've already seen yours from some very intimate angles. Thank you for pointing that out, Ellen said sharply, her temper fraying down to the nub. Would you care to see it again, so you can describe it accurately in Chapter 19? Jesus Christ, you are so... He broke off, clamping his teeth down on his temper, reining back the wrong words before they could make a bad situation worse. Damn it, Ellen. Don't you know I wouldn't do anything to hurt you? No, I don't know, she shot back. I know you're the one who keeps warning me away and then pulling me back until I feel like a paddle ball. I know your stated purpose in coming to Deer Lake, and I've made it very clear that I hate it. I know you went to law school with Tony Costello, but you claim you don't know him. You pretend to be my friend, then get pissed off when I don't let you in on what you know damn well has to be confidential. You walk into my life, out of the shadows like a stalker, then tell me you want to keep me safe. What the hell am I supposed to think about you? The question lay between them like a gauntlet. Ellen waited for him to take it up. Neither of them moved. He stood with his hands jammed at the waist of his jeans, eyes narrowed, mouth set in an uncompromising line. I've known you a week, she murmured. A week. One of the worst damn weeks of my life. What am I supposed to think? That you're my hero? That I should trust you? Do you know what happened the last time I trusted a man who said he was my friend, who said he understood? He took that trust and used it. Used me to buy himself some power. A rapist walked free. Fitzpatrick, Jay whispered. His victim was counting on my team. Art Fitzpatrick had destroyed her life, and he walked away from that like it was nothing, because I was stupid enough to trust the wrong man. Tuesday, I get to stand across a courtroom from that man, knowing he'll stop at nothing to get what he wants. Costello, He closed his eyes and muttered the name like a curse. The puzzle pieces he had been playing with for a week fell into place. He had known about the Fitzpatrick debacle, of course, but there had been no direct connection to Costello. Costello hadn't represented Fitzpatrick, but he sure as hell would have courted Fitzpatrick and his counsel for future reference, and he had gone through Ellen to do it. That son of a bitch. He'll do whatever he has to do to win a case, or anything else he happens to want. And did he want you? Is that what this is really all about, Ellen? Costello fucked you over figuratively and literally? The words exchanged in anger Friday night came back to him now. Costello had betrayed Ellen, and Costello was here, Wright's attorney of choice, a choice made after Ellen had been given the case, a choice made after Jay himself had come into the picture. Christ almighty, no wonder she was paranoid. And what do you do, Brooks? Jerk her around like a goddamn rag doll. He had played on her emotions, purposely kept her off balance in the attempt to get what he wanted. The story, the inside track. The woman. This woman, who stood before him with her defenses worn thin, her pride held up like a shield. "How's that for an extra twist to your plot, Mr. Brooks?" she said bitterly. "Maybe you'd rather write that story. Maybe you'd rather exploit those people, though I don't imagine sexually abusive corporate magnates sell as well as stolen children. You'd rather tap into that deeper vein of emotion. Hit us, where we'll all bleed. Well, congratulations, Jay. You managed to hit a double bullseye with me. You should be so proud." "Ellen," he began, reaching out toward her. She stepped back from him, holding her hands up in front of her, warning him away. "I think you should leave. The night is young. You can go home and write this little fight scene down while it's fresh in your mind. You can call Costello up and compare notes about my sexual performance. There's just nothing like first-hand experience when it comes to research, is there?" "Stop it. Don't give me orders in my own home, Brooks. I'll call that officer in here and have him throw your ass in jail." She would. Of that, Jay had little doubt. Ellen didn't make a bluff she wouldn't back up. "Ellen, I'm sorry," he offered. "I'm a son of a bitch. I admit it." "And you think that somehow gives you license to go on being a son of a bitch?" Ellen said, shaking her head in disbelief. "As long as you warn people ahead of time, then they can't very well complain, can they? As long as you tell them up front you came to use them." "I didn't come here to use you." "Didn't you? Do you even know the difference anymore? You tell me last night didn't have anything to do with the case, but you turn around and use it against me in thinly veiled threats. That's not true. You're twisting this out of proportion." "Am I? Let's see," she said with cutting sarcasm. "Last night we slept together. Today I go to witness the hypnosis of my victim. And here you are tonight, looking for a little pillow talk and getting ugly when I tell you no. What does that add up to?" "So much bullshit," he snarled, annoyed with her assessment of his character, and angry because in his heart he knew she wasn't far wrong. He did want to know what had happened with Josh. He would have tried to get her to talk about it, but he didn't think of going to bed with her as part of the process, a sacrifice in the name of duty. "God, you're no better than that reporter who was screwing Steiger," she said with disgust. "I do not prostitute myself for information." Jay took a step toward her, and then another, backing her up until a wing chair stopped her. "I've said it before. What happens between us is between us. Maybe we met because of this case, but I sure as hell wasn't thinking about the case last night. I was thinking about how hot you were, how soft, how tight you were around me." With every word his voice dropped and softened. He leaned closer and closer until they were nearly belly to belly, thigh to thigh. "What we had last night wasn't about the case," he murmured. "You know damn well it wasn't." She almost wished it had been, but there was no call for righteous indignation. She was a grown woman who had made a choice. He hadn't seduced her. He had needed her, and she had wanted him, and a part of her wanted him even now. You're a woman, Ellen. You're not this case. You can't just let it swallow you whole. Isn't that what you wanted away from? Yes. But where did she draw the line? And where did he? Where did the case end and their personal lives begin? Could the two even be separated, or were they as hopelessly intertwined as everything else in this web? The choice doesn't seem to be mine to make this time, she said sadly. I walked away from it once, but the evil came to me this time, to this place. Costello came here. You, the media, Hannah's turned to me, and Josh, and the people I work with, and the people I work for. She forced half a smile, half a laugh. I'm surrounded. I'm not the enemy, Ellen. No, he was one of those mythical creatures, sometimes good, sometimes bad, always shadowed and mysterious, his role unclear until the end of the story. You know what I'm dealing with, she said. It's up to me to get justice for these people. This is the toughest case I've faced in my career, and I'm rusty, and it scares the hell out of me that this son of a bitch might just outsmart me and walk. And you just show up on my doorstep because you want to have sex. I came over here because I was concerned about you, Ellen, Jay said stubbornly, and I'm not leaving. The steel in his tone made her eyes widen. Excuse me? Jesus, Ellen. Someone blew up your damn car. You've been threatened. You've been singled out for attention from this lunatic and his pals, and you've got Barney fucking Fife parked in front of your house. If I can get in here without his knowing, your nemesis sure as hell can. I'm not leaving. I don't want to see you get hurt. He didn't want to see her get hurt, but he would hurt her himself. He would be a villain in one sense or another. He would write about this case, turn it into a diversion to be read and tossed aside and left on airplanes. He would reduce her to a character, and Hannah and Josh, and Mitch and Megan. He would take what he wanted from this and leave. He had given her a part of himself, but he would still leave. Point taken, she said, and I appreciate the thought. I'll have that deadbolt installed first thing tomorrow. And tonight, I'll take my chances. No, he argued. A chance is the last thing you're willing to take. It's smarter to walk away, play it safe. You got burned once, why risk it again? I took a big chance last night. And now you regret it. No, Ellen admitted. I just see the wisdom in not taking it again. Jay studied her face for a long moment. The honesty, the resolve, the regret for this moment, if not for the night they had spent in each other's arms. He might have tried harder to change her mind. He might have seduced her. But then every rotten thought she had about him would have been true. And for the first time in a long time, someone else's opinion mattered to him. For the first time in forever, he caught himself wanting to be something he wasn't. Noble. Life had become too damn complicated. Please, Jay, Ellen murmured. It's not that I don't want to. I just can't. Not now. I'll have the officer come in and spend the night on the couch. Please go. You'd rather have some fat old cop eating donuts on your sofa than have me in your bed? Christ. No, but it's for the best. She handed him his coat and started up the steps for the dining room. I wish things could be different, but the case is the case, and I am who I am, and you are who you are. And I'm no damn good for you, he said. Well, sugar, that isn't exactly headline news. Maybe after this is all over, Ellen began, but she stopped herself. What was the point in saying it? They had shared a night and made no promises. Say good night, Ellen, she ordered herself. Good night, Ellen. He echoed. lowering his mouth to hers. He kissed her slowly, deeply. "If you decide to take that chance, counselor," he whispered, "you know where to find me." Then he slipped out the door. Ellen stood at the storm door until the glass frosted over and the cold chilled the heat of need on her skin. But the heavy sense of yearning, of regret, remained as she took her briefcase to bed. Chapter 28. Monday morning brought an article in the Pioneer Press about the harassment of the sci-fi cowboys, phone calls from the mayor, 2 state senators, and 3 congressmen, and the threat of a lawsuit. Rudy darkened Ellen's office door before her first cup of coffee could turn cold. "They have no grounds for a lawsuit," Ellen assured him, rubbing a smudge of fingerprint dust from the gooseneck of her lamp. "Priest has his nose out of joint because his pets might turn out to be bad boys after all. Mitch had good cause to haul those kids in and question them." Rudy had somehow managed to tie his necktie over the top of one collar point. Green and yellow, it looked like an oversized garter snake trying to choke him. "Ellen, that program has garnered national attention. Do you have any idea of the people who back it?" People with money. People with clout on the local and state levels. People Rudy had sucked up to, or would, at some point in his career. "I endorsed it myself." Stopping by her window, he looked out, as if he expected an angry mob to be clamoring at the steps. He pulled a roll of Tums out of his pants pocket, thumbed off 2, and popped them into his mouth. "It's a fine program," Ellen said. "It wouldn't be your fault if it turned out to have some rotten apples in the barrel." "We can't have them suing the county attorney's office, for God's sake." "They're making noise, that's all." "Can't you make a statement of some kind? Placate them?" Ellen bit down on a rebuke of his cowardice. "Rudy, I have every reason to believe those kids torched that Cadillac. I will not placate them. And what if it turns out Priest is involved with Wright in the kidnappings?" "He passed the polygraph. He was in St. Peter when O'Malley was attacked." "We know Wright is the one who attacked Megan. That doesn't absolve Priest of guilt. He could be making this stink now for the sole purpose of getting us to back off so he can have room to maneuver." "Good grief." Ellen watched him stroke his hand back over his steel-wool hair. She could all but hear the oily wheels of his mind spinning as he tried to sort the dilemma into an order from which he could somehow benefit. "Relax," she said. "The public will side with Priest. Sig Iverson will side with Priest. You can remain safely neutral. I'm the bad guy. You can't lose, Rudy, unless, of course, Priest turns out to be a kidnapper and the sci-fi cowboys fried that car." She almost laughed as his face contorted through a full range of expressions from relief to panic. He couldn't seem to decide which one to settle on. "You can make the statement," she said. Stepping up to him, she reached up and tugged his collar free of his tie. "No comment regarding ongoing investigations. You have confidence in my abilities." This said with a grave expression that might leave room for doubt. Same old non-committal song and dance. Fred Astaire couldn't do it any better than you, Rudy. He scowled at her askance as he tried to catch his reflection in the glass of a framed certificate hanging on the wall. "You know that smart tongue won't do you any good when you run for office," he said, snugging the knot in his tie. "For the millionth time, I have no intention of running for office." He listened as well as he ever did. "Where is J. Butler Brooks?" he asked testily. "I thought he'd be in the offices more. I want to sell him on an idea for a book." "Your life story?" "Career of country lawyer," he said, dead serious. "I've faced some fascinating cases in my day, like the time the Warnicki brothers tipped a cow onto their hired man. It seemed like an accident, but—" "You know, Rudy," Ellen said, tapping a finger against her watch, "I'm sure it's the stuff of a blockbuster, but I've got to be in Grabco's chambers in 5 minutes. He's ruling on Josh Kirkwood's medical records. I'll update you later." She hurried out of the office, pausing by Phoebe's desk only long enough to instruct her to lock up after Rudy. She took a back staircase to avoid reporters and had to squeeze her way around workmen's scaffolding, swearing under her breath as plaster dust rained down on her, dotting her navy blue blazer like talcum powder. Brushing away the residue, She slipped past the law library and ducked behind a granite column to scope out the situation in the main hall. Family court was in session. The hall in front of what had been Judge Franken's courtroom was clogged with kids and husbands and wives glaring at one another, county social workers and attorneys, all waiting their turn before the substitute judge the district had sent. Beyond them, milling around Judge Grabco's door and spilling out onto the rotunda balcony, were the esteemed members of the press, waiting to catch first word of Grabco's ruling. Waiting to catch me, Ellen thought. They were steamed that the pioneer press had scooped them all on the interview with Christopher Priest, and they would take it out on her. "I'll run interference if you give me an exclusive." Ellen jerked around. Adam Slater had slipped up behind her and stood close enough to touch. Dressed in grunge flannel and a letterman's jacket, he could have easily blended into the family court crowd. His hair swung down into his eyes as he made a show of licking the tip of his pencil and poising it above his reporter's notebook. "You just don't give up, do you? It's a common misconception that Generation Xers have no focus. So are you really going after the sci-fi cowboys? They're supposed to be the big success story. Bad boys turned good, snatched from the jaws of sociopathy and trained to use their powers for the good of mankind. That's what everyone believes. Notable exception, you." "It's a wonderful program," Ellen said by rote. "I hope it turns out the boys had nothing to do with the explosion." "And the kidnappings?" "No one ever said they were suspects in the kidnappings." She shot a nervous glance toward Grabco's door and the crowd in front of it. The natives seemed to be growing restless, and there was no sign of Costello. He had either sneaked in early or was waiting to make his entrance. She was screwed either way. Should have brought a deputy with me. "Routine background checks are being run on all of Dr. Wright's close friends and associates," she said. "Now, I've got to be in judges' chambers, Mr. Slater. I held up my end of the bargain. It's your turn." He scribbled a last line in his notebook, then tucked it into an inside coat pocket and slicked his hair back. "No sweat, Ms. North." He strutted off toward the family court crowd, drawing a bead on Quentin Adler. "Hey, Curly!" he bellowed, thrusting an accusatory finger in Quentin's face. "You and me gotta have some words, man. You screwed me over." Quentin nearly gave himself a whiplash, looking to one side and the other for a more likely target than himself. "Me?" he squeaked, color crawling up his neck. Slater jabbed him in the sternum with his finger. "Those charges were like so bogus." His voice rang off the walls, drawing the attention of the bored reporters. He backed Quentin toward them as he ranted on, backed him toward the open area around the balcony, giving Ellen a route along the wall. She took it, head down, hustling toward the side door to Grabco's chambers. By the time anyone caught sight of her, she was able to throw out a handful of no comments and duck into the outer office. "It's all in the wrist, Mr. Costello," Grabco said, demonstrating his casting move in slow motion. Costello stood beside him, looking like an ad for GQ, in a pearl gray suit that was worth a month of Ellen's salary. His shirt was as white as an angel's wings, his tie perfectly knotted. It was difficult to imagine he and Rudy Stovich belonged to the same species. "As in so many aspects of life," Grabco preached, "success in fly fishing is a matter of concentration, logic, and grace." "And me without my waders," Ellen muttered, skewering Costello with a look. He gave her a smile that was all too generous. With great care, Grabco set his rod into a carved walnut wall rack. "Do you fish, Ellen?" "Only in the metaphorical sense," she said, sliding into a chair. "Catch anything, Tony?" she asked under her breath as he settled into the chair beside her. "That remains to be seen," he murmured. The judge sank down into the pillow softness of his leather chair, straightened his red-striped bow tie, and immediately began to pet his beard, stroking it like a cat. His gaze fell on Ellen with fatherly concern. "I hear we're lucky to have you among the living, Ellen." "I don't believe it was an attempt on my life, Your Honor. Just a warning." Dr. Wright was disturbed to hear about it, Costello said. That my car blew up, or that I wasn't in it at the time? You'd be surprised at his concern, Ellen. Yes, I would be, seeing as how I have every intention of putting him behind bars for the rest of his life. He's also concerned about the allegations against the sci-fi cowboys. He doesn't want to see the program suffer because of its ties to him. If the program suffers, it's because of the attitudes of the individuals involved, Ellen said. I think Dr. Wright and his colleagues may have overestimated a couple of their boys. Do you have any evidence against the young men? Grabko asked. Nothing solid at this point. The police and the BCA are working on it, but they're being spread thin these days. Thanks to your client and his friends, she said, turning back to Costello. He shook off the responsibility. My client is an innocent man. Our case will speak for itself. Which brings us to the business of the day, Grabko said. He tapped the cover of a red file folder sitting squarely on his blotter. Josh Kirkwood's medical records. I spent a good deal of time looking them over. Ellen pulled in a breath and held it. Parental child abuse is a horrible crime, one we seldom suspect in a family like the Kirkwoods. A dangerous oversight on our part. Abuse knows no socioeconomic barriers. Our point exactly, Your Honor, Costello said, leaning forward in his chair. However, he drew the words out, savoring his moment, I found nothing in Josh Kirkwood's records that could be construed as out of the ordinary or as being relevant to the case. The breath sighed out of Ellen. Just as we expected, all along. Costello gave a subtle shrug. You win some, you lose some. He had got what he wanted out of the play. Media attention. The opportunity to sow the seeds of doubt. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, Costello said. Hannah Garrison is head of the ER at the hospital where Josh has been treated. Well-respected, well-liked, the kind of woman who might be able to persuade a fellow doctor or nurse to see an incident her way. And convince them to falsify records? Ellen said. After everything she had seen Hannah put through, she could have throttled Costello for taking this tack. Watch where you're stepping, Tony. You're about to put your handmade Italian loafer in a big hot pile. I'm not trying to portray the mother as the villain, he defended himself. The husband is emotionally abusive and manipulative. He coerced her or convinced her. And maybe there's life on Uranus, but your speculation on that subject isn't admissible either, Ellen said sharply. The issue at hand is the medical records. You're dead in the water, Tony. Let's move on. Fine. He reached into his briefcase and pulled out a document. Motion to dismiss. And our argument against dismissal, Ellen said, handing over Cameron's brief. Grabko accepted the paperwork, with a satisfied glow of a teacher taking extra credit projects from his favorite students. And, Costello said, pulling another rabbit from his hat, in the event we do proceed, motion to suppress the lineup ID. Ellen jerked around in her chair, gaping at him. What? On what grounds? That was a perfectly good by-the-book lineup. She turned to Grabko. Your Honor, great pains were taken to ensure the fairness of that lineup. You were there, Ellen? No. Mr. Stovich oversaw the process personally, but I've spoken with all parties involved. Costello handed the motion to Grabko. Then you should be aware of the fact that Dr. Wright's attorney was barred from the room where Mrs. Cooper filled out her written report. Barred? Ellen said, incredulous. I hardly think so. Dennis Enberg was present at the lineup. If he wasn't in the room when Mrs. Cooper filled out the paperwork, it was his own choice. That's not the way I hear it. From who? From my client. Oh, there's a reliable source, a psychopathic child stealer. And from Mrs. Cooper herself. Her affidavit is attached, Your Honor. I'd like a copy of that, if you don't mind, Ellen snapped. Costello permitted himself the tiniest of smiles. Of course, Ellen. You did specify your office wanted everything in writing and handled through the proper channels. I've sent your copies over via messenger." Fury burned in Ellen's cheeks. She glared at him and mouthed, "You son of a bitch." The smugness in his expression made her want to choke, particularly because she knew its origin. He had turned her own trick back on her. In the normal course of events around a rural courthouse, challenges were made over the phone, or hashed out in person. Formalities were waived. She had imposed by-the-book standards on Costello to punish him, to slow him down, to irritate him. And here she sat. "And what kind of messenger did you send? A dog team via Winnipeg?" she said sarcastically. "I should have been notified about this Friday at the latest." Manufacturing a look of abject innocence, Costello directed his explanation at Grabco. "We weren't able to contact Mrs. Cooper until Friday afternoon, Your Honor, with the time constraints." "Cheerfully accepted by you, Mr. Costello," Ellen pointed out. He ignored her. "We're doing the best we can, Your Honor, and we are thoroughly prepared for the hearing. We hoped you'd be lenient with regards to service of this motion, all things considered." The judge tugged at the white spot in his beard, looking grave. "I can't disregard the motion, considering its gravity, and I do feel the circumstances can be considered good cause to make an exception to the general rule. Ellen, if you feel this upsets the balance, if you feel you need more time—" "No, Your Honor," she said tightly. "We're ready. I just don't appreciate being ambushed, especially with something as groundless as this." "Why don't we let the judge decide the merits of the motion, Ellen?" Costello suggested in a patronizing tone. Grabco perched a pair of reading glasses on his nose and turned to the affidavit. "According to Mrs. Cooper, Mr. Enberg expressed an interest in coming into the room where she was filling out her report, but one of 3 officers present in the room turned him away, then followed him out." "I don't believe it," Ellen challenged. "What officer? Let's get him in here." Costello huffed a laugh. "I'm sure he'll tell us the truth when he sees what's riding on his story. Every cop in town wants to see my client publicly hanged. Mrs. Cooper is the only impartial witness to what happened." Dennis Enberg would never have allowed himself to be barred from the room if he had wanted to be present, Ellen argued. "He's not here to tell us that, though, is he, Ellen?" "Yeah, what a lucky stroke for you, Tony," she said, her words dripping venom. "Right about now, Denny is on a stainless steel table at Hennepin County Medical Center getting himself sawed in half by a medical examiner." "Ellen, please," Grabco chastised her. "I'll call the officer in, and I'll speak with Mr. Stovich, but as Mr. Enberg isn't able to speak for himself on the matter, I have to concur with Mr. Costello. Mrs. Cooper is the least biased of all involved parties." "But, Your Honor, Mrs. Cooper never mentioned this when I spoke with her." "Did you ask her specifically?" "I had no reason to ask such a question. We spoke at length about the lineup procedure." "And she had no reason to think anything was out of the ordinary," Costello said. "She isn't an attorney. She isn't a police officer. She had no way of knowing proper procedure. She trusted the police to conduct themselves properly, and they betrayed that trust." "I'm sure that's what you led her to believe," Ellen sneered. "That's enough, Ellen." Grabco set the affidavit aside. "I'll speak to all parties involved and come to a decision. Is there anything more we need to discuss today?" Costello lifted his hands. "Nothing further, Your Honor." "No, sir," Ellen said grudgingly. "Fine," Grabco said, straightening the stack of documents. "I'll see you both here tomorrow morning." "You really are a sleaze, Tony," Ellen muttered as they left Grabco's chambers for the outer office. His secretary had vanished, leaving them alone. "Why?" Costello pulled up short of the hall door and faced her, standing close enough for confidentiality. "Because I'm doing my job? Because I don't believe my client is guilty?" "You don't give a damn if he is. You play this system like a pick-up soccer game. Nothing matters except that you win. You trick my witness into doing your dirty work for you. You call Josh Kirkwood's father a child abuser and impugn the reputation of his mother. If you publicly accuse Hannah Garrison of falsifying those medical records, I hope she sues your ass 8 ways from Sunday." He made a pretense of being hurt. "That's not a very charitable sentiment toward someone who is genuinely concerned for your safety, Ellen. You could have been killed in that car." "Is that your unbiased opinion, or do you know something the rest of us don't?" "Yes, Ellen. I am not only trying to acquit a guilty monster, I am also in on the conspiracy to kill you. Christ, can't you take anything I say to you at face value?" "The fact that you have at least two faces complicates the issue." He shook his head. "You always took it too personally," he said almost to himself. "The job is the job, Ellen. Just because we stand on opposite sides of the courtroom doesn't mean we can't set it aside when we walk out the door." "Oh, that's rich, coming from you, Tony," she sneered. "You're never off the job. As far as you're concerned, there are 24 billable hours to a day. No situation, no relationship is exempt. Don't even try to argue with me on that score, and don't delude yourself into thinking you can win me over. I know just what lengths you'll go to." Their past hung between them, dense with complicated facts and feelings and fears that had never been proved true or false. "Be careful, Ellen," he said at last. "While you're busy watching for me to strike, there's a real snake out there. And his name is probably already in your Rolodex. Your imagined accomplice? Technically, I believe I would be correct in calling him your accomplice. In your delusions of vengeance." He buttoned his jacket and tugged it straight, preparing himself for the cameras. "Nice try, sicking the BCA after me, getting Wilhelm to make noise about a warrant for my phone records. Sadly, it's just another example of how this investigation is being botched, which is what I'll have to point out to the press." "Point away, Tony," Ellen said with a knife-edge smile. "All the press needs is a suspicion of your involvement, and they'll be digging like badgers. Who knows what they might turn up? I know I'll be standing right there to see what crawls out of your lair." She jerked the door open and stepped out into the hall, eager for once to upstage him in front of the cameras. "I don't know how much help I can be to you, Mr. Brooks," Christopher Priest said without apology. His expression was as neutral as his voice, his face the blank oval of a mannequin's. His office was exactly what Jay had imagined, a claustrophobic little cube crowded with books and file cabinets. A computer monitor on the desk displayed an endless repetition of starbursts. The room was filled with the stuff of academia, textbooks and reference books and student papers, but with none of the personal bric-a-brac that would have given a flavor of the man whose name was on the small placard outside the door. The desk was too neat, the office as devoid of personality as the professor himself. "Some of my students and I were involved with a volunteer effort to find Josh," he said, seating himself with prim precision. "We set up computer stations at the volunteer center and went online to disperse and receive information through the various networks. That's the extent of my connection." Jay voiced his skepticism. "That's a bit of an oversimplification, don't you think, Professor? You volunteered to help with the investigation, then one of the cops involved was attacked in your own front yard, then your best friend was arrested. You must be feeling like this whole thing is sucking you in like a tar pit." "It's been a little overwhelming, yes," he conceded. "And Dr. Garrison is a friend of yours, right?" "I know Hannah," he admitted. "I admire her. She's an extraordinary woman." Jay took in the hint of color that touched the professor's pale cheeks when he spoke of Hannah. "Man, if I had all that buzzing around me, I'd be feeling downright dizzy. Now the cops are looking for that student, Todd Childs, and looking at the sci-fi cowboys. You must feel almost as if you're under attack." Priest stared at him like an owl from behind his oversized glasses. "I had nothing to do with any crime, neither did the cowboys." "Circumstances suggest otherwise, where the boys are concerned." "Circumstances aren't always what they seem. The sci-fi cowboys are a very select group of young men, Mr. Brooks, hand-picked for their talents and potential." "Aren't most of their talents against the law?" Academic talents, Priest specified, unamused. They are very bright young men who deserve a chance to prove they can be productive members of society. And they're no doubt grateful for the opportunity, Jay said. Giving a kid a gift like that inspires loyalty. Kids with the kind of backgrounds that cowboys have might express that loyalty in, shall we say, inappropriate ways. I stand behind the cowboys, Priest said flatly. I've said all I'm going to say about the subject to the police and to the press, and to you, Mr. Brooks. If you came here hoping for an admission of guilt, there's no point in continuing this conversation. No, not at all. I know what you told the police about the encounter with Tyrell and the other two boys Saturday night, he said, in a strangely quiet voice, as if it were a lurid secret. I simply told them what happened, Professor. I'm not taking sides. Aren't you? His thin lips pressed together. You're not aligning yourself with Ms. North? What would make you think I was? The two of you had words at the benefit. You followed her out. And he had been watching from his post beside Garrett Wright's wife. The idea stirred a strange sense of violation. Ms. North has a philosophical objection to my work, Jay said, with a well-rehearsed, sardonic smile. She has managed to equate the writing and publishing of true crime with the Romans selling tickets to watch Christians being devoured by lions. Priest considered the response. An interesting correlation. The readers of your work are, of course, insulated from the immediate horror of the violence, but perhaps the two do share a common attraction. Not for me. Well, it's all in our perception, isn't it? He said. And perception is dependent upon what? You can present the same set of facts and circumstances to 5 different people, and they may give you 5 different interpretations, which is why many seasoned courtroom attorneys will tell you there is nothing so unreliable as an eyewitness. The opinions we form are based on individual perceptions, something science has yet to fully understand. Fascinating, isn't it? He gave his head a slight shake, as if humans were simply too much trouble, and cast an affectionate glance at his computer screen. The human mind can be infinitely logical and pragmatic, or stubbornly irrational. A hopelessly vacant mind can hold a kernel of brilliance. A brilliant mind can be fatally flawed. Which, would you say, applies to our kidnapper? A slight smile touched the corners of his mouth. I wouldn't say. Human behavior is Dr. Wright's specialty, not mine. But you were working on a project together, right? We are working on a joint project dealing with, as it happens, learning and perception. You've known each other a long time, you and Dr. Wright. We both taught at Penn State. Yeah, but y'all knew each other before that, didn't you? I don't know what you're talking about, Priest said guardedly. Jay feigned innocence. Well, gee, I was just doing a little digging, background work and all, talking to an old colleague of yours from Penn State who mentioned you all grew up in the same town. I grew up in Chicago. Huh. Well, I'd read that, he said, scratching his head. Strange thing for a friend to be wrong about, wouldn't you say? Nevertheless, Priest said impatiently, I might have visited Indiana as a boy, but I didn't grow up there. So you didn't know Dr. Wright? We became friends at Penn State. Good friends. The kind of friends who share things, stick up for each other, help each other out. Is there a point to this line of questioning, Mr. Brooks? Jay gave a shrug and a smile. I'm just trolling, Professor. Looking for background. I never know what I might find or where it might lead me. For instance, you might just up and say you'd do anything for Garrett Wright. Who knows where an answer like that might lead? To a dead end. Priest rose. I'm sorry to cut this short, but I have a class to prepare for, Mr. Brooks." Jay checked his watch. According to the helpful young lady in the main office, Christopher Priest didn't have another class until evening. "I guess I'll just have to check that background the hard way," he said, pushing himself to his feet. "Thank you for your time, Professor." He turned back at the door, catching Priest staring at him with that blank face. "That student who was in the car accident the night Josh was abducted, was he working on that joint project with you and Dr. Wright?" "Yes, he was." I wonder what his perception of that coincidence would be." "I'm afraid we'll never know," Priest said. "I received word this morning he passed away." Jay sensed the news hit him harder than it had the professor. Death, delivered off the cuff as an afterthought, with no more remorse than was socially required. He stepped into the hall, his head buzzing. The car accident had set everything in motion. Now the student who had been running an errand for Priest was dead. Todd Childs was a student of Wright's and Priest's. Ole Swain, the prime suspect, until his jailhouse suicide, had audited classes of both men. Megan O'Malley had suspected Priest. She had been attacked in the yard of Priest's secluded country home. Christopher Priest seemed as much a part of the story as Garrett Wright, and yet no one had anything on him. He was as clean as Teflon, visible in his efforts first to help in the effort to find Josh, and now in his support of his colleague. "We are working on a joint project." He had passed a polygraph. "It's all in our perception, isn't it?" Priest and Wright went back a long way. It wouldn't have been a stretch to imagine them as partners in more than a school project. A pair of sharp, calculating minds. Wright, handsome and charming. Priest, socially awkward, with a crush on Hannah Garrison. Motive had been an elusive creature in this crime from the first. There had been no ransom demand. No one seemed to have it in for Hannah or Paul. The taunting, the planted evidence, suggested it was all about superiority, a game of wits. But taking Josh Kirkwood had also given Christopher Priest a chance to be close to Hannah, a chance to offer his help, to call attention to himself. And damned if it wouldn't sell books, he thought. The twisted tale of the psychopathic professors, brilliant minds fatally flawed. But had Priest had opportunity to take Dustin Holloman, to plant those clues? It seemed unlikely he would take that kind of chance, knowing the police had their eyes on him, and then there was Todd Childs to consider. He turned down another hall. He could take a look at Wright's office as long as he was here, see if it offered any insights. The cops would already have taken the place apart, hunting for evidence, but it was still important for him to have a sense of the places the people he wrote about inhabited. To be able to describe Garrett Wright's perfectly normal office would add to the unsettling idea that anyone could be warped beneath their ordinary facades. That kind of chill brought readers back again and again, like Romans to the Colosseum. The door to Wright's office stood slightly ajar. Jay brought himself up short at the sight. His escapade at the Pack Rat was still fresh in his mind, in the form of a dull headache that had nagged him since the accident. He moved cautiously along the wall, determined not to be taken by surprise this time. Sidling up to the door, he gently eased it open another fraction of an inch, expecting to see Todd Childs. The room was awash in paper. Books had been torn from their shelves and left on the floor. The place looked as if it had been tossed by goons. And in the middle of the mess stood Karen Wright. She looked utterly lost, fragile, overwhelmed by the state of the place. And he would take advantage of that, bastard that he was. Not giving himself time to turn noble, Jay rapped his knuckles twice on the doorframe and let himself into the office. "Mrs. Wright?" She jerked around and looked up at him. I can't find anything," she said meekly. "Well, ma'am, it is a hell of a mess," he said. "What is it you're looking for?" "Books. Garrett asked me to pick up some of his books. He'll be angry about this. He likes his office neat and orderly." Do you have any idea who did this?
The police. They said they were looking for evidence.
Looking for evidence, and taking a little revenge, Jay reasoned. Garrett Wright stood accused of attacking and savagely beating one of their own. Cops didn't take a thing like that lightly.
You should have seen our house when they finished,
she murmured as she began to set her husband's desk to rights.
They even took up floorboards, all for nothing. I told them they wouldn't find anything, but they wouldn't listen to me.
They're stubborn that way. She picked up a coffee mug that had been knocked to the floor and held it to her chest like a treasured doll.
You're that writer, aren't you? Garrett told me you're going to do a book about the case. He shouldn't be going to court. It's all a big mistake.
Is it? Jay asked quietly, watching her carefully.
He wouldn't take Josh.
Her gaze was like a butterfly, lighting and flying away from point to point, all around the room. She might have been lying, or she might have been afraid, or she might have been as cracked as Grandma's china, as Teresa McGuire, the victim witness coordinator, had suggested to him over coffee and cinnamon rolls at the Scandia house.
Garrett wouldn't have, Karen said, shaking her head. No, he wouldn't have. He wouldn't do that to me.
Wouldn't do what? He asked, trying to keep her attention focused on him.
He doesn't like children, she mumbled. He didn't like being a child.
Did you know him as a child? A thin smile trembled across her mouth, and she wandered off toward one of the gutted bookcases. Jay moved with her, to keep her face in view. I heard you helped out at the Kirkwoods while Josh was missing. You helped take care of the baby. Karen might have been Wright's spy, willing or unwitting, filling him in firsthand about the havoc he was wreaking on the lives of Hannah and Paul.
Lily,
Karen said. This time the smile was fuller, richer.
She's so precious. I'd give anything for a little sweetheart like her.
You don't have any children of your own? The smile fell.
Garrett and I can't have children.
I'm sorry, he said automatically. That was good of you to help the Kirkwoods. Was that your idea?
Oh, I didn't mind at all. Hannah and Paul are friends.
She used the present tense, as if it were still true, as if she had no grasp of the magnitude of the charges against her husband, as if by saying it was all a mistake, everyone would accept her word, and they would all continue their lives as if nothing had happened. She set the coffee mug aside, picked several books up off the floor, and slid them into place in the bookcase.
Garrett doesn't like messes, she said,
with an odd light of amusement in her eyes. Well, he seems to have got himself smack in the middle of a big one. Karen Wright shook her head.
Oh, no, she said. It's all just a big mistake.
Chapter 29. Barred from the room, Mitch exploded. Bullshit! Cameron winced. Phoebe cowered. Ellen looked him in the eye. Were you present in the room when she filled out her statement? He raked a hand back through his hair, as if trying to scratch loose a memory. Not right away. Stovich was bending my ear for a couple of minutes. When I did step into the room, no one said a goddamn thing to me. Everything was fine. If someone had tried to stop Dennis from going in, he would have squealed like a stuck pig. That's what I said, Ellen complained, and Grabko should know it too. Costello has him dazzled. I've never seen so much preening and posturing in my life. While you were at the autopsy, Grabko was calling your officers in this afternoon to get their take on it, but my gut tells me we've already lost the round. Fuck me, Mitch grumbled. After all the trouble we went to, putting that lineup together, Jesus Christ. He pulled in a deep breath and huffed it out. How bad does this hurt us? Ellen considered for a moment, turning her pencil over and over in her hands. For a hearing in front of a judge, not a lot. But I wanted Ruth Cooper on the stand in front of a jury, she admitted. Costello would have taken apart the lineup ID because Wright was too bundled up for a dead-on no doubt, that's him. but her testimony combined with the voice ID would have made an impact. Can you salvage anything? She can testify that she saw a man on Ryan's Bay that morning, that he came to her house, that he spoke to her. Then Costello is going to get up on cross and ask her if that man is in the courtroom, if she can point him out to us, and she's going to have to say no. Shit. They sat in silence for a moment, mourning the loss of their witness. So, Ellen said, regrouping, what's the word from the ME? Preliminary results of the autopsy show nothing to indicate murder, Mitch said. Unless something strange turns up in the lab, he's going to sign it off as suicide. In her heart, Ellen knew Dennis Enberg had been murdered. The shadowed voice that had haunted her since that night whispered in the back of her mind. The first thing we do, let's kill all the lawyers. He had a blood alcohol level of .30, so he was good and drunk. Too drunk to rig up the gun? She asked. There are too many factors we don't know. He could have tricked out the gun when he was at .10, then drunk some more to get up his nerve. Or he could have been passed out and been fed that gun by a killer. The killer could have bashed his head in and then pulled the trigger to make it look like suicide. Any opinions from the BCA? Cameron asked. I haven't heard from them directly. Wilhelm and Steiger are off chasing a lead on the Holloman kidnapping. The mother got a phone call, allegedly from the boy. A chill crawled down Ellen's spine. Just like what happened with Josh. Apparently so. They traced the call to Rochester. They're down there now checking it out. They don't expect them back tonight. The inconvenience was too timely. Ellen had asked the 3 principal law enforcement officers to meet to go over everything they had one last time before the hearing. She wanted to have the clearest possible picture as to the status of the case, the most up-to-the-minute information from the BCA on the analysis of the evidence. With Wilhelm gone, she would have to track down the information by phone. A time-consuming process, and the clock was ticking. 4:40. Not for the first time, she felt as if their nemesis had a bird's-eye view of everything going on their side of the case. He had been 3 steps ahead of them all the way, playing with them like a cat with a mouse. We can't lose, Wright had told Megan. You can't defeat us. We're very good at this game. Brilliant and invincible. What if they were? The report on the fingerprints in Enberg's office is about what you'd expect, Mitch went on. The place was a mess. There were prints everywhere. God only knows the last time he cleaned the place. Prints on the gun? Denny's only. What about the time of death? Cameron asked. The ME put it around 1 a.m., give or take an hour. My mystery call came at 2, Ellen murmured. And the help at the donut hut put Paul Kirkwood at Enberg's office around 9:30, Cameron said. That rules him out. Unless he came back later, Ellen offered. Mitch shook his head. I don't figure Paul for this. What's his motive? Enberg was no longer representing Wright, and he was doing a half-assed job before he got canned. Why should Paul off him? Why should Paul go to see him? Ellen asked. It makes sense if Paul was Wright's accomplice, Cameron suggested. We've had this conversation before, Mitch said. It's too bizarre for words. Well, Costello would buy half of it. Ellen tossed her pencil down. He's already tipped his hand. He's going to do his best to divert attention to Paul. Grabko ruled against him on the medical records, but that isn't stopping him from making his case to the press. Asshole lawyers, Mitch muttered. He caught himself too late and gave Ellen a look. Present company excluded. She shrugged it off. What about the sci-fi cowboys? Has anyone confirmed their whereabouts on the night Dennis died? All present and accounted for, provided you can believe the people who gave them alibis. They were in Deer Lake as a group on Tuesday to meet with Priest and returned to the cities that evening. They didn't come back until Thursday afternoon. Any holes in their stories for Saturday night? Cameron asked. Mitch shook his head. Not yet. I'd bet my pension Tyrell Mann torched that Cadillac, but I don't have a witness, and I don't have any evidence. In other words, at the moment we don't have shit. It's as simple as that."
Ellen pulled her glasses off and rubbed her hands over her face. "Nothing is simple where this case is concerned."
"That's old news, Counselor," Mitch said. "If anything new comes in, I'll call. I'll be at home if you need me. Jessie's making dinner for Megan, and I get to help." A spark of happiness lit his bloodshot eyes. "I'd better stop for antacid on the way. Kindergartners aren't known for their culinary talents."
Ellen followed him to the conference room door. In the outer office, Quentin was regaling someone with his harrowing tale of being accosted outside family court.
"And just as security arrived," he said, gesturing like a maestro, "the guy steps back and says, 'Hey, man, you're not who I thought. Sorry.'"
Ellen pulled her attention back to Mitch. "How's Megan doing?"
"Chomping at the bit to testify. She doesn't like being on the sidelines, you know. She's a cop, right down to her toenails."
A shadow of doubt crossed his face as he weighed the wisdom of telling her something. Then he set his jaw in a stubborn line and plunged in.
"I dumped Wright's background stuff on her to sort through."
"Mitch!"
"I don't want to hear it, Ellen. We're just too short-handed with everything that's been going on, and she's too damn sharp to waste," he argued. "I'll keep the paper trail clean."
His expression softened.
"She needs it, Ellen. She needs to know she can still do the job."
"Fine."
Ellen surrendered, too tired to fight, and too concerned for Megan's well-being. It wasn't as if Megan were being given access to physical evidence. The information she would be looking over was cut and dried, facts that were years in the past. Anything she might find had already become a part of history and couldn't be tampered with. God knew they needed all the help they could get. "Quentin's still reliving his narrow brush with excitement," she announced back in the conference room. "Polishing up the performance for his paramour," Cameron suggested with a smirk. "By the time he tells Jan, he'll have it sounding like a fight scene from Die Hard."
"Our comic relief," Ellen said, settling back into her chair.
Phoebe fluffed herself up like a little quail, tilting her chin to a proud angle.
"Well, I think it was really gallant and original of Adam, the way he helped you."
Cameron pulled a face of mock horror.
"Adam?"
Ellen frowned at her secretary. There was nothing noble about it. It was a business deal, and he enjoyed himself. He got to be annoying and got rewarded for it. And what's with the first-name basis? Nothing. Phoebe's gaze landed everywhere but Ellen's face.
"That's his name, that's all. What am I supposed to call him?"
"A distant memory," Ellen suggested sharply. "We've talked about this, Phoebe. He's a reporter. Being cute doesn't cancel that out."
"You don't know him,"
Phoebe said stiffly. "Neither do you."
"I'd never get to know anyone if I was as paranoid as you are. Just because you never trust anyone doesn't mean people aren't trustworthy."
"That's an admirable attitude," Ellen said impatiently. "But you know something, Phoebe? This isn't Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. This is a big case full of bad people, out to get what they can and to hell with everyone else. So maybe you could do us a favor and grow up. You can make nice with anyone you want after it's over." Phoebe stood abruptly and gathered up her notebook and a messy stack of files.
"If you're through lecturing me, I'll go make those phone calls to the BCA now."
Ellen pulled a typed list of names and numbers from one of the files and held it out. "After you call the BCA, please call these probation officers and see if they've got anything for me."
"You're so insensitive,"
Phoebe charged. Dumping the files onto the table, she ran out of the room. "I'm guessing it was something you said," Cameron offered with a pained look. "Are you going after her?" "No, damn it, I'm not her mother. I'm her bitch queen boss," Ellen muttered glumly. She had more important things to expend her energy on than her secretary's love life. What difference did it really make anyway? Slater's paper didn't mean anything to anyone who didn't live in Grand Forks. She put her head in her hands and groaned. Why didn't God make all secretaries postmenopausal? Because then male bosses would never get any exercise chasing them around their desks? Cameron offered. A weak chuckle rippled out of her. Sobering, she raised her head and looked at her bright-eyed young associate. "I've got a bad feeling, Cameron," she confessed. "The day before the hearing, and our boy pulls a stunt like that to call Dustin Holloman's mother. What do you think he might have in store for the main event?" "I don't know," he admitted quietly. Ellen stared out the window at the ominous gray of the sky and felt foreboding thicken the air around her. "I don't want to know." The old habits came back, like ghosts, unwanted, unwelcome, bringing with them an uneasy sense of déjà vu. In her days on the fast track, the night before a major court appearance became a time of ritual, almost superstition. Too wired to relax, too afraid there was something she had overlooked in her preparation, Ellen would spend the evening in her office poring over and over the evidence, the questions she wanted answered, the strategy she intended to employ against her opponent. In the 2 years since she had come to Deer Lake, there had been no nights like that. Until this one. In the usual course of Park County events, an omnibus hearing would last 20 minutes, and there would be half a dozen scheduled for a morning, most of which would never take place because the defendant would plead out. Garrett Wright's hearing would be a whole different kind of circus, because of the charges, because of the defendant, because of Costello. This would be a mini-trial, complete with all the drama. She shooed Cameron out the door at 8:30, but flatly refused to go with him. She both needed and hated the need to fall back into the old rhythms. She both recognized and resented the edgy restlessness that hummed through her like an electric current. It pushed her out of her chair and walked her up and down the length of the conference table where she had spread out every document, every note they had. The heat in the building had been turned down into the refrigeration zone again, the county commissioners unwilling to bend the utility budget for the comfort of one attorney. She paced with her coat on, vaguely amazed that she couldn't see her breath. They had enough. Megan's and Mitch's statements alone should have been enough to get Wright bound over for trial. In addition, they would have the testimony of the BCA criminalist as to the preliminary findings on the ski mask that had yielded Wright's hair, and the sheet Wright had wrapped around Megan, the sheet that had yielded strands of Josh's hair and more of Wright's hair, and bloodstains that were consistent with Josh Kirkwood's blood type. It should have all made for a prosecution's slam dunk, but still the doubts crept in, eroded her confidence, choked her. Old, familiar feelings. As Mitch had predicted, Wilhelm had not yet returned from Rochester. The call to Dustin Holloman's mother had been traced to a payphone in a mall, where there had to have been a number of witnesses. The BCA and local cops had spent hours canvassing the stores and hallways, showing Dustin's photograph, asking people if they had seen anyone suspicious using the phones, asking if they might have seen anyone using a small tape recorder at the phones. It would have been lunacy for the kidnapper to drag the boy himself into such a public place. Every newspaper and television station in the state had been flashing Dustin's picture since the night of his disappearance. Most likely, the kidnapper had recorded Dustin's message and played the tape over the phone. Still, a risky proposition, Ellen thought, as she made another slow circuit around the table. Brazen. Bold. He was feeling cocky, invincible. He had taken a careless chance just for the purpose of tying up the BCA. Or, perhaps, what he wanted was the public acknowledgement of his brilliance. But all it would take was one witness, one bored store clerk, one man sitting on a bench waiting for his wife, one teenager impatient to use the same phone, and they would have a description. The prospect brought a small adrenaline rush, another old, familiar feeling. There had always been a high associated with cracking a big case, a tense excitement in watching the cops close in, knowing that the next part was her part. It stirred within her now at the thought of Wilhelm bringing back a description, an artist's sketch, a videotape from a security camera. Who would they see? Todd Childs? Or someone they had never seen before? Adam Slater's question about the sci-fi cowboys came back to her as she stopped along the section of table where their file was laid out. None of the boys had been considered suspects in the kidnapping, but she now had first-hand knowledge of the lengths to which they would go to support their mentor. If they would commit vandalism, if they would commit arson, what else might they do? She had a good idea from their rap sheets. They had committed robbery, car theft, assault, drug deals, attempted rape. Would it be a stretch to include kidnapping? Theoretically, perhaps not. Logistically, it wasn't realistic. The cowboys were minors, living with parents, with guardians. They attended school, answered to probation officers. Slipping out of a dorm to set a car on fire was one thing. Being able to commit to the kind of complicated scenario these kidnappings had followed would require total freedom of movement. Nor was it realistic to think Garrett Wright would put his trust and his future in the hands of someone so young. Childs was a better bet. Childs, the psych major fascinated with the human mind. Learning and perception was Wright's specialty. What had they done to Josh's mind? What had they planted in his young mind to make him close himself off so completely? As her own mind pondered the questions, Ellen paged slowly through the materials they had gathered on the cowboys. The list of past members, the photocopies of old newspaper articles. One prominent headline announced the admittance of one of the first cowboys into the University of Minnesota Medical School. Another had won a scholarship to MIT. Success story after success story. She went down the list of names, many of which had been checked off or had notations beside them regarding the person's whereabouts. According to Wilhelm, the people he'd had checking into the past cowboys were turning up nothing but young men who had become productive members of society, and thanked Garrett Wright and his colleagues for it. Car thieves, vandals, burglars, gangbangers, all of whom Garrett Wright had helped turn around. Had any one of them ever seen Wright's other side? Had they ever looked into his eyes and had a moment of terrible revelation? Would they tell anyone if they had? So far, the answer to that question was no. Her gaze settled on an article she had reviewed before. The photo showed Christopher Priest and one of the boys in the foreground, the one who had gone on to MIT, working with a robot. Garrett Wright, with boys named James Johnston and Eric Evans, stood in the background. The article was dated May 17th, 1990, the second year of the cowboys' existence. The murkiness of the copy gave Wright a sinister look. Or perhaps it was that he hadn't realized the camera would catch him in its frame, and he had been showing his true face, the one that hid beneath the handsome mask. The idea sent a finger of unease down Ellen's spine. Public sentiment was running higher and higher in Wright's favor. With every new exploit of Dustin Holloman's kidnapper, the public grew less patient with the prosecution, or persecution, as some saw it, of Garrett Wright, their local hero, their respected teacher. I'm beginning to feel like the only person in the movie who knows the charming Count is a vampire, she muttered. Pulling the telephone toward her with one hand, she reached for the list of probation officers Phoebe hadn't called. She made contact with two, both of whom had burned out and left the job within the last year, and scratched the names of two former cowboys off her list of possible character assassins. Montel Jones, sci-fi cowboy turned engineering student at the University of Minnesota, had died in a plane crash in 1993. James Johnston had breezed through his undergraduate work in 3 years and was currently going for his master's in counseling. His former probation officer told Ellen that Garrett Wright's program was the reason. Darrell Munson, probation officer to two of the original cowboys, had left not only the profession but the state, moving to Florida to run a diving school. His answering machine picked up with steel drum music. Ellen left a message and hung up, feeling no sense of accomplishment at all. But then, what had she really expected? That one of Wright's former charges would suddenly blurt out a tale of bizarre abuse after all this time? Contacting the past cowboys had never been more than an exercise in grasping at straws. A knock on the outer office door broke into her concentration. It might have been Wilhelm coming with news, or Deputy Quayle, her guard for the evening, or Cameron coming back because he'd had a brainstorm. Brooks stood in the hall, holding a picnic basket.
"Why am I not surprised?" Ellen muttered. "Why would I actually believe you would stay away merely because I asked you to?"
"Can I assume that's a rhetorical question?" he asked, eyes sparkling with mischief.
"How did you get into the building?" she asked irritably. "How did you get past the guard?"
"I bribed him with a chocolate cupcake and an autographed copy of Justice for None. Good thing I'm not a psycho killer, huh?"
He stepped past her and set the picnic basket down on the receptionist's counter.
"I told him you and I were old friends from law school, and I wanted to make sure you got supper, knowing how nervous you are the night before a big case and all."
"He's supposed to call up."
"I told him it was a surprise. Gave him a little wink, a little nudge. He's a nice fella, Ed. A little too nice."
He turned serious.
"He didn't check the basket. He didn't frisk me. He figured he knew me, which of course he doesn't, so I must be all right."
"I don't know you either," she said quietly. "Should I be in fear of my life?" He took in the sight of her standing there, swallowed up by her winter coat, her hair back in a haphazard knot that allowed thick strands to escape. Her eyes were bloodshot, the circles beneath them growing darker and deeper every day. This case was dragging on her, but she withstood it because it was her duty. He could have kicked himself for ever insinuating she was a coward, that she had been running away when she'd left Hennepin County.
"Actually, I think you know me pretty well," he admitted. "You sure as hell hit some nails on the head last night. I admit I'm a son of a bitch, but I'm contrite about it. Doesn't that just make you want to marry me?"
"Is that what you came here for?"
"No," he murmured. "I wanted to make sure you got supper, knowing how nervous you must be the night before a big case and all."
The admission was earnest, the apology sincere. Ellen's wariness melted. "I'm surprised you wanted to bother," she said.
"Why?"
he asked, moving closer with just a shift of his weight. He caught a strand of her hair over his fingers and brushed it back behind her ear, his fingertips skimming the soft skin there.
"Because I didn't get what I wanted last night? I don't give up that easily."
"I'm not sure if that's good news or bad news."
"Then maybe I should sweeten the deal. It comes complete with cupcakes, fried chicken, and information."
"Information?"
"Supper. It's a package deal, counselor. You gotta eat the chicken to get the scoop."
Ellen's stomach made the decision for her. The egg salad sandwich she'd pulled out of the vending machine in the cafeteria for supper had ended up in the trash, and lunch had been a hastily grabbed cup of peach yogurt hours before. The aromas escaping the basket were too much for her. She led the way to her office, taking her place behind her desk. They spread the containers of food out on the blotter. Crispy fried chicken, coleslaw, French fries, buttery biscuits, the promised cupcakes. "Are you sure you're not trying to kill me?" she said. "This looks like death by cholesterol."
"It's my Southern fried lawyer, night before a big case special. I'm from Alabama, you know. We have a strong belief in the powers of grease. Chow down."
Ellen stabbed her plastic fork into a chicken breast and tore a succulent piece of white meat free. "So what's this hot information?"
"I heard about the phone call to Dustin Holloman's mother," Jay said, wandering to the bookcase to peruse the compact discs. "I heard it came this afternoon around 4:15.
"Yes, the BCA guys traced it to Rochester. Frankly, I'm surprised you didn't beat it down there with a thundering herd."
"It's another snipe hunt."
Another chapter, the pathetic desperation of the futile search. He ignored the jibe.
"I was over at Harris College having a little chat with Professor Priest at about 2:30. He hustled me out, told me he had a class to prepare for."
"He is a teacher." He selected a Philip Auberg CD and loaded it into the player. New Age piano music with a subtle Western edge drifted from the small speakers.
"So, according to the main office, He didn't have another class until 7 tonight. Now, maybe he just doesn't appreciate my unique brand of Southern charm. But that doesn't explain why he was driving out the campus gates when I was coming out of Cray Hall at 2:50. Why were you leaving the building after him if he threw you out of his office? I made a detour past Garrett Wright's office, where the lovely but loony Mrs. Wright was trying to find some books her husband had asked her to stop for. Ellen stilled. What books? She didn't say, but I can't imagine there was anything left that might have been incriminating in any way. The cops had tossed that place like a Caesar salad. What did she have to say? That her husband shouldn't be on trial, that this is all a big mistake. She said Garrett wouldn't steal a child because he didn't like children, that he hadn't liked being a child. I asked her if she had known him as a child, but she didn't answer me that either. That little gal is one blade shy of a sharp edge, if you ask me. Her appetite suddenly on hold, Ellen sat back in her chair. According to what we know, Karen and Wright met in college. So he told her he had a rotten childhood. Confession is part of courtship, isn't it? I wonder what else he might have confessed to her. You'll never know, counselor. A wife can't be compelled to testify against her husband. No. She's on Costello's list to testify on behalf of Wright. Of course, she's hardly a credible witness. Not that that will stop Tony from trying to get some mileage out of her, she grumbled. So you're leaving Cray Hall, and you see Priest driving away. He could have gone anywhere. He could have gone to the dry cleaners. He could have gone home. But he didn't. You followed him? All the way to the interstate. He turned south. Toward Rochester, an hour away. Ellen felt her pulse pick up a beat. If Priest was Wright's accomplice, would he have been so reckless as to leave an interview with a prominent crime writer in order to drive to the site of the next move in his sick game? Did he feel that invulnerable? Something else funny about my little visit, he said. I talked to a professor at Penn State who used to know Priest and Wright, who told me they were all kids in good old Mishawaka. They were different ages, from different parts of town. He didn't know either of them back then, but he thought it was quite a remarkable coincidence that they had all ended up at Penn State. When I mentioned it to Priest, he flat out denied it, said he grew up in Chicago. Why would he lie about that? It's easy enough to check out through school records. I don't know. Anyway, when I heard about the call to Mrs. Holloman, he went on, I got hold of Agent Wilhelm and told him. I figured you'd want to know too, and I wasn't going to count on his getting back to you tonight. Yeah? So what's in it for you? She asked, her gaze sharp on him. Nothing. Ellen gave him a speculative look as she raised her fork. You're turning into a regular good guy, Brooks. You'd better look out. You'll ruin your reputation. She had said it before, Ellen thought, that for someone who claimed to be a mere observer, he had a hard time grasping the concept. More often than not, his involvement had struck her as being self-serving, but what she saw in his face now, in the amber glow of her desk lamp, looked an awful lot like honesty, as if he cared, and it hurt him to care. He had come to Deer Lake to lose himself in someone else's misery, he had said, but the misery of Dustin's parents and Josh's parents was too close a cousin to his own. He had a son, had lost that son before he'd even known the child existed, had found him and had him taken away again all in the space of a day. Ellen could feel the tug to reach out to him. She reached for the telephone instead and punched in Mitch's home number. His machine picked up, but he answered himself as soon as Ellen began to leave her message. She told him everything Brooks had told her and added a couple of her own hunches, all to be relayed to Megan. Diversionary tactics aside, the case was revolving around Wright and his circle of acquaintances, revolving in what seemed to be a spiral into the past. He had done this before. They had done this before. Christopher Priest had been heading south at 3 o'clock. The call had come a little past 4 o'clock. If Megan could dig up just one key piece... I thought O'Malley was off the case, Jay said carefully, as Ellen hung up the receiver. Regarding him with a poker face, she said nothing for a moment that stretched into another. You wanted me to trust you, she said at last. I'm trusting you with this. Agent O'Malley is digging into Wright's background because Wilhelm wasn't getting the job done. Jay gave a low whistle. She's a little biased, don't you think? I think she's a damn good cop, and there's nothing she can do to change Garrett Wright's past. Anything she comes up with will be established, corroborated fact. Still, if Costello catches wind of this, I'll know where he got it, won't I? And you'll cut out my black heart with a grapefruit knife. Worse, I'll let you answer to O'Malley. She won't bother with a knife. Unfamiliar pleasure coursed through Jay. It was about trust, something Ellen had no reason to offer freely and every reason not to offer at all. He rose from his chair and rounded her desk to kneel down beside her. Taking her hand, he raised it to his mouth. My lips are sealed, he said, each word a caress against her fingertips. She tried to draw her hand away, but he held it firm and drew the end of her middle finger between his lips. Her breath shuddered at the subtle abrasion of his teeth along the pad of her fingertip, at the touch of his tongue, at the gentle sucking. Jay... He drew his lips down her palm, lingered at the delicate skin inside her wrist. You trust me, Ellen? He whispered, drawing her up from her chair. Apprehension and desire shivered inside her. There's so much at stake here, Jay. I know, he said, knowing she meant the case, knowing there was more. I've never been anyone's hero, Ellen, he said. I've lived my life for myself, and to hell with everyone else. I've never had any trouble justifying or rationalizing or outright lying when it suited my cause. And I look at you and I think, Brooks, you got no business touching her, 'cause she's better than you'll ever be. But I want you anyway. And you always get what you want. I used to think so, he murmured. Now I stand back and look at what I've got, and none of it means a damn thing to me. The money, the house, the spite I prized so dearly. I look at Hannah Garrison, see her fighting for her child. I look at you, see you fighting for justice. What have I ever fought for besides my own gain? What good have I ever been to anybody? He forced a smile that was sad and wry. Looks like you might redeem me after all. No, Ellen whispered. I don't want that responsibility. That's your choice. It has to be what you want. What I want, he echoed, pulling her closer. I want you. He kissed her slowly, deeply, and Ellen thought she could taste his yearning and the confusion that shrouded it. She kissed him back, her own emotions kindred spirits of his. When he lifted his head a fraction, the need in his eyes took her breath away, the need to be touched by something good. As tempted as she was, Ellen knew she couldn't fight that battle for him. She had her own war to wage, her own enemies all around. I need to prepare for tomorrow, she murmured. He kept his arms around her. You need a good night's sleep, preferably with me. You can prepare until your eyes bleed, but that won't make you any more ready. You can't give more than all you've got, Ellen. You've done the best you can. Her best. Her best hadn't measured up so far. She closed her eyes and saw Garrett Wright smile, that knowing, omnipotent smile that made her think he already knew the outcome of his game. That's what scares me most, she confessed in a whisper. What if my best isn't good enough? She moved away from him, feeling rumpled and wilted, trying in vain to smooth some of the wrinkles out of her blouse.
Back in Hennepin County, she had kept a change of clothes in her office, but Hennepin County was miles away, literally and figuratively. She didn't have a change of clothes here. She didn't know that she had any of what she really needed. The sharp edge, the bright eye, the quick mind. She didn't know that she hadn't left it all in Minneapolis. Watching her struggle, Jay remembered the blind panic that struck in the 11th hour before a case went to court, the naked insecurities. He had never measured up to the standards of his family, and what if they were right? What if, behind all the bluff bravado, the swagger, the smile, there really was nothing of substance to call on when he needed it most? The anxiety was one of the many things about being a trial lawyer that he never missed. There was no panic associated with what he did now, dealing with cases after the fact. It was safer. It hurt less. Maybe you're the coward, Brooks. Ellen hadn't wanted this case, but she had accepted the challenge, not for personal gain or glory, but because she knew she was the county's best hope for justice. Too good for you, Brooks. He crossed the room to where she stood, staring out through the barely parted blinds. Slipping his arms around her from behind, he pressed a kiss to her hair and whispered, "You'll win," as if his own conviction was enough to make it so. "I wish I could be sure of that," Ellen said. But the one thing she knew with any certainty was that in this game, where the stakes were so high, there was no such thing as a sure thing. And she had the sick feeling that the other team was playing with a stacked deck. At 11:10, she trudged up the stairs to the third-floor law library. She had the dubious services of Deputy Quayle for another 40 minutes, time enough to pull the books she needed, for all the good they would do her. If Grabko had already made up his mind about the lineup ID, he would have found precedent to back himself. Anal retentive bugger that he was, he would no doubt have scoured every obscure text of U.S. case law in existence to support his decision. Ellen had assigned Cameron the task of finding rulings to back their position. He had carted a stack of books home with him, but she wanted a solid familiarity with the cases cited in the general rule regarding violation of the right to counsel, and so she found herself in the darkened halls of the third floor. She had thought of bringing Quayle up with her, but had taken pity on him and his bum hockey knee. After Brooks had gone, she'd had her chat with Ed about security, and he had assured her he'd let no one else in. The third floor was vacant, the courtrooms and construction junk waiting out the night. Logical assurances warred with creepy sensations. Chiding herself for being skittish, Ellen let herself into the library and flipped on the lights. It was a room designed for function. Industrial-grade carpet, the color of pea soup. No-frills oak bookcases varnished dark with age. Mission-style library tables and straight chairs that had been in place long before the retro mission decorating craze. She prowled the stacks with purpose, pulling the books she needed and carrying them to a table. She had memorized the names of the cases, state and federal, United States versus Wade, Gilbert versus California, Minnesota, State versus Cobb, and State versus Guevara. She forced herself to look them up, to mark the pages. No sense getting all the way home, only to discover she'd pulled the wrong book. Be thorough. Stay focused. Fight the nerves. The first two cases were nearly 30 years old. State versus Cobb was dated 1979. Not that it mattered if the ruling applied. State versus Guevara was the most recent, 1993, and the most pertinent, if memory served. That had been a child abduction case as well, up in Dakota County, on the southeast side of the metro area. A witness had picked Guevara out of a lineup, but Guevara's attorney had gotten the lineup thrown out. Unease crawled along Ellen's nerves as she remembered the trial had ended in an acquittal. She was trying an entirely different case. The logical side of her brain argued. Guevara had been charged not only with kidnapping, but had been indicted by a grand jury on murder charges. The fact that the little girl had never been found had weighed more heavily with the jury than any other aspect of the case. But that lineup might have tipped the scales the other way. Ellen turned the pages. page after page of case law, stopping cold when she reached State versus Guevara. Someone had been here before her and marked the page with a slip of white paper. She turned the book sideways and, heart-pounding, read the message on the note. It is a sin to believe evil of others, but it is seldom a mistake. The clock on Josh's nightstand ticked 1 minute past midnight. Hannah sat cross-legged on the sleeping bag she had spread out on the floor across the room from Josh's bed. Anticipation wound like a watch spring inside her, tightening with every passing minute, building to she knew not what. A battle, she thought, a battle for her son, not simply for justice, but for Josh himself. He had been taken from her. She had played the role of victim, but no more. The longer she thought about it, the more clearly she could see it. The challenge of something evil, the role she needed to play. The struggle in the courtroom would begin in a matter of hours, but the battle would go on beyond the courthouse, beyond the reach of Ellen North or Anthony Costello. She could see that now. Closing her eyes, she summoned the evil, a faceless entity. In her mind's eye, she could see herself standing on a dark plain, the sky low and leaden. She could see Josh standing off to one side, just beyond her reach, his face completely without emotion, sightless, and she could feel the evil, cold and heavy. You can't have my son. I'll kill you if I have to. I've already taken him. He's already mine. I'll kill you. She raised her hand, and a knife appeared in her grasp. She slashed downward through the oppressive air, slicing the blackness like a canvas that split open to reveal a wall of blood. The blood poured over her, knocking her off her feet, filling her mouth and nose, choking her, drowning her. She fought to come awake, but it dragged her down like an undertow. And then there was nothing. Josh dreamed of a sea of blood. He was floating on it, like floating on an air cushion in the lake. Safe, but not safe. Safe because the taker said so, and that scared him because he didn't want to trust the taker anymore. He could feel his mother pulling at him, her hands reaching up from the sea to grasp at him. He wanted to go with her, but he was afraid that if he did, the taker would drown them both. But if he stayed where he was, the taker would always be with him, and the taker scared him more and more. He could see the other goner, in his dream, being held above him by the taker's hands, the hands tightening and tightening. The boy opening his mouth to scream, but no sound coming out, his eyes going wider and wider with terror, a terror Josh could feel inside himself. He didn't like the feeling. It made him want to cry. It made him want to be sick. It made him want to turn to his mother, but she was beneath the blood sea. In a panic, he turned within himself, using the taker's trick to trick the taker. He opened the door inside his mind, went into the smallest, most secret room, and vowed not to come out ever again. It is a sin to believe evil of others, but it is seldom a mistake. Ellen saw the note on the table before her, heard the message, an eerie whisper that seemed to surround her. She could feel his presence, feel his hands close around her throat. Evil. The hands tightened. She lunged up out of the chair and across the tabletop, sending books tumbling into the blood that covered the floor. She landed in it herself, on her hands and knees, and slipped and slid as she struggled to stand. She couldn't breathe, could feel her windpipe collapsing in on itself. Fighting, she staggered up and twisted around. Garrett Wright sat in the chair she had vacated, smiling. The hands around her throat were invisible. The first thing we do, let's kill all the lawyers. The line rang in her ears, louder and louder, until the words were indistinguishable. Gasping for air, she jerked upright in bed and stared at the phone on the nightstand. Fear rose in her throat until she thought she would gag on it, but she forced herself to reach out and pick up the receiver. "Ellen North," she said. her mouth as dry as cotton. The silence was a heartbeat, and then came the voice, gruff and unsteady.
"It's Steiger. We've found the Holloman boy. He's dead."
Journal entry, February 1st, 1994. Our litany of sins is an old classic song. We started young and have lasted long. Infused with new blood, our game will go on. Chapter 30. Ms. North, how will this affect the charges against Garrett Wright? Ms. North, are you ready to admit you're prosecuting the wrong man? Ms. North, are you holding to your accomplice theory? Ms. North, is it true your line-up witness recanted her identification of Wright? Ms. North, Ms. North, Ms. North! The frantic voices echoed in Ellen's brain, louder and louder and louder, like the voice in her nightmare, until all she heard was noise. "Stop it!" she shouted, turning her face up into the punishing hot spray of the shower, trying to wash away the images, sharp and painful, in her memory. A child's body, the purple marks of strangulation, a circlet of bruises around his small throat. A child's body with a slip of paper pinned to the striped pajamas he wore. A message that cut to the bone. Some rise by sin, and some by virtue fall. A child's body discarded like a blown tire along the side of the road, abandoned at the base of the sign that welcomed visitors to Campion, a friendly place to live. The black humor, the twisted psychological intent of leaving the body when and where it was found, sickened Ellen almost as badly as the murder itself. The message was arrogance, disrespect for the police agencies involved, a callous disrespect for life, for decency, for small-town values, just as the note in the book had been a nose-thumbing at the court system, a sneering disregard for the sanctity and security of the courthouse. The total package of crimes that made up the game was among the worst she had ever dealt with. With the discovery of Dustin Holloman's body, the situation, difficult enough to this point, had reached critical mass. She could still hear the hysterical sobs of the Holloman family, the shaky voices of the cops. Even the coroner, the irascible Stuart Oglethorpe, had wept as Dustin's lifeless body was zipped into the too big black bag and loaded into the hearse. Ellen had held herself together as best she could, struggling to put a brave face over the emotions that ravaged her. She represented justice. If any entity needed to show strength in the face of evil, it was justice. The people looked to her, to the system, to make things right, to avenge the wrongs. She had to stand strong. A blessed numbness had descended to insulate her, the miraculous self-protective properties of the human psyche at work. She had gone through all the motions, consulted with Steiger and Wilhelm as the evidence techs from the BCA mobile lab processed the scene under the harsh white glare of the portable halogen lights. Individual faces in the surrounding crowd caught in her peripheral vision. Henry Forster from the Star Tribune, a correspondent from Dateline. Jay. He had come there for the story. The cynic in her reminded her of that fact, but it couldn't discount the bleak expression on his face, or the sound of his voice when several of the reporters had turned to him for opinions when they could get no answers from anyone else.
"It's a tragedy,"
he said in a rough, low voice.
"There's nothing I can say to make it any less senseless."
His words stayed with her as she prepared herself for the day, slicking her hair back into a twist, selecting her best black suit from the closet. Dustin Holloman's death was a tragedy that should never have happened anywhere, but most of all not here. This was a crime against the community of Park County, the murder of a collective innocence. Ignorance is not innocence, but sin. Garrett Wright and his shadow may have viewed the innocence of this place as ignorance, but the sin was theirs, and they would be made to pay. They would damn well be made to pay. The vow burned in Ellen's mind, in her heart. She would see to it. She hadn't asked for this battle, hadn't wanted it to come here, but she would fight it with everything she had. Not giving a damn if the reporters followed her, she drove across town to the new office complex on Ramsey Drive, where Costello had rented a suite for his stay here. The extravagance sickened her. This was what Tony Costello was all about. Money, power, a staff of drones to do the work, an image polished to a diamond's shine. She marched past the secretary, homing in on Costello, who stood in the hall giving orders to one of his associates. Dorman's eyes widened at the sight of her. Costello's expression was guarded. "Have you heard?" she demanded. "About the Holloman boy? He's dead." Costello reached for her arm. "Let's go in my office." Ellen jerked away from his touch. "Let's not. I'd rather your staff hear exactly what kind of a bastard they're working for, if they don't already know." Anger flashed in his dark eyes, and he took another step toward her. "Ellen, you're out of line." "I'm out of line? My God!" She shook her head in disbelief. "You could have saved that child. You could have at least been a coward and called in anonymously. But if Wright's accomplice is nailed, then Wright is nailed too, and you'll be damned if you'll lose a case over something as trivial as a child's life." She could see the secretary, wide-eyed and uncertain. Another associate, an African-American woman, stepped into the hall from an office, looking shocked. Costello's face was a stony mask. "You'll be damned, all right," Ellen snarled. "I'm filing a complaint with the Professional Relations Board today. If I find one shred of evidence linking you to that boy's murderer, I will ruin you, Tony. You're as guilty of his death as if you put your hands around his throat and choked him yourself." She stormed out of the office, half expecting him to follow. But he didn't. She had taken him by surprise, knocked him back on his heels, and she could imagine what he was thinking. No time to appear in front of the press that waited in the hall. Better to say nothing, leave them wondering, leave her to deal with them, the cold-hearted son of a bitch. She pushed past the reporters, letting them draw their own conclusions as to why she would pay a visit to the opposition less than 2 hours before they were due in court. By the time she arrived at the courthouse, the full flock of vultures had descended. The scene in Campion had been processed and abandoned, picked clean of details and metaphors, photographed from every possible angle. They perched themselves on the main steps of the courthouse, hovered around all the entrances. The only way into the building was to run the gauntlet, eyes forward, stride purposeful, mouth closed. They hurled their questions at her like stones and chased her into the building, demanding the answers she had refused them just hours before. "Ms. North, how will the discovery of Dustin Holloman's body affect the charges against Garrett Wright?" "Ms. North, are you ready to admit you're prosecuting the wrong man?" "What were you doing at Anthony Costello's offices? Will there be some kind of deal? Are you dropping the charges? Ms. North, are you holding to your accomplice theory? Will you try to pin this on the sci-fi cowboys? Does the Park County Attorney's Office have anything to say for itself?" "Yes." She tossed a glare over her shoulder without breaking stride. "I have a hearing to prepare for and a suspect who's as guilty as sin. If you let this latest atrocity sway you from believing that, then you're just buying into his sick game, and you're as much accomplices as the person who dumped that child's body." If she had meant her words to silence or humiliate them, she would have been disappointed. As it was, the rise in volume as they all clamored to speak at once came as no great surprise. Just like old times, she thought as she stepped past the deputy who had been stationed outside the office door. Only worse. The office was in a state of stunned chaos. Phones rang incessantly and seemed to go unanswered. One of the secretaries from Campion sat at her desk, weeping. Phoebe knelt on the floor beside the woman's chair, offering Kleenex and sympathy, her own eyes red-rimmed and brimming with tears. Rudy stood in the center of it all, looking like a captain on the deck of a sinking ship. "This is an absolute nightmare," he said half under his breath, glaring at Ellen as if the idea of dumping Dustin Holloman's body in plain sight mere hours before the probable cause hearing had been her idea. "Bill Glendenning called me at home to demand an explanation. He said from the position of his office, it appears you've lost all control of the situation, Ellen." "You, not we," Ellen noted, as she went into her office, Rudy following. He was ready to cut the ties and blame her in order to save his ass and his prospective judgeship. She wheeled on him. I've lost control? I never had control. I had a case to build, and I've built it. I'm not omnipotent. If I were in control, none of this would ever have happened. You know what I mean. Yes, I certainly do. She didn't care that Quentin Adler stood just behind him in the doorway, soaking up every word to be regurgitated later at the water cooler. You've really painted yourself into a corner this time, haven't you, Rudy? You dumped this case on me because you didn't have the guts to take it on yourself. Now what? She demanded. God forbid you should look at the evidence we have against Garrett Wright and back me up. I've backed you in this from the beginning, Ellen, he said indignantly. I gave you my full confidence. I gave you free rein. He had given her ample rope and half hoped she would hang herself with it, but not before he could get himself clear of her kicking feet. He had never, in all his scheming scenarios, imagined anything as dire as this latest turn of events. If he washed his hands of her now, he would appear weak. If he backed her and she failed, she would take the brunt of the criticism, but the fallout would be on him. His decision-making abilities would be questioned. His qualifications as a judge would be questioned. He could almost feel the robes slipping from his grasp. Do I need to remind you Mitch Holt ran down Garrett Wright himself? Ellen asked. He's guilty. Not of killing that Holloman boy. That's not the case we're hearing. But don't worry, Rudy. When that one comes in, I will be first in line. I want to nail that son of a bitch's hide to the wall and pick my teeth with his bones. Now, if you'll excuse me, she said, backing him out into the hall. I've got a battle to wage. All rise. Court is in session. The Honorable Judge Gorman Grabko presiding. The bailiff smashed the gavel down again as the noisy crowd surged to its feet. Jay watched as Gorman Grabko emerged from his chambers with a theatrical air of dignity, bald head polished to a high sheen, beard neatly trimmed. A gray-striped bow tie perched above the neck of his robes, properly discreet. He climbed up to his eyrie on the bench and settled himself with quiet ceremony, arranging his stack of files and books just so, before looking out on the assembled mob that filled his courtroom shoulder to shoulder. Jay followed the judge's eyes, trying to imagine the scene from Grabko's point of view. Looking past the council tables into the gallery, he would see Paul Kirkwood, sitting in the front row with a sour expression, Rudy Stovich, right beside him, his greased gray hair rising off one side of his head like a loose asphalt shingle. He would see Mitch Holt in a suit and tie, and Megan O'Malley wearing the ugly badges of her beating, bruises that had reached the pomegranate and puce stage, stitches crawling over her lower lip like a centipede. The Harris College contingent had arrayed themselves on the other side of the aisle, behind the defense table. Christopher Priest and the assistant dean, a cadre of students. Todd Childs, noticeably absent. Karen Wright, looking fragile and lovely in rose-petal pink. And the press all around. From his lofty seat, Grabko could literally look down on the lawyers, every judge's secret joy. At the prosecution table, Ellen stood, her back rigid, her jaw rigid, her hands curled into fists at her sides. She was furious, almost to the point of shaking, Jay would have bet. And he had a sinking feeling her temper was directly attributable to the discussion that had gone on in chambers moments before, where Grabko would have announced to the lawyers his decisions on motions they had made prior to today. Costello had filed 2 of note, had broadcast them to the press with fanfare, a motion to dismiss and a motion to suppress the lineup identification. He stood at the defense table with his associate, smartly decked out in a tailored tobacco-brown suit, black hair gleaming almost blue under the lights, his expression allowing just a hint of overconfidence. Christ, would Grabko have been so easily led? Would the news of the Holloman boy's death have swayed him as it had many of the reporters who had been on the scene in the pearl-gray hours before dawn? His decision on the dismissal had to be based on the evidence regarding the issue of the constitutionality of the arrest, but that didn't mean other factors couldn't influence him subconsciously or otherwise. If Grabko had been sufficiently starstruck by Costello, if he had already been leaning toward the defense. Anxiety knotted in Jay's gut. He hadn't been able to get the morning's images out of his head. In the usual course of his job, he had seen hundreds of crime scene photos, some grisly beyond imagining. But he had never actually been to a scene like this one. He would never forget the sight of that small, lifeless body, would never forget the raw, nameless emotion that had cut through him, or the anguished keening of the boy's mother. There were no words to describe the kind of desperate tension that had thickened the cold air along that stretch of road leading into Campion. Acrid, volatile, like a toxic chemical cloud that could have ignited and exploded at the slightest spark. And he knew it was all part of the master plan, mapped out by Wright and his partner. A move meant to shock, meant to thumb their noses at their opponents in the game. Some rise by sin, and some by virtue fall. Who represented virtue more than the police, more than the prosecutor, more than a child? The goal was to get away with murder, to defeat the justice system, and destroy the servants of that system in the process, and to destroy 2 innocent families in the bargain. The pure evil of it was stunning. And fewer people were willing to believe the defendant standing at the table was capable of embodying that evil. Evil was supposed to be ugly, instantly recognizable. Not a respected college professor who rehabilitated delinquents. Not an attractive, quiet man in a conservative blue suit. "Be seated," Grabko intoned. He perched a pair of half-glasses on his nose and consulted a document, as if he had no idea what case was coming up before him. "We are here on the matter of the state versus Dr. Garrett Wright. This is the omnibus hearing. For those of you in the gallery unfamiliar with our system, the omnibus hearing is the equivalent of a probable cause hearing, wherein the state bears the burden of proof to show that the defendant indeed may have committed the crimes of which he stands accused and should be bound over for trial. Counsel for the defense," he announced. "Please state your names for the record." Costello and his minion rose in unison. "Anthony Costello, Your Honor. Assisting me will be my associate, Mr. Dorman." Counsel for the prosecution. "Assistant County Attorney Ellen North, Your Honor. Assistant County Attorney Cameron Reed, Your Honor." "Mr. Costello," Grabko said, turning his attention back to the defense. "Regarding your previously filed motion to dismiss on the grounds that in the process of arresting Dr. Wright, the Deer Lake Police Force violated his rights under the 4th Amendment of the United States Constitution. I have carefully considered your argument and weighed all factors involved, including Chief Halt's statement and the prosecution's argument." He paused for effect, stroking a hand down his beard, as if he were just now coming to his conclusion. Jay pulled in a breath and held it. "I find your argument has merit. There was a certain delay between pursuit and apprehension, wherein Chief Halt lost sight of his suspect." A gasp went up in the gallery. In the front row, Paul Kirkwood leaned forward to grasp the railing, as if preparing to vault over it. "However," Grabko said, "the length of the delay is in dispute, and I am convinced the rule of exigent circumstances applied. Therefore, motion to dismiss is denied." Another wave of sound rolled through the courtroom. Grabko banged his gavel and frowned at the gallery. "I will have order in this courtroom. This hearing is a legal proceeding, not a play. Those in the gallery will remain silent or be removed." Threat made, he resettled himself like a tom turkey that had had his feathers ruffled. He carefully set aside the documents concerning the first motion and took up another. "With regards to the defense motion to suppress the lineup identification, motion granted." Ellen rose from her chair as the gallery behind her defied fate and burst into a cacophony of sound. "Your Honor!" she shouted over the noise as Grabko cracked his gavel down. "Your Honor, I request the record show—" "Ms. North," Grabko snapped, scowling at her over the rims of his glasses. "You made your opinion of my ruling abundantly clear in chambers. Unless you would care to be served with a charge of contempt, I suggest you not make it again." Biting down on her temper, she did a mental count to 10. "Yes, Your Honor." "You may call your first witness, Ms. North." "The state calls Agent Megan O'Malley." Mitch gave Megan's good hand a squeeze. She rose from her seat on the aisle and made her way slowly through the gate and toward the witness stand, trying not to lean too heavily against her crutch, too aware of the eyes that followed her. Scrutinizing, speculating. The bailiff hovered at her shoulder as if he expected her to swoon. She backed him off with an icy glare and took her time climbing into the witness box. Standing behind the table, Ellen assessed her witness as Megan was sworn in, noting with grim satisfaction that the BCA agent had taken no measures to cover the damage that had been done to her. She wore no makeup and had pulled her dark hair back off her neck, revealing the fading choke marks around her throat. "Agent O'Malley," Ellen began, "please state for the record your occupation." Was the Deer Lake Regional Field Agent for the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension." "You say was. Has your status with the Bureau changed recently?" "Yes," Megan answered grudgingly. "I'm currently on medical leave." "Due to injuries suffered on January 22nd, 1994? "Yes." "Agent O'Malley, you were the agent in charge of the investigation of the abduction of Josh Kirkwood, were you not?" "That's correct." "And were you investigating that crime on the 22nd? "Yes, I was." "Would you please tell the court what happened on that morning?" "Objection," Costello said in a bored tone. "Relevance." Ellen cut him a look. "Goes to motive, Your Honor. We intend to establish a chronology of events that led to the vicious attack against Agent O'Malley." Grabko pursed his lips and nodded. "Overruled." Ellen stepped out from behind the table and walked slowly toward the witness stand, pulling Grabko's attention away from Costello. "Please continue, Agent O'Malley." "I had stopped my car on the side of Old Cedar Road, got out of the vehicle, and was examining a set of skid marks made on the road during an auto accident that had taken place on the night of Josh Kirkwood's abduction, directly prior to his abduction." "Why were you interested in the accident site?" "I was suspicious of the cause and the timing of the accident. The resulting injuries to the drivers and passengers delayed Josh Kirkwood's mother, Dr. Hannah Garrison, in leaving the hospital to pick him up from hockey practice. In the time between the accident and Dr. Garrison's arrival at the ice arena, Josh was abducted." "And while you were examining these skid marks, were you approached by anyone?" "Yes. Dr. Garrett Wright stopped and expressed an interest in my purpose for being there. I simply said I was checking something out." "To the best of your knowledge, was Dr. Wright aware of the accident that had taken place?" "Yes, he was. The driver of the car that caused the accident was a student at Harris College who was involved in a project Dr. Wright and Professor Christopher Priest were heading." "Did you see Dr. Wright again later that day?" "Yes. I went to Harris College looking for Professor Priest. The professor wasn't in his office, but I found Dr. Wright there, along with a student." "How was Dr. Wright dressed at that time?" "He was wearing a shirt and tie and dark trousers." "You spoke to him then?" "Yes. Dr. Wright informed me that Priest had gone to St. Peter and would likely return to his home around 2:30 p.m. "Was Dr. Wright aware of your intention to go to his colleague's home?" "He offered to give me directions." "Did you inform anyone else of your intention to go to Priest's home?" "No." "And where is Professor Priest's home located?" 10226 Stone Quarry Trail, outside of town." "In a wooded, relatively isolated area, correct?" "Yes." "When you arrived at that location, was Professor Priest at home?" "No. The house was locked and dark. There was no car. I proceeded to walk around the property, the south end of which abuts Quarry Hills Park. As I neared the end of a storage shed on the southeast corner of the property, I saw a trail of footprints in the snow leading from the south, the park, into the shed. I found that suspicious, so I drew my weapon, announced myself as a law enforcement officer, and demanded the person in the shed come out." "Did the person come out?" "No." "What happened then?" Megan blinked slowly, the scene flashing in broken frames behind her eyelids like a poorly spliced film. A weird twilight quality to the afternoon, the sky leaden, snow falling thick and heavy, A forest of black, winter-dead trees surrounded the property. "I decided to go back to my vehicle and radio for backup," she said. Her heart beat a little harder. She was moving past the shed. 30 feet, and she would be clear of it. She got no farther than 15. Someone burst out of the shed. The first blow struck with a power that sent her sprawling headlong. The gun flew out of her hand. She could see it, sailing away, falling, disappearing into the snow. She lunged toward it, kicking, flailing like a beached swimmer. I tried to get the gun. He came down on top of me." Black clothing, ski mask, eyes, and a mouth. A short black club swinging down at her. "He struck me," she said, the tension building in her chest. "With a baton, like a nightstick, hard." Again and again, hitting her shoulder, hitting her a glancing blow off the side of her head, striking her right hand as she held it up in defense, the blow so vicious that the pain roared up her arm and exploded in her brain. The memory of the pain brought a wave of nausea. She pulled a slow, unsteady breath deep into her lungs. "I lost consciousness," she said quietly. "When you regained consciousness, where were you?" "Tied to a chair. I don't know the location." "Can you describe the surroundings?" "I was blindfolded. I had only a small wedge of vision at the bottom of the blindfold." Ellen paused, resting a hand on the smooth old wood of the witness stand as gently as if it were Megan's hand. From this close, she could see that Megan's ashen pallor had nothing to do with the quality of the lighting, and that despite the coolness of the room, a fine film of perspiration misted her forehead. "Megan, I realize this is difficult for you," she said, with genuine sympathy, "but will you tell us what happened while you were held captive in this place?" Megan swallowed hard. Control. She was a cop. She had testified 1,000,000 times. She had never been a victim. She turned a narrow gaze on Garrett Wright, sitting so calm, beaming false innocence, and damned him to the vilest, blackest corner of hell. "He beat me repeatedly," she said, cursing the tears that filled her eyes. Damned if she would let them fall. "He choked me. He talked about killing me. Maybe he would, maybe he wouldn't. He talked about taking Josh. He called it a game. And he made you a pawn in his game, didn't he? He told me I would be their next move." And the sense of helplessness and humiliation had nearly been worse than the pain. "Agent O'Malley, even though you couldn't see your assailant's face, you came to a conclusion about his identity. How did you arrive at this conclusion?" "Only 2 people knew I had gone to Priest's home, Garrett Wright being one of them. He had also seen me examining the skid marks at the accident site. If he was involved, he would have known I was onto something. I had met and spoken with Dr. Wright on several occasions. I was familiar with his patterns of speech. I knew his height in relation to my own. I had also noticed he had a pronounced habit of rocking back on his heels. I could see a section of floor beside my chair. I saw his boots, saw him rocking back on his heels while he went on and on about how brilliant he was," she said bitterly. "And did he say anything specific that rang a bell with you?" "Yes. I asked him why he had singled out Josh, why the Kirkwoods. With great contempt he said, 'Why not? Such a perfect little family.' When I'd spoken with Dr. Wright earlier in the day, he used the same phrase to describe the Kirkwoods, 'such a perfect family.'" Ellen walked away from the stand, letting the testimony hang there, not only for Grabco, but for the press as well. Let them look at Megan, bruised and beaten. Let them look at the well-dressed, well-groomed man who stood accused and begin to realize what a monster they had in their midst. Slipping her reading glasses on, Ellen chose a report from the documents Cameron had spread out on the table. "The injuries you suffered at the hands of this man were severe, weren't they?" "Yes. According to the medical report, marked People's Exhibit C, you sustained a concussion, multiple severe contusions, bruised kidneys, cracked ribs, damage to your right knee. Nearly every bone in your right hand sustained multiple fractures. Extensive damage that will require a number of operations if you're to have any hope of regaining mobility." She paused, looking up at Megan with sympathy, with apology. "Agent O'Malley, considering the extent of the damage to your hand, can you realistically hope you'll ever be able to resume your full duties as a field agent for the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension?" The question hit Megan like a brick to the solar plexus. The answer was one she had evaded and denied and lain awake nights contemplating. It scared the hell out of her. All she had ever wanted in life was to be a good cop, and if she couldn't be a cop, then what was she? Who was she? The tears blurred her vision, and she blinked furiously as she lifted her chin to a proud angle. "It's not likely. No." Ellen glared at Costello. "Your witness." He rose, his expression cool, unmoved, his brows drawing together as he consulted a newspaper clipping. "I have to confess, I'm a little confused here, Agent O'Malley. You've told the court you were investigating aspects of the Kirkwood abduction on the 22nd. Is that correct?" "Yes. But according to an article in the Star Tribune dated Saturday, January 22nd, you had already been officially relieved of your post, temporarily suspended from active duty. According to your special agent in charge, Bruce De Palma, you had been replaced in the Deer Lake region by Agent Martin Wilhelm the day before because of your mishandling of the investigation." "That's a lie," Megan said sharply. Costello arched a brow. "You're calling your special agent in charge a liar?" "No, Mr. Costello," she said plainly. "I'm calling you a liar." Judge Grabko gave a little jolt in his seat, scowling ferociously. "Agent O'Malley, I expect a certain decorum in my courtroom, especially from those in law enforcement." Megan made no effort to apologize. If the pompous old fart wanted contrition, he'd damn well have to ask for it. Costello pressed on, having no desire to break his rhythm. "You'd been working the case for 10 days with no satisfactory result. One suspect had died in custody." "Objection!" Ellen snapped, rising. "There's no point to this attack. Agent O'Malley isn't on trial." "Your Honor, we feel Agent O'Malley's status with the BCA, as well as her mental state on the 22nd, are very much factors here." "This is a hearing, Mr. Costello," Ellen said, "not a trial. You have the right to cross-examine the witnesses, not impeach them." Grabko smacked his gavel down. "This is my courtroom, Ms. North. I will oversee the implementation of the rules." "Yes, Your Honor," she said tightly. "Please do." "Objection overruled. Please continue, Mr. Costello." Costello stepped out from behind the table and sauntered into the open area in front of the bench. "Had you been directed by Special Agent in charge De Palma to appear at BCA headquarters in St. Paul on Saturday the 22nd? "Yes," Megan admitted grudgingly. "And yet you were wandering around Deer Lake, looking at skid marks, asking questions, by your own admission, continuing an investigation that you no longer had any connection to. Is that correct?" "No. I still felt a very strong connection to the case. Josh was still missing. I still had questions. I felt obligated to try to get answers. Appearing at headquarters did not outweigh the need to find a child in danger and apprehend the creep responsible." "So you defied direct orders from your superior?" "Delayed. Because you didn't want to let go of the case." "I may not have been agent in charge of the investigation any longer, but I was still a cop," Megan said. "I felt a moral obligation." "There was quite a lot of hoopla surrounding your assignment to the Deer Lake region, wasn't there?" Costello asked, changing lanes with the skill of a Grand Prix driver. "I guess." "You're being modest. You were the first woman in the history of the BCA to hold a field post. Isn't that right?" he said with phony amazement. "Yes. There was a great deal of pressure on you to solve the Kirkwood case, more so than if you had been a man." "I wouldn't know," Megan said deadpan. "I've never been a man." Snickers rattled through the gallery. Grabko bumped his gavel and glared at them. "The press was scrutinizing, quite literally, your every move," Costello went on. "Headquarters was breathing down your neck. You were operating under tremendous stress. Is that a fair assessment?" Yes. And you wanted very badly to solve the case. In fact, your very career was riding on it. I wanted to solve the case. That was my job. You were desperate. Determined. Costello turned his profile to the gallery and smiled the charming, wide, white smile, shaking his head. You have a stubborn propensity for rationalization, Agent O'Malley. Objection, Ellen snapped. Sustained. Please confine yourself to questions, Mr. Costello. He nodded slightly and moved back to the defense table. Dorman sat at attention like a trick poodle, holding out the proper statement, which Costello accepted and paged through. Agent O'Malley, at any time during the course of the investigation, was Dr. Wright considered a suspect in the disappearance of Josh Kirkwood? No, not until he abducted and assaulted me and Chief Halt ran him down. A muscle ticked in Costello's jaw. His dark eyes flashed as he turned toward Grabko. The judge leaned over the witness stand, temper rouging his cheeks above his beard. Agent O'Malley, I'm quite certain you know better than to answer in such a manner. Do so again, and you may be held in contempt. Yes, Your Honor. She tipped her head in a way that would seem deferential to Grabko, but kept him from seeing her eyes. Isn't it true, Costello went on, that in fact you had considered a number of other people as suspects, including Paul Kirkwood? As dictated by standard operating procedures involving abductions, the immediate family was considered as part of the dual investigation. You were a little more rigorous in your consideration of Paul Kirkwood than someone just going through the motions. Megan narrowed her eyes at him. I'm a good cop. I never just go through the motions. That's admirable. So you were dead serious when you brought Mr. Kirkwood in to be fingerprinted? Mr. Kirkwood was fingerprinted for elimination purposes only. You spoke with Dr. Wright and his student on the 22nd, Costello said, switching tacks again. But you actually went to Harris College in search of Professor Christopher Priest, is that right? Yes. Why? I wanted to ask him some questions. Did you consider him a suspect? There was that possibility. You gave Dr. Wright the impression that you would be going out to Christopher Priest's residence later that day. Can you say whether or not Dr. Wright or Todd Childs might have spoken about that afterward with other people? I couldn't say. Is it possible your conversation might have been overheard by someone in the hall outside the office? I couldn't say. So you can't conclusively say that Dr. Wright was only one of 2 people who knew you were going to Professor Priest's home. To my knowledge, he was. What time was it when you arrived at Priest's home? Approximately 1:45 p.m. Costello arched a brow for his audience. But Dr. Wright had specified Priest wouldn't be back until around 2:30. Why did you get there so early? Megan cocked her head to a belligerent angle. I wanted to be there to welcome him home. Agent O'Malley, Grabko cautioned. You considered him a suspect, Costello said. Asked and answered, Ellen said wearily, rising. Your Honor, can we ask Mr. Costello to cut to the chase here? It simply isn't relevant, whether there was 1 suspect or a dozen. Dr. Wright is the man who was apprehended. Grabko's face tightened, as if he wanted to deny her, but couldn't. Let's move on, Mr. Costello. Costello didn't bat an eye. Agent O'Malley, did you see the face of the person who attacked you at the Priest residence? He hit her from the side, sent her sprawling. The gun flew out of her hand. No. Did you see the face of the person who assaulted you while you were held at this undisclosed location? The pain came from all directions at once, striking her shoulder, her knee, her hand, again and again. Agent O'Malley? I saw his feet. Costello looked indignant. And on the basis of that, you would have us try a respected member of the community for heinous crimes? No, Did you recognize his voice? You think we'll kill you, clever girl? You wouldn't be the first by a long, long way. A whisper, soft, disembodied. No, but... Costello wheeled away from her. You didn't see him, couldn't recognize him, he never spoke his name. he said, his voice growing louder with every syllable. He flung her written statement down onto the table and turned back toward her. Is there anything you can tell us, former Agent O'Malley, that should make us believe your conclusion that your assailant was Dr. Garrett Wright is anything more than the desperate grasping of a woman who bungled the case and had to do something to keep her career from going down the toilet? Objection! Ellen shouted. Grabko pounded for order. The sounds were blocked in Megan's mind by the white noise of fury. The fine thread on her control snapped, and the rage poured through her and out of her. I can tell you he's guilty, she shouted, coming up out of her seat. I can tell you he's a sick son of a bitch who thinks it's a game to steal children and ruin lives, and he deserves worse than anything this court will do to him. Order! Grabko screamed, pounding like a carpenter. The head snapped off his gavel and sailed at the defense table. Order! The bailiff started toward the witness stand, but jumped back at the sight of Megan's crutch. Megan's focus was on Costello, who stood no more than a foot away, his face calm, his dark eyes bright, the barest hint of a smile tightening the corners of his mouth. Oh, God, O'Malley, you played right into his hands. Way to go! She had to appear just exactly as he had wanted to paint her, obsessed, biased, out of control, desperate. The realization made her feel ill, dizzy. She sank weakly back into her chair and closed her eyes. No further questions, Costello said, and walked calmly back toward his client. Chapter 31. The state calls Chief of Police Mitch Holt, Ellen said calmly, as if her first witness hadn't just been hustled out of the courtroom. She didn't blame Megan for losing her poise. Considering what Wright had put her through, it was a wonder she hadn't pulled a gun and shot him, and Costello too, while she was at it. The big question in Ellen's mind was what impact Megan's emotional testimony would have. The press might take her side, or not, but Grabko was clearly pissed off. This hearing was his show, and Megan had upstaged him. Would he look at her testimony and see anything but red? With luck, Mitch would settle the judge and the gallery. He made an excellent witness, businesslike, his face set in the stony, no-nonsense expression of a veteran detective. He took the stand and swore the oath, his gaze fixed on the defense table. Chief Holt, will you please tell the court about the events that occurred on the night of January 22nd? Ellen prompted. At approximately 8:45 p.m., I received a call from Agent O'Malley, Mitch said. She was in obvious distress. She wasn't allowed to say much. Then, an unidentified male came on the line and instructed me to go alone to the southwest entrance of Quarry Hills Park at 9:15. Did he say why? He said they had a present for me, that they wanted to win the game. And you went to the park as instructed? Not as instructed. I immediately sent an unmarked car with 2 officers to the southeast entrance of the park, another to the southwest, and came into the park myself on foot from the west. Where the park adjoins the lakeside neighborhood? Yes. I waited in the cover of the trees. At 9:05, a late-model GMC 4x4 truck entered the park, drove some distance along the road and stopped. The driver got out, went to the passenger side and let the passenger out, then marched her approximately 30 feet back to the south. Megan, limping heavily, unquestionably badly injured. The fury he had felt then burned again like a coal. A struggle ensued between them, he stated flatly. I ran out from the woods with my weapon drawn, announced myself as a police officer, and ordered them to freeze. At this point, did you recognize either person? Yes, I recognized Agent O'Malley. The assailant was wearing a ski mask. Was he armed? Yes. He had a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. And was he threatening Agent O'Malley? Yes. At one point, he had the gun pressed to her temple. And Mitch had known a wrong move, a wrong decision, and she would be dead right there and then, before his eyes. I ordered him to drop the weapon, informed him he was under arrest, he went on. Agent O'Malley knocked him off balance. He pushed her at me, fired several rounds, and jumped back into the truck, which was still running. I jumped into the back of the truck, fired a shot through the back window in order to break the glass,
ordered him to stop the truck. Did he? No. He returned fire, then lost control of the vehicle. The truck roared off the path and into space, landed bucking, skidded sideways, sending up a spray of snow. I was thrown clear. The truck slammed into a tree. You then pursued the suspect on foot? Yes. He ran west into the woods and up the hill toward Lakeside, occasionally stopping to fire at me. Were you hit? One shot cut through the sleeve of my coat and grazed my arm. But you continued pursuit? Yes. At one point he discarded his ski mask. I found it lying on the ground along the trail. What did you do with it? Left it where it was. The crime scene unit later photographed it in place, then bagged it as evidence and sent it to the BCA lab to be processed. Your Honor, Ellen addressed Grabko as Cameron rose and presented several photographs to the clerk. The ski mask itself is still at the BCA lab, but the state would like to introduce the crime scene photographs in its stead for the purpose of this hearing. Mr. Costello? Grabko asked, arching a brow. No objections, Your Honor. Grabko nodded to his clerk. Receive the photographs into evidence. Where did the suspect appear to be headed? Ellen asked, turning back to Mitch. The Lakeside subdivision, Mitch said. He ran up through the backyards of the houses on Lakeshore Drive. Running along the cross-country ski trail, darting in and out between the snow-frosted spruce trees, the cold air like razors in his lungs, thinking how insane it was to be chasing a college professor who drove a Saab and worked with juvenile offenders. I pursued the suspect through the yards, heading north. I saw him let himself into a garage through the back door, followed him in, took him down, and arrested him. And is that man sitting in the courtroom? Yes, he is. He glared at the man whose game had shredded the fabric of life in Deer Lake irreparably. Dr. Garrett Wright, the defendant. Thank you, Chief Holt, Ellen said with a nod. No further questions. Mitch watched Costello rise, wondering if he would play the same game he had played with Megan, moving closer and closer into her space until she lashed out at him. He would have liked the chance to lash out at Costello, himself, preferably in a dark alley with no witnesses. It had killed him to sit impassively in the gallery watching Megan unravel. A female bailiff had escorted her from the stand into the jury room after her final outburst. He wanted only one thing more than he wanted to go to her, and that was to nail the lid on Garrett Wright's coffin. Chief Holt, Costello began, standing at ease behind the defense table. You testify the suspect was wearing a ski mask when you first encountered him in the park. You did not see his face at that time? No. Did he speak to you? No. The truck he was driving was registered to whom? Roy Strandberg, who was in Arizona at the time. The truck was stolen. And were Dr. Wright's fingerprints found in this truck? No. And when you were pursuing the suspect through the woods, did you see him discard the ski mask? Did you see his face? No. That's a fairly dense woods, isn't it, Chief Holt? A lot of trees? That would be the definition of a woods, yes, Mitch said dryly. You didn't have a clear and constant view of the suspect, did you? Not constant, no, but the gunfire kept me apprised of his whereabouts. Another snicker ran through the gallery, but Costello jumped onto the opportunity. And when you apprehended Dr. Wright, was he in possession of a weapon? No. According to the statements, Dr. Wright's hands were later tested for gunpowder residue and the tests were negative. Isn't that right? Yes. Costello steepled his fingers and arranged his features in a contemplative mien. So you're running through the woods. It's dark. It's snowing. You're dodging gunfire, dodging trees. You lost sight of your suspect more than once, didn't you? I saw him just fine when he went into that garage. But you had lost sight of him prior to that. For no more than seconds. How many seconds? I didn't time the instances. 5 seconds, 10, 20. Less than 20, less than 15. But you have no way of knowing for certain. No. So it could be possible that the man you saw going into that garage wasn't your suspect at all, isn't that right? That would be unlikely. But possible? Remotely. Prior to making the actual arrest, did you have any reason to believe the suspect you were chasing was Dr. Wright? Agent O'Malley had told me it was Dr. Wright. I see, Costello said with an exaggerated nod. He turned sideways, cocking a hip against the table, absently twirling a pencil in his hands. Chief Holt, when you received that phone call from Agent O'Malley and heard that she was in distress, in danger, what did that make you feel? Mitch squinted at him, suspicious. I don't follow. Were you in fear for her life? Of course. And when you saw her in Quarry Hills Park, and she was obviously badly wounded, did that make you angry? Objection, Ellen said, looking askance at Costello. Is there a point to this? A very sharp one, Your Honor. Grabko nodded. Proceed. Answer the question, Chief Holt. Yes. It made you angry. You were frightened for her. You wanted to get the person responsible. You wanted that badly. That's my job. But your feelings went beyond a professional concern, didn't they? Isn't it true? You and Agent O'Malley are involved? Objection! Ellen surged to her feet. This is absolutely outside the scope of this hearing. We're here to review facts and evidence, not the personal lives of police officers. Grabko smacked his new gavel. I don't want to hear another lecture from you, Ms. North, he snapped. Mr. Costello, perhaps you'd better state your point for the court. Ellen tossed her pencil down and crossed her arms. Do you have a problem with my suggestion, Ms. North? Grabko asked coolly. Yes, I do, Your Honor. It gives Mr. Costello the opportunity to present his case to the press, which is very likely the reason he went down this road in the first place. Grabko stuck his lower lip out like a pouting child. The outcome of this hearing will not be based on the opinions of the press, Ms. North. The decision is mine and mine alone, to be made on the basis of the evidence presented, and so it is for me to decide the relevance of Mr. Costello's line of questioning. If I feel it bears merit, I'll allow it. If not, it will be disregarded. And will it be disregarded by every potential juror who reads the Pioneer Press or watches Care 11 News? Ellen argued. We may not have a jury seated, Your Honor, but we have a gallery who will act as jury and judge. If Mr. Costello has to make this lame argument, please let him do it in sidebar. The judge's eyes scanned the eager faces in the gallery, every last one of them salivating at the idea of hearing something someone didn't want them to hear. Sidebar, he declared unhappily. They arrayed themselves at the side of the bench, Costello and Ellen shoulder to shoulder, flanked by their associates. Now, by all means, Mr. Costello, Ellen said under her breath with sharp-edged sweetness, enlighten us as to your big city legal brilliance. Costello smiled. You'll have to forgive Ms. North, Your Honor. It's understandable she wouldn't want this particular subject raised, the effect of personal relationships on motivation. The subtext cut to the quick. Ellen was stunned that even he would skate so close to such a dangerous edge. Turning back to the judge, she shifted her body just slightly and planted the heel of her pump on Costello's handmade Italian Oxford, grinding down on his little toe. Your Honor, Chief Holt and Agent O'Malley were acting in their capacity as law enforcement officers. They are here today testifying in that capacity, Costello said through his teeth as he tried to surreptitiously wrench his foot out from under hers. But as Ms. North well knows, Your Honor, emotions spill over from our personal lives into our professional, particularly in a highly charged situation, which this obviously was. If those emotions affected Chief Holt's judgment, I think the court should know about it. Will it make your client any less guilty? Ellen asked. My client is an innocent man, victimized by circumstance and Agent O'Malley's desperate attempt to cling to her own professional life. Ellen narrowed her eyes at him. Your Honor, may I suggest the only desperate attempts we're looking at here are Mr. Costello's attempts to introduce a wholly inappropriate line of questioning. No, you may not, Grabko said. You will kindly stop trying to make my decisions for me, Ms. North, and remember your place here in this courtroom. My place? Cameron nudged her back a step in warning. Your Honor, I don't have as much experience in this type of proceeding as Ms. North or Mr. Costello, he said, his freckled face shining with humility.
But I thought the defense, if they are to present a case at all, are to bring hard evidence that is clearly exculpatory in nature rather than speculative theory. Am I wrong about that?" Grabco's expression softened somewhat at the opportunity to play law professor, and the tension diffused. "You're correct, Mr. Reed. However, statements can be exculpatory, can they not?" Yes, Your Honor. And theoretically, even a statement from a prosecution witness can be considered such if given proper weight and light. And fertilized by the right defense attorney. Cameron's attempt at diplomatic steering had just been bent into a pretzel by Grabco's love of the sound of his own voice. "Proceed with caution, Mr. Costello," Grabco went on. "I want to hear a definite point made in the questioning, not counsel giving testimony in the guise of cross-examination." Costello nodded. "Of course, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor." Ellen refused to give him the satisfaction of looking at him. Taking no chances, Cameron physically turned her back toward their table. "Nice try, Opie," she said under her breath. He leaned his head toward hers as he took his seat. "You're pissing him off, Ellen." "He's pissing me off." "Yeah, but his fate isn't in your hands." "In my dreams." Costello resumed his place behind the defense table, maintaining distance from the witness stand. "Chief Holt, is it true you and Agent O'Malley are involved personally?" Mitch's jaw hardened. "I don't see how that's any of your damn business, Mr. Costello." Grabco leaned toward the box. "You'll answer the question, Chief Holt, and please refrain from using profanity in my courtroom." "Yes, Your Honor," he responded grudgingly, glaring at Costello. "Yes, we are." "So, when you saw Agent O'Malley in danger, in pain, your reaction went beyond ordinary professional concern?" "Yes. You wanted to get the person responsible, and Agent O'Malley told you the person responsible was Dr. Garrett Wright?" "Yes. You believed the person you were pursuing was Dr. Wright. Dr. Wright lives on Lakeshore Drive. The chase took you in that direction, and when you saw someone going into Dr. Wright's garage, you pursued, even though you admit you had lost sight of your suspect for an unknown period of time. Isn't that correct?" "Seconds," Mitch specified. "A heartbeat. What are you getting at, Costello? Spit it out and spare us the theatrics." He wanted to punch the smug little smile off Costello's face, and he realized that the distance the attorney was keeping between them was aggravating him more than if the son of a bitch had been standing a foot away, as he had done with Megan. "You wanted to see Agent O'Malley keep her position here as regional agent, didn't you?" "Agent O'Malley is an excellent cop. And your lover. And Agent O'Malley had decided, based on virtually no evidence, that Dr. Wright was guilty. She told you Dr. Wright was the one. You pursued Dr. Wright." "I pursued the suspect," Mitch corrected him, his blood boiling at the insinuation. "I apprehended the suspect. I didn't give a damn if he was Dr. Wright or Dr. Spock." "It never occurred to you that the man you ultimately apprehended and the suspect you chased through the woods in the dead of night were not the same person?" "Never." "Dr. and Mrs. Wright live at 93 Lakeshore Drive, is that correct?" "Yes." "Can you tell me who lives just 2 houses north, at 97 Lakeshore Drive?" "The Kirkwoods." "Paul Kirkwood?" "Yes." "No further questions, Chief Holt." Ellen watched Costello as he settled into his chair. "He's really going to do it, isn't he?" Cameron whispered. "He's going to try to pin this on Josh's father." "He'll do whatever he has to," she murmured. "Garrett Wright and his shadow aren't the only ones playing a game here." She rose again, just as Grabco started to dismiss the witness. "Redirect, Your Honor?" Impatience flashed in Grabco's eyes, but he grumbled a yes and sat back to pet his beard. "Are the houses on Lakeshore Drive numbered on the back side, Chief?" "Not that I'm aware of." "So when you followed the suspect into that garage, you didn't know if you were in 93 Lakeshore Drive or 95 or 91? "I had no idea. It didn't matter." "The suspect you chased through the woods was dressed in black. Is that correct, Chief?" "Yes. Black pants, black boots, black jacket." "And how was Dr. Wright dressed when you apprehended him?" He was in black pants, black boots, and a black ski jacket. Did he show signs of physical exertion? Yes, he was breathing hard, perspiring. And do you have any idea what the temperature was that evening? About 20 degrees with a wind chill factor of 6 degrees. Not the kind of night the average person would break a sweat, was it? Objection? Withdrawn, Ellen said, biting down on a sly smile. In regards to the tests for gunpowder performed on Dr. Wright's hands, would the outcome of the tests be affected if he had been wearing gloves at the time he'd used the gun? Yes. No further questions, Chief Holt. Thank you. The final witness for the prosecution was a criminalist from BCA headquarters in St. Paul. Norm Earlbeck had been on the scene the night of O'Malley's abduction, had been the one to collect the blood-stained sheet that had been draped around Megan. Ellen showed him photographs of the sheet taken at the scene and at headquarters. Is this the sheet, Mr. Earlbeck?
Yes, it is.
He nodded, a big square head that sat like a block atop a big square body. His voice was the deep, sonorous voice of authority that caught Grabco's attention and held it. Ellen handed the photographs over to the clerk. The sheet is still undergoing some tests in the lab, is that correct? She asked, coming back toward her witness.
Yes. The DNA tests will take another 4 to 5 weeks to complete.
But there have been some conclusive preliminary findings, have there not?
Yes, there have been. 2 distinct types of blood were found on the sheet, O positive, which is the blood type of Agent O'Malley, and AB negative, which is the blood type of Josh Kirkwood.
And the extensive DNA tests now being conducted will determine if indeed the AB negative blood is in fact Josh Kirkwood's, correct?
Yes.
Hairs were also found on the sheet?
Yes. Hairs that were tested against samples and were found to be consistent in type with Agent O'Malley, Josh Kirkwood, and the defendant, Dr. Garrett Wright. There were also hairs from an unidentified 4th person.
What about the ski mask found along the trail of pursuit, Mr. Earlbeck? Were hairs also found on that?
Yes. Hairs that were consistent with the defendant and also hairs that matched those unidentified from the sheet.
Thank you, Mr. Earlbeck. I have no further questions.
Mr. Earlbeck,
Costello said, before Ellen was even back to her seat.
Is the analysis of hair an exact, reliable science?
No,
it is not. You can't make an absolutely positive identification as to whether a hair found on a sheet belongs to a particular person based strictly on the study of the hair itself.
No, sir.
Do you have any way of determining who last wore that ski mask?
No, sir.
And do you have any way of knowing precisely how any of the hairs came to be on that sheet?
No, I do not.
Could they have been deliberately placed on the sheet?
Possibly.
No further questions.
We have enough, Cameron said, ignoring the chairs and sitting on the credenza. Phoebe handed him a white deli sack and placed Ellen's on the table without looking at her. Ignoring her secretary's pique and the food, Ellen paced the length of the conference table. She was too nervous to eat. Their part of the hearing had gone well enough, even with Costello scoring a few points, but the afternoon would be Tony's show, and what little control she'd had in the morning would be taken from her.
We've got more than enough, Mitch said,
pacing the lane on the other side of the table.
Even if Grabco is tempted to buy into Costello's bullshit, there's more than enough weighing on Wright to push him into a trial. Grabco would never have the guts to cut him loose.
But how much nerve would it take, Ellen wondered, with the press shouting out all the things Garrett Wright could not have done? He could not have brought Josh home. He couldn't have taken Dustin Holloman or killed Dustin Holloman. That was the public's focus now, the monster at large. Grabco's decision was to be based on law, but he was just a man, as susceptible to rumor and pressure as anyone.
It's pretty clear which way he's leaning, she said. I haven't seen a judge give that much leeway in a pre-trial since Perry Mason went off the air. I'm sorry he let Costello put you through that, Megan.
Megan sat at the end of the table, looking small and battered, as if the ordeal of the morning had caused her to pull in on herself.
I'm the one who should apologize, she mumbled, eyes down. I know better than to let some asshole lawyer punch my buttons. The tension in her voice, in the set of her jaw, hinted at a torrent of emotion building up behind the walls Megan erected around herself. Ellen had seen it happen before. Cops made lousy victims. They were by nature control freaks. Victims were stripped of all control, all pride, all dignity. It's not your fault, Megan, she said. He made me look like a raving lunatic who'd say anything, do anything to get that arrest on my record. Or like someone who was damn sure of her facts and set on convicting a guilty man, Ellen countered. It's all in your perception. People see what they want. We know what they want to see when they look at Wright, Megan said. Nobody wanted to believe a man like Garrett Wright was capable of evil, and with the death of Dustin Holloman, the people of Park County would be even less willing to accept Wright as their devil. So we have to prove them wrong, Ellen said, her gaze direct, her meaning clear. Megan nodded. Yes, we do. Chapter 32. The defense calls Dr. Garrett Wright to the stand, Costello announced, setting the crowd buzzing, a noise that rose up to the high ceiling of the old courtroom like a swarm of yellow jackets. It appeared to be a bold move, playing his ace first, offering up his client for direct scrutiny and cross-examination. That the defendant himself would be testifying at all was highly unusual for a probable cause hearing, but then nothing about this case was ordinary. Jay sat back with his arms crossed, considering the strategy. If Wright was the sociopath Ellen painted him to be, then he was a consummate liar, an actor, with a role he relished, the mild-mannered professor, well deserving of public sympathy. Jay had to admit he'd seen it before. A mind as cold as Arctic ice, capable of charm, just as capable of murder. He had once sat opposite just such a man in a visitation booth in Angola Penitentiary, one hell-hot Louisiana summer. A man who was pleasant, articulate on all the political issues of the day, well-read, bright, with a sharp, sardonic wit. A man who had held 3 truck-stop waitresses hostage as sex slaves for 3 months, tortured them to death, then took up taxidermy and mounted their heads and breasts for his own private trophy room. D. Rodman Madsen, a sales rep for an irrigation pump company, twice voted Salesman of the Year and treasurer of the local Elks Lodge. A killer behind the socially acceptable facade. No one who knew him had ever suspected. Garrett Wright took the stand and quietly recited the oath. In his blue suit and regimental tie, he gave the appearance of the quintessential young professional. Attractive, conservative, educated. Jay could all but hear the gears grinding in the minds around him, the sly speculation, the denial, the disbelief. Even the judge looked down on Garrett Wright with barely concealed incredulity, as if astonished to find such a man before him as the focus of a court proceeding. Costello began by asking for Wright's litany of professional credits, the degrees, the resume, then segued into his civic achievements before coming to the heart of the matter. Dr. Wright, where were you on the evening of Wednesday, January 12th, between 5:30 and 7:30 p.m.? I was working, Wright said mildly. Researching documented case studies I thought might pertain to an ongoing study some of my students are involved in concerning learning and perception. And where were you doing this research? In a storeroom in the basement of the Cray building. On the campus of Harris College. He gave a sheepish little smile. Yes, I'm afraid I have more books than my office can hold. I've more or less taken over a room in the basement as an auxiliary office. Were you alone that evening? No. Todd Childs, a student of mine, was with me until about 8:30. And when did you first hear about the abduction of Josh Kirkwood? Later that evening, on the 10 o'clock news. Do you know Josh? As well as I know any of my neighbors' children, enough to recognize him, to say hello. You know his parents? Hannah and Paul, yes. They're acquaintances of mine and my wife. Casual friends. Has there ever been any trouble between you? No, none. In fact, you spoke with Dr. Garrison several times after her son was abducted, didn't you? To offer sympathy, to give advice. Yes. In fact, I called her the night of the 21st to give her the name of a family therapist I know in Adena. It was clear the ordeal was taking a terrible toll on their marriage. And the press called on you several times after Josh went missing to act as a consultant. Is that right? Yes. Although I told them repeatedly I have no expertise in the area of criminal behavior. Prior to the night you were arrested, were you ever questioned by the police regarding Josh Kirkwood's disappearance? Not as a suspect, no. They asked me some general questions. Had I noticed any strangers in the neighborhood? Had I noticed anything different about the Kirkwood household lately? That sort of thing. And what did you tell them? That I couldn't be of any real help to them. I spend most of my time at the college or in my office at home. And where were you the afternoon of Saturday, January 22nd? Working. The new term began Monday. I was preparing. Were you alone? Todd Childs was with me until about 1:15. I was alone after that. I went home briefly for a late lunch, around 1:30, returned to campus about an hour later. Otherwise, I spent the afternoon and evening in the Cray building. Arriving home at what time? Around 9:15 that evening. And will you please tell the court in your own words what occurred when you arrived home? I had just parked my car in the garage and started for the door into the house when I heard what I thought might be gunshots behind the house. I stepped out the door, saw a man running toward me. I thought he might be a burglar or something, some kind of criminal, so I jumped back inside with the intention of going into the house to call 911. The door burst open, and the next thing I knew I was being tackled and told that I was under arrest. You had no idea what was going on that afternoon and evening with regards to Agent O'Malley being kidnapped and assaulted? Of course not. How could I know anything about that? How indeed, Costello said, turning toward the gallery. Dr. Wright, do you own a ski mask like the one we saw earlier in the prosecution photographs? I did at one time. I used to be something of a fanatic about cross-country skiing. I used to ski 3 times a week, regardless of the cold. But I haven't done that the past couple of winters. And do you have any idea what became of your ski mask? He shook his head. I don't know. I think my wife may have gotten rid of it at a garage sale. Do you own a handgun? No. I'm a strong proponent of gun control. As a matter of fact, I would never have a gun in my home. And finally, for the record, Dr. Wright, did you kidnap Josh Kirkwood? Absolutely not. Did you kidnap and assault Agent Megan O'Malley? Absolutely not. Thank you, Dr. Wright. No further questions. Ellen rose before Costello was halfway back to his seat. She marched smartly around the end of the table to take command of the stage. She had watched Wright and Costello weave their web, drawing in Grabco, drawing in the press. They played their roles to the hilt. It was her job to make the audience forget their performances, to make them forget Garrett Wright's history of selfless duty to the community, to stick her fingers through the holes in his story and rip the fabric of his lies to shreds. Dr. Wright, this storeroom you use in the basement of the Cray building is in the northwest corner of the building, is it not? Yes, it is. The first room at the bottom of the stairs? Yes. And just off the first-floor landing of those stairs is an exit that leads past some trash dumpsters to a small faculty parking lot. Is that correct? Yes, it is. A very handy spot to have an auxiliary office, she said. Easy to come and go quickly without being seen. Objection. I'll rephrase, Your Honor, she offered, glad to make her point a second time. Did anyone see you exit the Cray building on the night of the 12th? I didn't see anyone. You told us one of your students, Todd Childs, was with you that evening. Yes, that's correct. Todd Childs and no one else? No one else. Dr. Wright,
Can you explain why, in his initial reports to the police, Mr. Childs said nothing about being with you that evening?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Sustained. How about on the 22nd? Can anyone back up your statement that you returned to the Cray building after your late lunch, or that you then worked until past 9 o'clock that night?
I was alone and unaware that I might need an alibi later, he said dryly.
There was the barest hint of amusement in his eyes as he held Ellen's gaze for just a second, the kind of look that suggested he was only letting her play at control. The idea twisted inside her like a worm, boring through her confidence. The image of Dustin Holloman flashed behind her eyelids. Some rise by sin, and some by virtue fall. And on the 22nd, she said, pressing on, after Todd Childs left your office, you didn't see anyone, not another living soul, all day and half the evening?
No, I didn't.
Ellen crossed her arms and arched a brow as she paced slowly in front of the witness box. Doesn't that seem odd? As you stated, the new term was to begin the following Monday. Do you think you're the only teacher with an office in the Cray building who needed to prepare?
I can't speak for my colleagues,
Wright said calmly.
Perhaps they were more well-prepared than I, or maybe the weather kept them from coming into work. We were having a snowstorm.
Yes, we were, she said, nodding. The weather was cold, nasty. Yet when Chief Holt arrested you, you were hot, perspiring. You were not wearing gloves. Can you explain that, Dr. Wright?
I had just been subjected to a frightening experience, Ms. North. I'd heard gunshots, saw a man rushing toward me, a man who then broke into my garage and attacked me. That seems just cause for a little perspiration.
And the gloves?
I'd forgotten them.
On such a bitterly cold night?
I was tired. It was late.
The wind chill factor was 6 degrees.
Yes, I cursed myself all the way home.
He gave her the look again. Intimate, amused, unnerving. Drawing her into a strange, shared moment that no one else seemed to see. Ellen turned her back to him and went to the prosecution table on the false pretense of consulting her notes. Dr. Wright, Agent O'Malley testified that when she spoke with you in Professor Priest's office earlier in the afternoon, you were dressed in a shirt and tie and dark trousers. At the time Chief Holt arrested you, you were dressed head to toe in black. Why is that?
I changed clothes when I came home for lunch, he answered unperturbed. It was Saturday. I knew I was going to spend the rest of the day alone. I decided I might as well be comfortable.
So you dressed up like a ninja warrior?
Objection,
Costello shouted.
Sustained.
Grabko frowned at her.
Ms. North, you know better.
Yes, Your Honor, Ellen said blandly, turning away. No further questions. Murmurs raced through the gallery as she took her seat. Ellen knew what they were about. Why hadn't she confronted him? Why hadn't she hammered at him until he confessed, if there was anything for him to confess? The same questions courtroom newcomers always asked. The same ideas law professors beat out of their students early on. Garrett Wright would never confess on the stand. He would never admit to anything in a confrontation. He had his story, he had his act, and he would stick with them. She would end up looking like a fool if she pressed him. There was no point asking questions if she knew the answers would be lies she couldn't break.
The defense calls Annette Fabrino.
The woman who took the stand had a softly rounded body and the face of a Raphael cherub. She looked out on the crowd like a deer caught in headlights, clearly unnerved at the prospect of testifying in front of an audience. Costello stepped close to the witness stand and attempted to put her at ease with a charming smile.
I have just a couple of questions for you, Annette, he said kindly. It won't take long at all. First of all, can you state for the record your home address?
92 Lakeshore Drive.
Just down the block from Dr. Wright's home?
Yes.
On Saturday the 22nd, did you look out your front window around 2:30?
Yes, I did. My husband was supposed to have been home from a business trip around 2, but he was late and he hadn't called. I was worried about his making it back at all because of the weather.
What did you see when you looked out?
I saw Dr. Wright go by in his car, headed south.
Are you sure of the time?
Yes, I was checking my watch every few minutes.
Thank you, Annette.
Costello flashed the smile again and slipped his hands into his trouser pockets.
That's all. Not so bad, was it?
A rose blush bloomed across Annette Fabrino's round cheeks.
Mrs. Fabrino,
Ellen began, as Costello walked away from his witness. Your house is on the west side of the street, isn't it? The Tudor on the corner?
Yes.
And you state you saw Dr. Wright's gray Saab going south. That means the driver was on the far side of the car from you.
Yes.
And it was snowing quite heavily that afternoon, wasn't it?
She nodded.
Oh, yes, it was really coming down. That was why I was nervous. I had heard the roads were getting bad. So with the snow coming down and the driver on the opposite side of the car, when you say you saw Dr. Wright drive past, did you actually get a good, clear look at his face?
Well,
she faltered.
Well, no, just a glimpse, I guess.
You knew it was his car?
Yes, it's the only one like it in the neighborhood.
So it seems reasonable that you expected him to be the one driving, Ellen said equably. But could you say with certainty it was?
Annette Fabrino looked anything but certain. She glanced left to right across the courtroom, looking for reassurance from someone. She tried to settle her gaze on Costello. Ellen moved into her line of vision, not wanting to allow Costello a second to imply through his body language that his witness was betraying him. I thought it was him, she said hesitantly.
But could you swear it?
No.
No further questions, Ellen said with a pleasant smile. Thank you for your cooperation, Mrs. Fabrino.
The defense calls Todd Childs.
The bailiff opened the door to the jury room, and Todd Childs emerged. Costello had somehow managed the trick of secreting Childs into the courthouse over the lunch break. And that wasn't the only magic he had performed. He had taken Grunge Man, and so transformed him, Ellen had to stare for a long moment to be sure this was in fact Todd Childs. The ponytail had been clipped off at the nape, the flannel traded for a button-down Oxford with a tie. Clean-shaven and clear-eyed, Todd Childs took the stand and the oath. He was polite under direct examination. Yes, sir, no, sir, not a hint of belligerence. Costello painted him as a candidate for the Young Republicans. Trustworthy, reliable, a scholarship student who earned pocket money as a tutor. The profile and the appearance bore no resemblance to the young man Ellen had spoken with at the Pack Rat. Costello had obviously been putting him up somewhere, having him groomed and coached, and was likely paying him for his trouble.
Todd, were you with Dr. Wright on the evening of the 12th?
Yeah, I was. He glanced down, pretending to pick lint off his new slacks. Downstairs in the Cray building, we were going through some data we compiled on the study last year and looking for correlations in past studies. In your statement to the police made on January 24th, you said you were at the movies that night. Childs glanced up at Costello, over at Wright, and down again.
I was mistaken. I went, but it was the late show, not the early one.
What theater did you go to?
The mall in Burnsville.
Had you heard anything about the abduction of Josh Kirkwood?
No.
On Saturday, the 22nd, Agent O'Malley stopped by Professor Priest's office while you were there, didn't she?
Yeah.
After she left, did Dr. Wright seem upset or excited?
No.
Did he talk about going after her or going to Christopher Priest's home?
No.
Did he say anything about Josh Kirkwood's abduction?
Todd bobbed his head down between his shoulders. Yeah, he said it was a shame, 'cause they were such a nice family.
Costello turned around with a gracious gesture.
Your witness, Ms. North.
Ellen walked toward the witness stand with her hands clasped in front of her, as if in prayer, her expression pensive.
Todd, you've known Dr. Wright for a long time, haven't you? Ever since you began taking classes at Harris, isn't that right?
He looked at her out of the corner of his eye, suspicious.
Yeah.
You declared your major early on. You always wanted to go into psychology.
Yeah.
And Dr. Wright wasn't just a teacher for you, was he? He was your advisor, your mentor. Yes. Your friend. He gave her a hard look. I respect him very much. That's admirable, Todd. He's an admirable man. Ellen tipped her head. Very few admirable men stand accused of kidnapping and assault. Your Honor! Costello whined. Miss North, don't make me warn you again, Grabko said coldly. I'm sorry, Your Honor, she said, remorseless, her attention never leaving the witness. You respect and admire Dr. Wright. How much? Enough to lie for him? No. Objection. Sustained. Where did you go to the movies that night, Todd? She asked, without slowing a beat. I said Burnsville. She feigned puzzlement. Burnsville? You drove all the way to Burnsville to go to a late movie on a Wednesday night, and that slipped your mind when you were talking to the police? I told them I was at the movies. I see. Then it was the fact that you had been with Dr. Wright at the time of the kidnapping that slipped your mind? Or was it the fact that you claimed to have been at the movies in Burnsville that slipped your mind? Because there is no mention of Burnsville in your original statement. It didn't seem important. Until the police tried to check out your story at the Deer Lake theaters, Ellen said sharply. You've got a 3.85 GPA at Harris, don't you, Todd? Yes. Then I should think it's safe to assume you know the meaning and the ramifications of perjury. Costello threw up his arms. Your Honor, this is badgering. Change your tone, Miss North. Yes, Your Honor, she said automatically, never looking away from Childs. Todd, where have you been staying the last few days? Objection. Sustained. Were you aware the Deer Lake police were looking? Objection. Relevance, Costello argued, getting to his feet. It's relevant to the credibility of the witness, Your Honor, if Mr. Childs has been hiding out, avoiding... Grabko cracked his gavel, his cheeks tinting pink above his beard. Miss North, do not persist in this. She spread her hands. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but the witness has given conflicting statements to the police and to this court. He's extremely biased toward the defendant, and... You've made your point, Miss North, Grabko said. She nodded her understanding and stepped back from the witness stand. No further questions. Childs climbed down from the box and was met on the other side of the gallery gate by Mitch Holt and a uniformed officer. What the fuck? He snapped, jerking his arm back from the officer's grasp. Costello shot to his feet. Your Honor, this is an outrage. The crowd broke their silence as the scuffle in the aisle continued and reporters jumped up on their chairs for a better view. The bailiff hurried through the gate as Mitch and Officer Stevens took hold of Childs and herded the lot of them toward the door, with Grabko destroying another gavel behind them. The judge ordered the attorneys to the bench once again. Ellen took her place beside Costello, feeling the anger roll off him in waves as he accused her of turning the hearing into a circus sideshow. Really, Mr. Costello, she said calmly, don't you think you're being a little paranoid? The police have been looking for Todd Childs for days to question him on that break-in. Since they've had no luck and received no cooperation in finding him, I'm sure they felt they had to grab him when they could. In front of the court? He bellowed, his temper boiling up. I don't appreciate the theatrics either, Miss North, Grabko said sternly. I'll be speaking with Chief Holt about this. He should be taken off the case entirely, Costello fumed. The conflict of interest is obvious. The issue is not germane to this hearing, Mr. Costello, Ellen said. For the last time, Miss North, Grabko said through his teeth. Refrain from doing my job for me. Now go back to your places, and we will resume this hearing in a civilized manner. Call your next witness, Mr. Costello. As they returned to their tables, the door at the back of the courtroom opened, and a neatly turned-out middle-aged man with slicked-back, dark hair strode purposefully down the center aisle with a small manila envelope in one gloved hand. He leaned over the rail and handed the envelope to Dorman. Gravely murmured words were exchanged. Something bright and feral flashed in Costello's eyes as he turned back toward the court. The defense calls Karen Wright. Karen Wright settled herself in the witness chair. Ellen wondered if the thin veil of calm about her was drug-induced. Her dark eyes were wide, unblinking. She fixed her gaze on Costello and waited for him to begin. He took his place at the corner of the stand, not wanting to obstruct anyone's view of her. Pretty in pink, her ash-blonde page boy sleek and silky, her mouth slightly trembling. "Karen, I want to thank you for testifying here today," he began gently. "I know this is difficult for you. This entire ordeal has been very hard on you, hasn't it?"
"You can't know."
She lifted a lace-edged handkerchief to catch a tear that had yet to fall.
"It's been terrible. All of it. I never would have thought—"
She cut herself off and closed her eyes for a moment.
"It's terrible. I hate it."
"Karen, how long have you and Dr. Wright been married?" A nostalgic little smile tugged at one corner of her mouth.
"It seems like forever. 16 years.
"And in all that time, has Garrett ever been in trouble with the law?"
"No."
She shook her head, twisting her hanky in her lap.
"Garrett has never even had a traffic ticket. He's a very careful man. He shouldn't have been arrested. None of this should ever have happened."
"Has he ever spoken ill of the Kirkwoods?"
"No, never."
"And you?"
"I considered them friends,"
she said, dropping her gaze and her volume. "In fact, you helped them out while Josh was missing, didn't you, Karen?"
"I sat with Lily."
A pair of tears skittered down her cheeks.
"Such a little sweetheart. I love babies," she admitted. "Garrett and I can't have children,"
she added, dropping her gaze to her lap again, as if the fact carried shame with it. "Karen, where were you the evening of the 12th?" Costello asked abruptly, steering her away from potentially dangerous waters.
"At work. I do secretarial work part-time for Halverson State Farm Insurance in the Omni complex."
"Do you often work in the evening?"
No."
She closed her eyes again and drew in a hitching, shallow breath. "Karen, were you working that night?" A strange keening sound came up the back of her throat, and she began to rock herself forward and back. Even with her arms wrapped around herself, she was clearly shaking. The tears spilled over her lashes.
"It's not fair,"
she whimpered.
"It's not fair."
"Karen," Costello murmured, "please answer the question. It's very important. You were at the Omni complex that night. Were you working?" She looked at him, her pretty face twisting with torment. Her eyes scanned the crowd, resting on someone in the gallery, then moving to her husband, who stared back at her blankly.
"I'm so sorry,"
she whispered, dropping her gaze to her lap.
"I'm so sorry. Please don't—"
"Karen," Costello prompted, "you have to answer the question." She dropped her bomb with a voice so soft, everyone in the courtroom was straining to hear.
"I stayed late because I was having an affair with Paul Kirkwood."
The admission hit Ellen like a sonic blast. Behind the bar, the courtroom erupted, Paul Kirkwood's voice rising above the others. "That's a lie! God damn you, Wright! You put her up to this! You'll pay, you son of a bitch!" All Ellen could think was that someone had already paid. Josh. "It is within counsel's rights to attempt to prove someone other than the defendant committed the crime," Dorman recited. He stood at Costello's shoulder like an over-eager valet. Costello had settled himself into one of Grabco's visitors' chairs, legs crossed, suit coat arranged to minimize wrinkles, manila envelope in one hand. Ellen could feel his eyes on her, calm, sharp. "It's a goddamn smear campaign and it's unconscionable," she snapped, beyond circumspection, beyond anger. She may have drawn blood from some of his witnesses, but he had nicked a major artery and was waiting to see if Grabco would allow it to bleed out. She was too furious to sit, but she kept herself planted in the chair with Cameron standing guard behind her. The judge glared at her in affront. "Ms. North, I won't have that kind of language in my chambers, particularly from a lady. This is a place of civil discussion."
There's nothing civil about what Mr. Costello is attempting to do here, Your Honor. I don't care if he couches it with excerpts from Elizabeth Barrett Browning. It stinks to high heaven. Grabko had ordered them into his chambers before all hell could break loose in the courtroom. The dissonant clamor of the gallery as they adjourned from the room had been deafening. Ellen could only imagine what was going on out there now. A feeding frenzy. Paul Kirkwood pinned up against the gallery railing as the rabid mob tore chunks out of him. She wouldn't have minded tearing some chunks out of him herself if what Karen Wright claimed was true. But his infidelity was an issue of its own. Paul Kirkwood's sexual exploits are well outside the scope of this hearing, she said, turning toward Costello, although if it's true, it gives your client motive beyond mere evil. On the contrary, he said coolly, it gives Paul Kirkwood motive. Which is what? We think the boy might have discovered his father's dirty little secret, and Paul saw abducting the child as a way of killing two birds with one stone. Shut the boy up and get his rival for Karen's affections out of the way. Why stop there? Ellen said sarcastically. Don't you think he might have been on the grassy knoll the day Kennedy was shot? Ellen, facetiousness is not called for here, Grabko chastened. Not unless it's in the guise of a defense, she muttered, then winced as Cameron surreptitiously pinched her arm. Mrs. Wright is prepared to testify she had a tryst with Paul Kirkwood in a vacant office in the Omni complex the night Josh disappeared, Costello said. That Paul was to meet her at 6:45 that evening and did not show up until 7. He wouldn't account for the time he had been gone, and he seemed extremely agitated. So says the wife of your client, Ellen said. It's absurd that she's even on the stand. Costello ignored her. Her testimony sets the stage, Your Honor. Paul Kirkwood has been under suspicion from the first. He's without an alibi for the time of the abduction. Had a connection to the van owned by Ole Swain, who may well have been his accomplice. He repeatedly lied about the van. In her statement to the police, the Ryans Bay witness said the man who came to her house was looking for his son's dog and called it by name. Who's to say it wasn't Kirkwood himself? Anyone with half a brain, Ellen grumbled. If you'll recall, that witness identified your client in the lineup. She identified a man in a parka and sunglasses. She singled him out by his voice. Paul Kirkwood wasn't in the lineup. She did the best she could. For all we know, Kirkwood disguised his voice. He was trying to pin this thing on Dr. Wright. Then why didn't he introduce himself as Garrett Wright? Cameron asked. Why implicate himself in any way? It makes no sense. And I say there's room for doubt, Costello declared with an elegant shrug. The police went so far as to fingerprint him. For elimination purposes, Ellen argued. He gave her a look. You know perfectly well the difference between what the police say and what they mean, Ellen. Ellen sniffed. 2 days ago, you thought they were too stupid to tie their own shoes. Now you think their every action is fueled by an ulterior motive. And there's still the matter of the actual arrest, Cameron began. Easily explained if Kirkwood set out to frame Dr. Wright, Costello said. The hairs on the sheet, the hairs in the stocking cap, evidence easily planted. In fact, the criminalist stated there were unidentified hairs on both items. I suggest Mr. Kirkwood be asked to surrender hair samples. He turned to Ellen with exaggerated seriousness. For elimination purposes, of course. She curled her fingers around the arms of her chair and resisted the urge to take samples of Costello's hair with her bare hands. He undoubtedly would have been delighted to have her try. His goal from the first had been to make her look bad in front of Grabko, to get any edge he could, any way he could. And she had let herself be drawn into his traps again and again. That truth made her want to tear her own hair out. She was supposed to have got over him, not just away from him and his kind. She was supposed to have changed her life and herself, not simply let the old Ellen go dormant to be reawakened. Your Honor, she said with forced calm, Paul Kirkwood is not on trial here. He was investigated and eliminated as a possible suspect. There appears to be a direct connection between the abduction of Josh Kirkwood and the abduction and murder of Dustin Holloman. In fact,
The Holloman case has been used to taunt the authorities in such a way as to make Wright look innocent. If Paul Kirkwood is the villain here, and trying to make Garrett Wright take the fall, it doesn't follow. We have to proceed with this case, make our judgments about this case, on the basis of the evidence we have. The evidence we have points clearly to Dr. Wright and an accomplice who has yet to be apprehended. Grabko pursed his lips and dug a fingertip into his beard, as if in pursuit of a tick. "The Holloman case is outside the scope of this hearing," he said. "Paul Kirkwood is directly related to the case before us. Although I don't necessarily care for your method in bringing Mr. Kirkwood's possible involvement to light, Mr. Costello, this is a hearing and not a trial, and I am inclined to allow more leeway. After all, it is the truth we're after." "Absolutely, Your Honor," Costello said gravely. "We sometimes lose sight of that ultimate goal in our adversarial system," Grabko pontificated, warming to his topic. "Ambition crowds out purer motives. The rules of court are bent and corrupted. The truth is lost in a scramble to win." He paused, pleased with the ideals he had just brought out like shining jewels to show off to his small audience. It never occurred to him to look beyond his own brilliance to see which of the factions before him was guilty of the sins he had named. "We'll hear what Mrs. Wright has to say," he said, snapping out of the afterglow. Costello waited until everyone else was halfway out of their chairs to speak. "Before we adjourn, Your Honor," he said, lifting the envelope, "my associate, Mr. York, has brought in a piece of evidence I believe will add validity to our defense." As smooth as a magician performing sleight of hand, he opened the envelope and produced a micro-cassette tape. "This is a tape from Paul Kirkwood's office answering machine with messages from the night his son was abducted." "And how did you happen to come by that?" Ellen asked sharply. Costello's expression was carefully blank. "Apparently someone dropped it through the mail slot at my office suite, anonymously." "I'll bet." "You've heard this tape, Mr. Costello?" Grabko asked. "No, sir. My assistant, Ms. Levine, listened to it and deemed it important enough to send it straight over. I suggest we all listen," he said, placing the cassette on Grabko's desk. Ellen felt as if she'd been broadsided with a mallet. The hell he hadn't heard it. He would never have wasted a dramatic moment on a pig in a poke. Tony Costello knew exactly what was on that tape, and he was betting it would score him big points. She shot to the front edge of her chair, bracing one hand against the desk, her fingertips inches from the tape. "I have to object, Your Honor. There was nothing in counsel's disclosure about this tape. We have no idea where it came from, or how it was obtained, or who allegedly left it, or what their motives might be." "Mr. York has already managed to check with 2 of the parties who have messages on the tape, Your Honor," Costello said. "They confirm having made the calls on the night of the 12th. "Let's have a listen," Grabko said, reaching for the cassette. "We can all hear the tape now, and if there is any question as to its validity or admissibility, we'll deal with those issues later." Ever efficient, Mr. Dorman produced a micro-cassette recorder from the pocket of his Brooks Brothers suit, popped his own cassette out of it, and handed the machine to Grabko. The first thing they heard was background noise, the sound of an engine. Then came the voice, and it pierced Ellen's heart like a needle. "Dad, can you come and get me from hockey? Mom's late, and I want to go home." Chapter 33. "Dad, can you come and get me from hockey? Mom's late, and I want to go home." His son's voice played through Paul's head, over and over, as it had been doing for the last 3 weeks, an endless loop of innocence and accusation that raked through his brain like talons. And layered over it, Mitch Holt's voice, low and tight. "What the hell were you thinking, Paul? Jesus Christ! Josh called you for help. You didn't so much as answer him. You pretend you never heard him. You hold on to the goddamn tape for 3 weeks and never say one fucking word. How do you explain that, Paul?" And layered over that, Ellen North's icy tone. "The defense is building a case against you, Mr. Kirkwood.
I'm not so sure that shouldn't be my job. You lied to the police. You withheld information." "You blamed Hannah," Holt said. "All this time you dumped the guilt on her head, you son of a bitch. You never even had the guts to stand up and tell the truth." "The truth will set you free." The truth would ruin him. He couldn't believe this was happening to him. After all he had been through, after all he had suffered, now this, betrayal by the one person he thought had loved him. Karen. It was incomprehensible to him to think that she could turn on him so completely. She loved him. She wanted to have his children. Her marriage to Wright was a sham. She had said so more than once. Garrett Wright couldn't give her what she needed, what she wanted. Garrett Wright loved his work, not his wife. Paul shuddered at the memory of that moment in the courtroom. Every eye had turned on him, avid, accusatory. The press he had courted and played to from day one had turned on him. Damn them all. They had wanted Hannah for their heroine from the first, the grieving, guilt-ridden mother. Hannah with her golden tresses and tragic blue eyes. Hannah, the dedicated doctor, the woman of the year. Hannah, Hannah, Hannah. They would turn to her now with gushing sympathy. And he would be the sacrificial goat. They would never ask what had driven him from his home. They would never want to hear that Hannah wasn't any kind of wife, that she ignored her children in favor of her precious career, that she had done her best to emasculate him. He had thought of trying to get to her before they could, but they had been all over him, swarming around him, their questions stinging his ears and stabbing his conscience. They had followed him to his car, and followed his car as he tried to escape. He had finally turned out on the interstate and opened up the Celica's engine, leaving them behind as the speedometer swept toward 90. It was dark now. The press would have been to the house and gone long ago. Hannah had given them nothing in the past, a single interview, a photo op, as the priest helped her into the volunteer center downtown. Paul had to think she would shun them again, even if it meant giving up a chance to publicly humiliate him. And the reporters would call her noble and long-suffering, and paint her as the good woman betrayed. The idea turned his stomach. The anger and anxiety churned inside him like acid, like a virus that raced through his system and pulsed just beneath his skin. It spread over his brain like a fungus and left him feeling feverish and bruised. He drove down Lake Shore, driving through the neighborhood he had chosen for its prestige, toward the home he had wanted, with its lakefront view and park out the back door. This was the life he had coveted since his youth. Now it would end up being Hannah's. She would get the sympathy and the house. The irony was as bitter as bile. Passing Wright's home, he fought the urge to drive his car in through their front door. He would have liked to have seen the look on Karen's face when he confronted her. "I love you, Paul. I'd have your baby, Paul. I'd do anything for you." Except lie for him in court. She could have given him an alibi. Instead, she brought the whole world down on his head. Some love. Women. Bitches, every last one of them. The bane of his existence. His mother, Hannah, O'Malley, Ellen North, Karen. "I stayed late because I was having an affair with Paul Kirkwood." Was. Past tense. "I love you, Paul. I'd have your baby, Paul. I'd do anything for you. I'm so sorry. It was a mistake." A mistake. God knew he'd made plenty of them, not the least of which had been keeping that damned tape. "We know the call came before 6:15, Paul. Were you there? Did you hear it? Where did you go when you left the office? Why can't we find anyone to corroborate that story? Why didn't you tell us about the call, Paul? How could you let Hannah take the blame?" Because it was her fault. All of it. If she had done her duty, if she had been there for her son, if she had been a decent wife. Guilt was the last emotion Hannah wanted to feel. She had been drowning in it for weeks now. A mother's guilt, compounded by a doctor's sense of failure.
because the patient she had stayed at the hospital for that night had been lost as well. But what came tonight was different, more futile, less deserved. Could she have been a better wife, a better lover, more supportive, less critical? What had she done to make Paul hate her so? Why had he turned to Karen Wright? The questions infuriated her. There were more important ones to ask. Had Paul been in his office when Josh had called him that night? Why had he lied and lied and lied about the van, about so many things? Why was Josh so terrified of him? Why did he seem like such a stranger? Was he involved in all the horror that had taken place over the last 3 weeks? Perhaps it was because the possible answers to these questions frightened her so badly that she let the others creep into her mind and divert her attention. They made her angry with herself for thinking them, but they didn't make her husband out to be a monster. Do you think your husband abducted Josh? Do you think he killed the Holloman boy? He had access to a van. Did you know about the affair? Damn you, Paul, she whispered. Pulling her hands up out of the soapy water, she gathered up the dish towel and pressed her face into it. She didn't know how much more she could stand. Dawn had brought the news of Dustin Holloman's murder, and with it, fear and a terrible relief that it was someone else's child who had died and not hers. Josh seemed more withdrawn than ever, but he was still with her, physically. And as long as she had him with her, there was hope. And then had come the news from the courthouse, not from Mitch or from Ellen North, but from the reporters who had come to the house demanding answers as if she owed them something for all the hell they had put her through. Can we get a reaction from you about your husband's illicit affair with the wife of the man on trial for abducting your son? If she had been shaky before, that had put her over the edge, and once again she had turned to Tom McCoy. God, Hannah, you're not even calling him father anymore. She remembered the pretense of title when they were speaking, because she didn't want to upset him or jeopardize their friendship, but in her heart she had grown beyond thinking of him as her priest. The need she felt for his company, for his support, for his comfort, was stronger than that. And people think Paul is rotten for cheating on me. What would they think if they knew I'd fallen in love with a priest? Of course, no one would ever know. Most of all, Tom himself. He was too good a friend to lose. When the news came from the courthouse, she had called him. He had come and chased the press away, and forced her to eat chicken soup and read stories to the kids. He sat with her on the sleeping bag in Josh's room, watching Josh drift off to sleep, then shooed her out of the room because he knew she needed the break but would never take it. A deep ache of yearning rolled through her, and she closed her eyes against it. Hadn't she endured enough without having to fall in love with a man she could never have? The sound of the door opening from the garage into the laundry room tore her out of her self-pity. A wild, primal instinct swung her hand to the knife block on the counter. Dustin Holloman's killer was still at large. Who was to say he wouldn't come back for Josh? If Josh could identify him... The kitchen door swung open, and Paul cast a look at the knife in her hand. "I suppose I can guess what you'd like to do with that," he said. The panic bottomed out, leaving a thick, sour anger in its wake. Hannah set the knife aside. "It wouldn't be worth the trouble." He gave a bitter laugh. "And the press wondered why I would cheat on you." Somehow the admission of guilt cut more coming from Paul's own mouth, the same mouth that had pledged love and fidelity. She had kissed that mouth in play and in passion, had loved its smile, worried at its frown. It had told her lies and tasted another woman. She wanted to launch herself at him, to punish him, but when she opened her mouth to speak, the fight went out of her. "I loved you," she said quietly, knowing immediately that wasn't true. She had loved someone else, not this bitter, angry man. "What happened, Paul? What happened to you?" "Me?" he said, incredulous. "Maybe if you'd paid attention to something other than your career the last few years, you wouldn't have to ask." Hannah shook her head. No, Paul, this isn't about my work. For once, it really is about you. You turned away from me. You turned to another woman. You made that choice. We had something wonderful, and you threw it away. Yeah, fine. Blame me, he said impatiently, starting past her. I will blame you, she said sharply. I just wish I knew how much to blame you for. He wheeled around, brows lowered. What the hell is that supposed to mean? It means Josh called you that night and you did nothing. I wasn't in, but no one can say where you were. Were you with her? She swung an accusatory finger in the direction of the Wrights' house. When I was frantic, trying to find Josh, trying to call you, were you down the hall screwing Karen Wright? Where were you when Josh needed you? It was your night to... No, don't you dare blame me. I was trying to save a life. You were fucking yours away, or worse. And you had the gall to dump all that guilt on me as if you hadn't done anything wrong, as if you hadn't lied to me and to the police and done God knows what else. The implication struck Paul hard. The defense is building a case against you, Mr. Kirkwood. I would never hurt Josh, he insisted. The doubt in her eyes was stark. Then why won't he let you near him? You can't think I took him, he said, stepping toward her, wanting to shake her. You can't think that. Why can't I? You've lied about everything else. The defense is building a case against you, Mr. Kirkwood. The press was on him. The prosecution was eyeing him. Now this, Saint Hannah casting judgment. And no one would blame her. She was golden. He was nothing, nobody. In that moment he hated her enough to want her dead. His control snapped. There was no thought, only action, only fury. You bitch! Hannah saw the blow coming. The back of his hand caught her hard on the jaw, snapping her head to the side. The world blurred and tilted, and she staggered sideways, knocked off balance by the slap and by the idea of it. Never in her life had she been struck by anyone for any reason. As often as she had seen the aftermath of domestic violence in the ER, she had never in her darkest dreams imagined she would become a victim. Paul advanced toward her, his eyes dark with rage, his mouth twisting. Paul, no! Tom McCoy shouted, lunging up the steps to the kitchen. Paul wheeled on him, arm drawn back. Tom blocked the punch and caught Paul square in the mouth with a right cross that dropped him to his knees. The action was automatic, instinctive. It stunned him to the core of his soul. He stared down at Paul, who sat back on his heels, his hands covering his mouth, blood leaking between his fingers. Why did you come here, Paul? He asked. Haven't you done enough damage already? Paul glared up at him, wiping his mouth on his coat sleeve as he rose to his feet. I came to get my stuff. Tom shook his head. There's nothing here for you. Get out. You can't throw me out of my own home. This isn't your home, Hannah said. The ache inside her rivaled the pain in her throbbing jaw. You just gave up your rights here. Get out, before I call the police. He looked from her to Father Tom, eyeing the priest's sweater and jeans and stocking feet. Oh, I get it, he said snidely. Don't say it, Paul, Tom warned. At the moment, I can't see that there'd be any sin in my beating the snot out of you. Silence descended. Paul picked the dish towel off the counter and blotted at his mouth. I'll have your things delivered to the office, Hannah said. She leaned against the refrigerator as he left, refusing to look at him. But in the corner of her eye, she could see their Christmas photo, still held to the refrigerator door by magnets shaped like candy canes. The back door closed. Are you all right? Tom asked, stepping closer, reaching out to her. No, she whispered. He took her in his arms, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, cradled her head against his broad shoulder, and stroked her hair with his hand. The love that welled inside him was the purest, the strongest he'd ever known in his life. He loved her in a way that meant he would do anything for her, be anything for her. He couldn't see how that could be wrong. "I don't understand," she murmured, her arms tight around him. "We had a nice life. Why did it have to go so wrong?" He couldn't share the answer that came to him. "So you could love me." He didn't know if it was God's will or just his own. He knew what the Monsignor would tell him, that this was a test of his faith and his duty to the church. The idea that God would use people that way, like pawns in a game, only made him want to rebel. "I'm sorry, Hannah," he murmured. "I'd give anything to change it for you." "I just want to walk away from it, take the children and go someplace new and clean and start over." "I know." "Would you go with me? I could use a friend when I get there," Hannah said, pretending it was a joke. But when she looked up at him, what she saw in his earnest blue eyes wasn't humor, but truth. A truth that didn't need words, a truth that spoke to her battered heart, a truth he sealed with a kiss so tender, so sweet, full of the kind of promise she wanted to grab with both hands and use as a shield against an uncertain future. Instead, she put her head back on his shoulder, and they stood there for a long while, each wondering where they would go from here. "So where do we go from here?" Cameron asked. They had assembled in the war room at the law enforcement center, where the timeline of all that had taken place in the last 3 weeks stretched the length of one wall. "We've got to take a closer look at Kirkwood," Wilhelm said. "See if we can put him in the wrong place at the wrong time, confiscate his phone records, check—" "What about the suspect we've got?" Mitch asked irritably. "Garrett Wright is the man." "But the tape doesn't prove shit. How can you say that? The boy called—" "And Paul was otherwise engaged. But his mistress can't account for the time." "And why would he keep that tape?" Cameron asked. "Guilt," Mitch said simply. "Yeah," Steiger interjected around the toothpick he was chewing. "The kind that comes with a sentence to the state hotel." "Don't be stupid," Mitch snapped. "If Paul was guilty of taking Josh, getting rid of that tape would have been his first priority. If he had taken the boy, he would never have gone up to Ruth Cooper's house and said he was looking for his own damned dog. Unless he's nuts." Wilhelm was like a puppy with a new chew toy. "And there's the connection to the van, and the kid's reaction, and I've got a man standing before the court tomorrow," Ellen said sharply. "We've built a case against Garrett Wright. Mitch apprehended Garrett Wright. Agent O'Malley identified Garrett Wright. Our erstwhile witness identified Garrett Wright. What the hell are you doing to help me get Garrett Wright to trial?" Wilhelm pouted, looking down at his coffee. "Wright couldn't have taken the Holloman kid." "We're not dealing with Holloman," Ellen reminded him. "I'm sure you'd like to wrap all the crimes up in one neat package with one perp and move on, but that's not the way it works. We've focused on this game being played by Wright and an accomplice. Did you ever stop to think, Agent Wilhelm, that they want you to run off half-cocked after Paul Kirkwood?" "We have to follow all leads, Ms. North," he said. "I've asked Mr. Stovich to get search warrants for Paul Kirkwood's home and office, and for a locker he rents at the U-Storit on the south side of town. We'll execute the warrants tonight, if we get them in time. In light of what's on that tape, I'd say we've looked the other way long enough where Paul Kirkwood is concerned." Ellen couldn't argue. As much as she hated having the investigation pulled in another direction, it seemed they had no real options. Costello had leaked word of the cassette tape to the press. The police had to act on it. She looked to Cameron. "Will you go with them?" "Sure." Turning to Mitch, she asked, "Did you get anywhere with Todd Childs?" He scowled. "Yeah, I got threatened with a lawsuit for false arrest." Ellen pretended surprise. "Did Mr. Childs get the impression he was under arrest?" "A simple misunderstanding," he said, straight-faced. He calmed down, after we gave him a cup of decaf. "And got his prints off the cup?" "They're being run in St. Paul, even as we speak. If we can put him at Enberg's office, that would give us a nice big lever to crack this thing open." "How soon will you know?"
Couple of days.
The hearing will be over tomorrow morning, Cameron said. Grabco could rule as soon as tomorrow afternoon.
We need a break, gentlemen, Ellen said, and we need it tonight. Steiger pushed himself to his feet. He had shed the adhesive tape from his nose, but the bruising remained, streaking across his hard cheekbones like war paint. Grabco dismisses. You can always charge him again later. It's not like double jeopardy.
Ellen stared at the sheriff. And if he hasn't packed up his little sob and driven off into the sunset, we might actually get him to trial. I don't want to take that chance. I want him bound over. Tomorrow.
I've got men double-checking all hotline tips that came into Campion, Steiger said, moving toward the door, declaring the meeting over for himself. Don't get your hopes up.
Seeing his chance to escape, Wilhelm hustled after him. Yeah, Sheriff, I wanted to talk to you about those hotline tips. Ellen watched their defection with a mix of anger and despair. If Wright's plan had been to divide and conquer, he was scoring points tonight. The revelation of Paul Kirkwood's answering machine tape was acting like a wedge, splitting her team even more decisively than the kidnapping of Dustin Holloman had.
Cameron, go offer them some suggestions, she said with a meaningful look. He grabbed his coat and hustled out. Silence hung in the air for a moment before Ellen turned to Mitch. Well, do you want to jump on the bandwagon of people who think I should have asked the judge for a postponement right off the bat? The 2020 Hindsight Club? He made a face. Why would I join them? The membership requirements are too low. Who's on your case? Well, let's see, she mused, tapping her chin with a forefinger. Not counting you? Everybody. Stovich, the state attorney general, the press, half the population of Deer Lake. Pointless bullshit. That's easy for you to say. Are you forgetting the Ole Swain debacle? Sorry, no. She blew out a sigh and rose with all the energy of a 90-year-old arthritic. She stared at the timeline, wishing something would jump out at her, some heretofore overlooked minutia that would spark the big revelation and point to Todd Childs or Christopher Priest. Nothing. If anything, the words and lines and arrows became less coherent, a hopeless jumble of scribbling. The only name that leaped out at her was Paul Kirkwood. Paul had owned Ole Swain's van. Ole Swain, the convicted child molester. The van had yielded them nothing. Paul had excuses instead of alibis. They had no hard evidence against him. Paul had searched tirelessly for his son in brutal sub-zero temperatures. His son, who wouldn't let him get within an arm's length. What do you really think about Paul? She asked quietly. Mitch's face was blank as he walked along the timeline, his eyes resting on every notation that mentioned Paul. I've said it before. I think people would like for Paul to be the bad guy in all this. He's not well known. He's not well liked. They'd rather think someone like him lost his marbles than believe a man like Garrett Wright is an evil genius. I could see people thinking that when it was Josh missing, Ellen said. They wanted to contain the malignancy to one family. But how does he tie into Holloman? It doesn't make sense. Depends on how you want to spin it, Counselor. Who's framing who? You're not beginning to have doubts, too, are you? He ran a hand back through his hair, leaving it standing up in tufts. The exhaustion dragged on his face, pulling at the lines time and trouble had dug in. In my gut, I don't think Paul did it. But as Megan has pointed out to me more than once, I might be bringing too much of my own personal experience into it. Regardless, Wilhelm was right. We'll have to dig deeper into the possibility. I don't look forward to executing those search warrants, but it's got to be done. More time spent chasing wild geese, Ellen thought, while Garrett Wright sat back and smiled, and his accomplice slipped in and out of the shadows unseen, unsuspected. We need a loose thread we can pull on, she said. How's Megan coming with Wright's background? Nothing yet. It's slow going. If Wright's never been caught to this point, he probably hasn't left behind many breadcrumbs. We can't let him get away with this, Mitch. She stopped at the timeline entry for January 22nd.
Agent O'Malley assaulted and kidnapped. Suspect apprehended after foot chase. Garrett Wright. It was all a game to him. That's what this is all about for him, beating the system, slipping out of the noose. He even spotted us evidence to make it interesting. The idea that he might win terrified her. On a related topic, Mitch said, I've got a witness who may have seen your mad bomber early Sunday morning. Ellen brightened. A witness? Who? Wes Vogler. He's a trucker who lives over in that neighborhood. He was leaving for a run early Sunday morning. Saw a black kid cut across the Playmore parking lot. Didn't think much of it because a couple of black families have moved into the neighborhood recently. When he got back home today, heard about the explosion and the timing of it, he got suspicious, decided he should come in. You think he saw Tyrell? Maybe. Or he saw an opportunity to get some kid into trouble, he said. Wes's neck is a little on the red side. He's none too excited about Deer Lake becoming ethnically diverse. Put together a photo lineup. If Vogler picks him out, we'll get Tyrell in for a live performance. If we can find him. He seems to have made himself scarce. The Minneapolis cops are watching for him. Ellen frowned as she gathered up her things. I don't know if I should be relieved or in fear for my life. The kid's a loose cannon, but he's not stupid, Mitch said. After today, he's got to know things are leaning Wright's way. What good would it do him to hurt you? None, Ellen admitted, but he might think it'd be fun, anyway. Megan O'Malley's apartment was the only one on the third floor. Jay knocked and waited. On the other side of the door, something fell to the floor with a thud. The curse that accompanied it was short and raw. Who is it? J. Butler Brooks, ma'am. The door swung back as far as the safety chain would allow, and O'Malley glared out at him. I'll cut straight to the bottom line here, Brooks, she said shortly. No comment, no comment, no fucking comment. I'm not a reporter. I know what you are. What do you want? To make you a proposition. Her green eyes narrowed with suspicion. I know you're looking into Garrett Wright's background. I'd like to help. I don't know what you're talking about, she said flatly. I'm on medical leave. Ellen North told me, he confessed. She also told me you'd rip my heart out of my chest with your bare hands if I betrayed the secret. She stared at him for a minute, debating. It'd be hard right now, she said deadpan. I'd probably have to use a garden claw. She fumbled with the chain, then swung the door open, inviting him into the apartment. Packing boxes were stacked all around the main living area that comprised both living and dining room. Soft pink walls and white woodwork, antique furnishings and mismatched flea market finds. The old round oak table was piled and strewn with papers and photocopies of police reports. A black cat, with a white bib and paws, positioned himself in the center of it all. You'll have to forgive the mess, Megan said, hobbling to her chair and easing herself down. Her right hand, in its pristine cast, was cradled gingerly against her midsection. Getting the shit beat out of me put me behind in my decorating schedule. Some things take precedence, Jay remarked, sliding into the chair across from her. The cat lowered its eyelids and ears to half-mast and stared at him. I hear you're doing a book. O'Malley's expression was closed, giving away nothing, the eyes sharp with the same watchful caution he'd seen in many a cop over the years. You should know I have a deeply ingrained aversion to opportunists. That's not why I'm here. She laughed. Fine lines etched by pain dug in at the corners of her mouth. You want in on the investigation, but it's got nothing to do with the book you'll make a few mil off? Let me save us both some time here, Mr. Brooks. I know how the world works. I have no doubt of that, Agent O'Malley. A woman doesn't get where you are in law enforcement on fresh-faced innocence. No, most of us make it this far on sex. Bullshit, ma'am, he said with a polite smile. I know your service record. You're damn good at your job. Yes, I am. What's that got to do with you, if you're not angling for a story? You want to nail Garrett Wright.
Upside down to a cross, so? So I can help you. I've got a house full of office machines. Fax, computer with a modem, multi-line phone. You're having to waste a lot of time running things through Holt's office to maintain your cover. I eliminate the middleman. I'm your cover. I'm your legs. I'm your hands. I make a damn good living off my ability to do thorough research. I don't see how this is any different. It's different in that you're a civilian and this is a live case, she said. It's different in that your being in on it could bust the whole thing. Your being in on it could bust the whole thing, he pointed out. Costello is already making noises about conflict of interest regarding Mitch Holt. Imagine if he found out the woman hell-bent on sending his client to prison for the rest of his life was in any way still involved with the investigation. He'd take what's left of your career, cut it up into little bite-sized pieces, and wash it down with champagne. Is that a threat, Mr. Brooks? No, he said, never taking his eyes from hers. I'm merely pointing out that my involvement wouldn't be any more potentially dangerous than yours. Less so. After all, the machines are mine. I have no personal ties to the case. There's no law against my looking into someone's background, provided we're dealing with public record. She thought on that for a moment, watching him, reading him. Does Ellen know you're here? No. She's got problems enough tonight, he said, wishing he could solve all those problems for her. You never answered my question, Megan said. If this isn't about your book, then what? He rose then, discomfort disguised as restless curiosity. He didn't want her looking too close, which could have been an indication of a lie or of a truth that lived deeper than he wanted her to see. She suspected the latter. J. Butler Brooks struck her as the kind of man who would look you straight in the face when he lied to you, his pretty blue eyes shining with sincerity. He had been a lawyer once, after all. When did you see your first murdered child? He asked, glancing at her from the corner of his eye as he leaned a hip against a stack of boxes. My second week in a uniform, she said, a 3-year-old killed by her alcoholic mother's alcoholic boyfriend. I saw mine today. Dustin Holloman. He fingered the spines of some of her old textbooks, but she knew he wasn't seeing the titles. He was seeing a child's body, the same way she did whenever that 3-year-old girl came to mind with sharp, grim detail, even a decade after the fact. I came to Deer Lake for my own reasons, Agent O'Malley. Selfish reasons, I readily admit. I thought I could maintain some emotional distance on this case, but I stood by the side of that road this morning and listened to that boy's mama cry. I don't want to be the kind of man who can keep his distance from something like that. His voice had tightened, his emotion touching Megan. I want to help, he said. I need to. He looked up at her then with no mask, no pretense. You know what it is to need to prove yourself, even if you're the only one looking. Yes, Megan whispered, her gaze straying to the cast on her hand. Yeah, I do. So what do you say? Am I in? It wasn't her natural inclination to trust at all, let alone to trust a man like Brooks. But she wanted Wright behind bars. He could help speed the process. They needed a break, and they needed it fast. The key had to be buried somewhere in Garrett Wright's past. But with everything else that had been thrown at them in the last week, none of the agencies involved had been able to devote the time needed to the search. She was the only one really looking, and the injuries Wright had inflicted were holding her back, slowing her down. Brooks could be her legs, her hands, another brain working to decipher the puzzle. Or he could be weaseling his way into a bestseller. Garrett Wright stood on the brink of walking away from every evil thing he'd done. You're in, she said at last. Don't make me regret it, Mr. Brooks. I don't want to have to dig out that garden claw. They began executing the search warrants at 9:43,
beginning, at Mitch's insistence, at the Kirkwood home. He did his best to smooth the process for Hannah, glad that Father Tom was close at hand to offer her support and comfort, while the officers looked for any evidence that her husband was the one who had stolen her son and put her through hell. As much as he loved what he did, there were times when he hated being a cop. He expected the search of Paul's office to be punctuated by threats of legal action from Paul, but Paul was not in his current home away from home. The blankets were neatly folded on one end of the couch, with a pillow placed on top of them. The desk was immaculate. There was no sign that Paul had been there at all. There was no sign that Costello's PI, York, had let himself in and helped himself to evidence at some point during the last 24 hours. Not surprisingly, they found nothing. By the time they reached the U Storett, at the edge of the industrial park on the south side of town, it was past midnight. The night watchman, a grizzled old geezer named Davis, who had bad teeth and beer breath, had to be roused from a deep, snoring sleep on the cot in his office. Grousing about the cold, he led them down the rows of storage units. Each was about the size of a one-car garage, with bright orange overhead doors, and numbers stenciled on the cinder block with black spray paint. They stopped at number 37. Davis knelt down on the concrete apron, grumbling non-stop as he opened the padlock with the key from the office. The locker was stacked with the usual cast-offs of suburban life: out-of-season lawn furniture and an old canoe, an outdated bedroom set, and boxes of old baby clothes Hannah probably hadn't been able to bring herself to part with. The thing that set Paul Kirkwood's locker apart from most Mitch had seen was the fact that it was perfectly ordered. No teetering towers of haphazardly packed junk, everything labeled and lined up, the neatness speaking to Paul's compulsive tendencies. Davis declined the invitation to watch and shuffled back toward the office, lighting a cigarette. Cameron Reed stood at the door, the lone witness, hands in his coat pockets and shoulders hunched as the others went about their business. Mitch purposely avoided the more personal memorabilia and went instead to the dresser of the old bedroom set. So it was he who made the very discovery he had been praying they wouldn't find. Tucked back into a bottom drawer, neatly folded and stored in a black plastic garbage bag, were a pair of boys' jeans and a blue sweater. The clothes Josh Kirkwood had been wearing the night he'd disappeared. Chapter 34. As birthdays went, number 36 was off to a pisser of a start. The thought was selfish on the surface, but Ellen knew that wasn't it at all. She had hoped for something better today for Josh, for Hannah, for Megan, for justice. She had hoped for an 11th hour gift in the form of evidence, and deep in a small, primitively superstitious part of her brain, she had held out the unspoken hope that they might get that gift because it was her birthday. She felt foolish, admitting it even to herself. The gift they received was from a higher power with an exceedingly black sense of humor. Evidence that clearly implicated Paul Kirkwood, at least in the eyes of the person who mattered most, Gorman Grabko. "In light of the discoveries we've had since we adjourned yesterday, I don't see that I have a choice, Ellen," the judge said, frowning at her gravely from behind his desk. She refused to look at Costello, knowing too well what she would see in his face. Victory. "But, Your Honor," she said, "we don't know how those clothes came to be in the Kirkwood storage locker." "The door was padlocked, Your Honor," Costello said. "Locks can be picked. Mr. Costello should consult with his associate, Mr. York, on that subject," Ellen said bitingly. "What we have here is a mess, Ms. North," Grabko declared. "The prosecution clearly was not thoroughly prepared to bring these charges before the court." "But, Your Honor, Chief Holt apprehended Garrett Wright. We have evidence." "What the prosecution has," Costello said, going for the kill, "are some half-baked notions unsupported by fact and not fully investigated. Ms. North wanted a slam dunk on this case for reasons of her own and has proceeded in a fashion that skirts the bounds of ethics, persecuting an innocent man." The verbal knife slipped cleanly between her ribs. Ethics. Ambition. Costello had no respect for the first, and lived and breathed the second. She was his mirror opposite in those aspects, and yet he neatly turned it all on her without batting an eye. Her fingers curled on the arms of her chair, holding her down. "That is a completely unfair, inaccurate assessment, Your Honor. My only interest in this case is justice." "And to that end, I see only one choice," Grabko said, steepling his fingers before him. "I must grant Mr. Costello's motion to dismiss and hope that the county attorney's office and the law enforcement agencies involved do a better job of untangling this case before it is brought before the court again." In her mind, Ellen heard a gavel fall. Case dismissed. As simple as that. Her nemesis had turned the tables on her. As simple as that. Like a trick in a parlor game. And now she would have to walk into that courtroom packed with press and citizens and cops and stand there while Garrett Wright was declared a free man. She would have to call Hannah Garrison before the press could get to her and tell her the man who had stolen her son would return to the house down the block a free man. The failure was crushing. She could barely rise beneath the weight of it, but she forced her shoulders back and her chin up and started for the door. Cameron and Dorman went out first. Ellen would go next. Costello would come behind her and relish his own entrance like an overbearing stage actor. Behind her, she could hear the door close on Grabko's private bathroom, where the judge invariably retreated moments before taking the bench, which left her alone with Costello. She turned toward him with her hand on the doorknob and simply looked at him in his tailored suit and smug satisfaction. "Don't take it so hard, Ellen," he said. "You just didn't have enough to win the game this time." "You'll never get it, will you, Tony?" she said, shaking her head. "This should never be about winning or losing. It should be about the truth." The light in his eyes hardened and glittered. "No. You'll never get it, Ellen. It's always about winning. Always." Ellen singled out faces on her way in. Mitch, drawn and grim. Karen Wright, vacuous. Christopher Priest, sitting beside her expressionless. Noticeably absent was Paul, who had yet to be located after the search of his storage locker. Nor was Brooks among the information-hungry throng. His absence struck her harder than she should have let it. It shouldn't have mattered. She knew better than to allow herself the comfort of relying on someone, especially him. Dismissing those thoughts, she took her place beside Cameron at the table. It was over in a matter of moments. More moments than were strictly necessary, simply because Grabko liked to pontificate to a captive audience. Through the entire speech, Ellen stood at the table, aware of every eye on her back. Her mind raced ahead, laying out the scenario for what would happen next. The press would champion Costello, and she would be crucified. Rudy would lay the blame entirely at her feet, in an effort to keep himself from being tainted. Garrett Wright would be painted as a martyr, and the people of Deer Lake would call for the head of Paul Kirkwood. Worst-case scenario. The hell of it was, as much as she had professed not to want it, she knew she would have taken the case again if she had to do it over. Grabko pronounced the case dismissed and rapped his gavel dramatically. Behind the bar, the gallery exploded into a deafening cacophony of sound. The doors to the hall burst open, and half the reporters poured out into the hall to array themselves for the inevitable impromptu press conference, while the other half pressed up against the railing in a mob, shouting questions. "Ms. North, will charges be brought against Paul Kirkwood? Dr. Wright, will you be filing suit against the county attorney's office? Ms. North, is there any truth to the rumors of your dismissal from the county attorney's office?" Costello flashed them all his legal eagle look and placated them with promises of answers out in the rotunda. Ellen refused to acknowledge them at all, keeping her back to them as she pretended to arrange the files in her briefcase. She could hear Cameron giving them the party line about an official statement coming from the office later in the day. "Ms. North?" The voice was too close, too soft for any reporter. Ellen jerked her head up. Garrett Wright stood no more than a foot from her, his expression calm, almost apologetic. He offered her his hand.
No hard feelings, he said, the consummate gentleman. You were only doing your job. And I beat you. We beat you. She could hear the words as clearly as if he had spoken them aloud. She could see them, deep in his eyes, in a moment just like the one they had shared in the interview room of the city jail, a moment no one else in the room had experienced. She could feel the reporters staring at them. She could hear the whir of motor drives on cameras, but she knew not one photograph would capture what was passing between them. She ignored the offered handshake and stood a little straighter. "I'm still doing my job, Dr. Wright," she said softly. "You know what they say. It ain't over till it's over." "What does this mean?" Hannah asked, stunned, shaking. She sank weakly onto the couch, her knees buckling beneath her. She found herself holding the portable phone to her face with both hands because her fingertips had gone numb and she thought she might drop it. "It means Wright is a free man, for the moment," Ellen North said. "But it isn't over as far as I'm concerned. I'll do everything in my power to get him to trial, Hannah. I promise you that." Hannah stared across the room to the corner where Josh had sequestered himself for the morning. He faced the wall with his knees drawn up to his chest and his face hidden. Her son was locked in a mental prison, and the man who had put him there was walking free. "You did that already, didn't you?" she said, the bitterness thinned by abject disappointment. "I'm sorry, Hannah. What we had against him should have been enough, but with his accomplice still at large, and with the evidence that came to light yesterday—" Ellen's voice trailed off. She was trying to be diplomatic, Hannah thought. The news was bad enough without emphasizing the fact that Paul was now wanted for questioning, that Josh's clothes had been found in the storage locker Paul rented because he had never been able to abide a cluttered basement. Mitch had broken the news to her in the dead of night. "I don't know how to tell you this, Hannah. We're not sure what it means. The clothes could have been planted there for us to find. We need to talk to Paul. You don't know where he is?" "I don't know who he is," she thought. "I don't know what he's become. I don't know what he might be capable of. I don't know why Josh is afraid of him. I can't believe he struck me." "But Mitch caught Garrett Wright," she said, talking more to herself than to Ellen. "I know. Mitch knows. Costello blew enough smoke to cloud the issue for the judge. We just need a little more time. Another piece of solid evidence against Wright or a break regarding his accomplice. It'll come, Hannah. Hang in there. And please, let me know the minute Josh has something to say about what happened." Hannah held the phone in her lap for a long while after the connection had been broken. Her line to justice, she thought, cut off, and she and her children were left holding the frayed end of what should have been a lifeline to pull them past this ordeal. Of the things she had to hope for, justice had seemed the most realistic, the most attainable. She could hope for Josh's recovery, but there was no guarantee how long that hope would have to last, or that it wouldn't be crushed in the end. She had hoped for a mend in the tear of her relationship with Paul, but that would never happen. Their marriage was over. And so, she had hoped for justice. There was a system in place to mete it out. There were people who cared, fighting on her side. But the irony in the fight for justice was that not everyone played fair. Lily scrambled up onto the couch beside her and reached for the phone. Holding it up with both hands, she began an animated conversation of gibberish, punctuated by the word Daddy. Hannah thought of calling Tom, but denied herself the comfort. On top of everything else, she didn't want the guilt that came with thinking she had corrupted him. She knew there were people on the outside of her ordeal looking in, who didn't believe she felt guilty enough for her initial sin of being late to pick up Josh that night, because she hadn't thrown herself prostrate in front of the nation, sobbing and begging forgiveness. They didn't know anything. The pain was hers to bear. She wouldn't allow herself the luxury of begging for the sympathy of strangers. Her punishment was to cope, to care for her children,
to deal with every individual rock in the avalanche that was raining down on their lives. Like Garrett Wright going free. Leaving Lily to her imaginary telephone conversation, Hannah went to her son and knelt down behind him. She put her arms around him and kissed the top of his head. He didn't move. He didn't speak. "We won't let him beat us, Josh," she whispered. "I won't let him take you from me. I won't let you down again. I promise." Even the worst day in the history of mankind had only 24 hours. Ellen repeated that mantra all day long, all during her conversation with Hannah, all through Rudy's damage control meeting, all through the brief but excruciating official press conference. This day had only 24 hours, and she would live through them to fight another day. Costello had roused the tiger within her. She wouldn't be happy until it tore his throat out, eviscerated Garrett Wright and his partner. Rudy hadn't fired her, wouldn't fire her. He needed her. He was too wily not to see that. He needed her now for a whipping boy, and he would need her later when this case went to trial. Whether or not he would put her in first chair or hide her as second to Sig Iverson's figurehead prosecutorial post remained to be seen, but he needed her either way. Ellen intended to make the most of that. Tomorrow, they would regroup. She would call her cops together for a strategy session. By tomorrow, Todd Childs's prints could have matched up with prints found in Denny Enberg's office, and they would have the lever they needed to crack him open. By tomorrow, they might have preliminary reports back from Dustin Holloman's autopsy, which was where Wilhelm and Steiger had spent the afternoon. If the ME came up with a few stray hairs, a skin scraping from under the boy's fingernails, a DNA fingerprint in the form of a drop of blood, they'd be back in business. If Megan could dig up just one anomaly in Garrett Wright's perfect past. She grabbed the phone and dialed Megan's number again, getting the answering machine. O'Malley had been out all day. Mitch had said she'd found a better place to work, but he didn't have a number or the time to discuss it. Some of Harris College's rowdier students had used Garrett Wright's release as an excuse to run amok on campus and call it a victory celebration. Their celebration had spilled out into Dinkytown in the form of skirmishes, vandalism, and general mayhem. With an official victory party scheduled for 8 o'clock and a promised appearance by the man himself, the police were bracing themselves for a night of trouble. Ellen checked her watch. 9:19. The party was already well underway. She had given Phoebe orders to attend, but suspected her once loyal secretary was more likely to spend the evening giving Adam Slater an exclusive than paying attention to what was going on around her. Their candidates for Accomplice of the Year would be there. Christopher Priest and Todd Childs. The sci-fi cowboys would be there. Would Tyrell Mann risk an appearance? Garrett Wright would be center stage with his wife beside him. Karen, drugged and distant, the secrets of her marriage locked inside her seemingly vacant mind. Ellen would have bet Karen's affair with Paul was what had set the game in motion. It was Wright's motive for choosing Josh, for framing Paul, and Dustin Holloman had been nothing more than a pawn to make Wright look innocent. But who had orchestrated the second half of the match? And why was Paul Kirkwood suddenly missing if he was guilty of nothing more than adultery? The questions swarmed around Ellen's brain. She allowed herself a little groan as she rose from her chair and went to the window. Supper time had come and gone without supper. The lack of fuel was dragging her mood down when she thought it couldn't sink any lower. She was alone in the office, beaten, hungry, freezing, old, and alone. "Don't forget feeling sorry for yourself, Ellen," she muttered as she stretched, then rubbed her hands together to ward off frostbite. For once, she wished Brooks would show up uninvited. But for all she knew, he had jumped sides now that Wright was off. The story of a good man triumphing over a prosecutor out to get him would make a much better book than the tale of said prosecutor's failure to get a vicious monster to trial. "I go after what I want, Ellen North, and I get it." Then in her mind's eye, she saw his face the night before the hearing began, right here in her office.
I've never been anyone's hero.
Eyes shadowed with old pain, old uncertainty.
Will you try to redeem me, Ellen?
That look lingered in her mind until the practical side of her reared up. She was wasting time. She had a whole table of notes and statements to go over. Again. That was what she had wanted this quiet time for. Not for feeling old and alone and sorry for herself. Not for romanticizing about tarnished nights and wounded souls. The phone rang, and she flinched. She let it ring as she ticked off possible callers. It was her mother. It was Megan with a much-needed clue. It was Jay. It was some damned reporter who had wheedled her direct line number out of Rudy. It was... "Ellen North," she said, grabbing up the receiver, forcing herself past the apprehension.
"Ellen, Daryl Munson. Sorry it took me so long to get back to you. I just got home from a dive trip to Key West."
Munson. That name clicked slowly into place. Probation officer turned beach bum. "Thanks for calling back," she said without enthusiasm. The Sci-Fi Cowboys trail had led nowhere but to the Garrett Wright Alumni Fan Club. She couldn't find much hope that this call would be any different from the rest, but she went through the motions, explaining to Munson the situation.
"That's pretty hard to believe," he said, his voice going cold over the line. "I knew Dr. Wright fairly well, had nothing but respect for the man. I'm not happy to hear you're looking to discredit him."
"I'm doing my job, Mr. Munson," Ellen explained. "The evidence is compelling, or we wouldn't be proceeding. If Dr. Wright is innocent, then he has nothing to worry about. He certainly wasn't anyone's first choice as a suspect."
"Yeah, well," he said grudgingly. "What was it you wanted from me?"
"I wanted to know if you kept track of the kids you had in the Sci-Fi Cowboys program. We're contacting past members as part of Wright's background check."
"I had 2 the first year the program started, then I got out of Dodge and came down here."
"Tim Dutton and Eric Evans?"
"Yeah, sure. I know where Tim is. He sends me Christmas cards. He's an apprentice electrician up in New Hope. Eric, I lost track of. Last I knew he was at the U studying computers. Really bright kid, very personable, a minister's son."
"Doesn't sound like your average juvenile offender."
"I don't suppose he was. He had some emotional problems, some problems at home. His mother was in and out of institutions. It all dated back to that business with the neighbor kid when Eric was 10. That kind of trauma would screw up anybody."
"What trauma?"
"He saw a playmate hang himself."
"Oh, no."
"Yeah, it was a bad deal. The kid's mother blamed Eric. She was pretty vocal about it. It was all over the news at the time. I'm surprised you don't remember it. Slater was the kid's name."
Ellen jerked her head up. "Excuse me?"
"Slater. Adam Slater."
A chill washed over her. Adam Slater. Oh, my God.
Could you describe Eric Evans for me?" "Last time I saw him, he was 5'4", 5'5", slim, blonde."
Blonde. That part of her brain that specialized in denial grabbed hold of the detail. Thank you, Mr. Munson," she stammered. "You've been very helpful." She dropped the receiver before she could re-cradle it. Eric Evans. The kid in the newspaper photo standing beside Wright. Blonde, smallish. Kids grew. People dyed their hair. She hurried to the conference room and homed in on the file lying among all the others. Her hands were shaking so badly she could hardly pick through the reports and clippings. She dug front to back to front. The article was gone. Adam Slater. Reporter for an inconsequential paper. No one had bothered to check press credentials. There were too many damned reporters to sort through. Besides, all they were after was news. They were nuisances, irritations, nothing more. Perhaps it was just coincidence that Adam Slater, the reporter from Grand Forks, shared a name with a child dead 11 years. A child who had been playmates with a future sci-fi cowboy. "You don't believe in coincidence, Ellen," she muttered. Adam Slater was romancing Phoebe, charming her, winning her over. Ellen had warned her he had an ulterior motive. God, she had never dreamed it could be this. In her mind's eye, she saw the note that marked the very page she needed in the Book of Minnesota Case Law in the third-floor library. It is a sin to believe evil of others, but it is seldom a mistake. Sin. So many of the notes had included references to sin. Eric Evans was the son of a Methodist minister. They had been turning over every rock they could find, hunting for Garrett Wright's accomplice, and he had been standing there the whole time, right beside them, taking it all in. He had been along the roadside in the pre-dawn gray the morning Dustin Holloman's body had been found. If she was right, he was the one who had strangled the boy and propped him up against that signpost with a note pinned to his chest. Some rise by sin, and some by virtue fall. Eric Evans, Adam Slater, Garrett Wright's protege. She had to call Mitch. Slater was likely at the victory celebration, privately gloating, probably with Phoebe. Oh, God, Phoebe. What if the party was over? What if she was with him? What if Adam Slater decided she wasn't useful anymore? Dropping the paper she held, Ellen reached for the phone and stopped cold. Lying across the base of the telephone was a single red rose, its stem entwined with a cord that should have been plugged into the wall jack. "My sources tell me. You've been asking too many questions, Ms. North." He stood in the doorway to the conference room, his dyed hair drooping over one eye. "I think it's time you stopped. Forever." Chapter 35. "Light that, and you're a dead man," Megan said. Jay paused, lighter halfway to the cigarette dangling from his mouth. "Haven't I been abused enough?" she said. "Did I survive that beating only to die of lung cancer contracted through secondhand smoke while trying to crack the case?" Jay pulled the cigarette and set it on the table beside the pack. "Do you realize tobacco is a substantial part of the Southern economy?" "Uh-huh," Megan said without sympathy. "Y'all might try joining the Age of Enlightenment sometime in this century. Until that magic moment, you can take your filthy little death stick outside and kill yourself with it." They had already had this argument 3 times. Jay had lost each round. He knew he could have pulled rank on her. It was his house, after all. But every time he had ended up taking himself out onto the deck in the frigid fucking cold to stand at the front window glaring in at her. He blamed his ingrained Southern manners, but knew the truth was that he liked Megan, and she sure as hell had suffered enough. "You could let me have my way just once," he pouted. "Quit your whining. I could hit you in the head with a hammer just once, too," she said. Her eyes focused on the file spread out before her. "Have you got any answers back yet on that AOL bulletin board?" He hit a series of keys, calling up the proper screen on the computer. It had been his suggestion to go into America Online and hit the bulletin boards of alumni groups from the colleges where Garrett Wright had taught. They were hoping a former student might come forward with a nasty, long-dead rumor or a memory of some peculiar incident that would give them a starting point. "Only good stuff from UVA," he said, scanning the replies to his innocuous question. "Were you ever a student of Dr. Garrett Wright, Psych, and how did you like him?" "Salt of the earth, prince of a guy." "He's a fucking madman," Megan snapped, throwing down her highlighter. "Can't anybody see that?" Embarrassed at losing her cool yet again, she glanced at Brooke sideways and tried for humor. "Gee, honey, maybe I need an Excedrin." He didn't smile. The look in his eyes was too astute for comfort. "Maybe you need a break," he said. "You've been going hard for hours, Megan, and you know you're not up to it." The tenderness in his voice slipped around her guard. She'd never had any defense against tenderness. Looking away from him, she gathered together the threadbare scraps of her composure. "I see him slipping away," she said quietly. "He said he would win, and I can't stand the thought of that happening. Don't tell me I need rest. I don't need anything more than I need that bastard's head on a pike." Jay heaved a sigh and ignored the craving for nicotine. He could see the pressure of this case squeezing Megan like a vice. She was a perfectionist, proud, a control freak like half the cops he'd known. Garrett Wright had broken her physically, and the post-traumatic stress was breaking her mentally. Garrett Wright, who was a free man tonight. Ellen was likely taking the news only slightly better than Megan. Ellen, too conscientious, too focused on what she perceived as her responsibility, justice for all. She would take this defeat as a personal affront and dive back into the fight with single-minded determination. He had wanted to be there for her after the news of the dismissal had come, but it had seemed even more important to stay here with O'Malley, to think harder, dig deeper. He, who skated across the surface of life, never getting involved, always standing back to observe from a distance. Unbidden, his gaze strayed to the rug in front of the fireplace, where he and Ellen had made such sweet, hot love Saturday night. "I need a drink," he growled, pushing himself up from his lawn chair. "Want one?" "As well as that would go with the narcotics I'm taking, I'll have to settle for a Coke," Megan said. "With ice, please," she called as he disappeared into the kitchen. She looked out at the sea of paper she had spread out across the long table. Notes, faxes from the colleges Wright had taught for, faxes from half a dozen law enforcement agencies local to those colleges, faxes from NCIC. And in it all, she had found nothing. "We can't lose," he whispered. "You can't defeat us. We're very good at this game." An involuntary shiver rattled through her. The will it took to shut that black box of fear left her feeling weak. Focus. She needed to focus. Concentration kept her on an almost even keel. She dug out her list of calls and ran down the names, awkwardly marking the ones she would call back in the morning, contacts she'd made at law enforcement conferences and in the agents program at Quantico. Not for the first time since all this had begun, she wondered what kind of life she would be living if she'd accepted the FBI field post in Memphis all those years ago. Memphis was a long way from Garrett Wright, but it was also a long way from Mitch and Jesse, and she wouldn't have given them up for anything, not even for a climate without the word wind chill in it. The NCIC request for unsolved child abductions and abductions/murders in the geographical areas where Priest had taught had yielded them little. Nothing that matched the macabre game that had played out here. It hadn't struck her until after the bad news of the dismissal had come from the courthouse that they might be looking on the wrong side of the win-lose column altogether. It didn't appear Wright wanted this case to go unsolved. It appeared he had every intention of framing Paul Kirkwood. If he framed Paul, who was to say he hadn't done the same thing before? Maybe they didn't need information on unsolved crimes. Maybe they needed to look at cases that had been closed. Unfortunately, no one in law enforcement was as eager to share information on cases they believed to be tied up, neat and tidy, as they were to share information on cases they wanted to clean up. Megan knew it would take days of hounding to get anything. Newspapers were the place to go. Newspaper morgue librarians and public library reference desk librarians. She had started calling immediately, requesting any stories found be faxed to Jay's machine ASAP. She'd wheedled and begged, pleaded and lied, and tossed around a rank she no longer held, then crossed her fingers and hoped that in the end, the story of Josh and Dustin Holloman was enough to compel complete strangers in other states to do work they didn't really have to do. Several faxes had rolled in late in the day. None of them were the piece they needed. Jay had put out the same request over a number of computer networks, using his name and his fame as a lure. Nothing had come of any of it yet. Except to dispel her sense of powerlessness and uselessness. Garrett Wright had taken so much from her, but he hadn't taken the most important things that made her a good cop. Her mind, her heart, her determination. She could still do the job. She would just have to go about it differently, that was all. "Christ," Brooks muttered, staring at the computer screen.
Everybody in the damn country has a story to tell. Here's a woman in Arkansas who claims her Welsh corgi was abducted by space aliens."
"Sounds like a book to me," Megan said, easing herself up out of her chair, moving carefully against the stiffness in her aching muscles. "Have you attracted anyone besides lunatics?" He scrolled down through the responses, skipping over states outside the regions they were searching, and past stories of S&M queens and visitations from alternate dimensions. Megan watched over his shoulder, amazed and disappointed at once. "You're a wacko magnet, Brooks. Is that the price of fame?"
"I don't mind paying the price," he drawled, "just so long as I get reimbursed."
He blew out a sigh and rubbed his eyes.
"I need a break. I gotta get out of here for a while."
"Sure, go ahead," Megan said. "I'll hold the fort."
"You sure you don't want a breather, too?" he asked, shrugging into his parka.
"I'm sure." She gave him a sly smile as she slid down into his chair in front of the computer. "Three's a crowd. Say hi to Ellen for me." She heard the kitchen door close, listened dimly to the muffled rumble of his truck's engine as she continued to go over the responses. His taillights were still visible heading east on Mill Road when she hit pay dirt. She read through the scant few paragraphs regarding a crime that had been solved nearly 10 years past. Her sixth sense, her cop sense, was humming on high voltage. Logic told her it was a long shot, but it was the first shot they'd had. Sandwiching the telephone receiver between her shoulder and ear, she punched the number for the Pennsylvania State Police.
"Mr. Brooks, I think maybe we just caught a break."
"We didn't think you'd dig that deep," Slater said, stepping casually into the room, his hands in the pockets of his black ski jacket. "The investigation isn't your job, after all." "My job is to prove my case," Ellen said, using her peripheral vision to search out a usable weapon within reach. He shook his head and smiled slowly. "If you'd left the investigating to the cops, we might not have had to kill you." "Kill me and you'll be found out anyway." She was amazed that she could sound so calm, so rational, when every alarm inside her was screaming. "It won't take long for the cops to put two and two together. They'll follow the same trail I did."
"I don't think so. They'll be more apt to follow the same trail they followed with Enberg."
Feigning sadness, he said,
"Poor guy. He just couldn't take the pressure."
The scene from Denny's office flashed through Ellen's mind. The blood, the gore, brain matter clinging to the wall behind his body, his head mostly gone, blown away. Nausea swirled in her stomach. "No one will buy that," she challenged, her fingers surreptitiously curling around the shaft of one of Cameron's fountain pens. She slipped her fists into the deep pockets of her heavy wool coat. "I don't own a gun. I wouldn't have one." Slater took another step forward into the room.
"Don't be so literal. There are lots of ways a person can commit suicide. Hanging, carbon monoxide, pills, razor blades."
Ellen stepped back. If she could keep enough distance between them, get on opposite sides of the conference table, if she could just get to the outer hall. "All I have to do is scream," she said. "There's a security guard."
"Nice try, Ms. North. But I happen to know Mr. Stovich no longer saw the need, what with the charges against Dr. Wright being dropped."
He flashed a quick grin and chuckled. "According to my good friend Phoebe.
Oh, Rudy was pretty steamed about the way you blew the case."
"You should be proud of yourself," Ellen said, refusing the bait. "Your efforts paid off, keeping the cops busy running from one incident to another, planting that evidence in Paul Kirkwood's storage locker. The credit is yours, not mine." He grinned again and tossed his hair back out of his eyes.
"Yeah, I done good."
"You murdered an innocent child."
"Nice touch, huh?"
"You don't feel anything?" He shrugged, looking all of 16, innocent, oblivious to the consequences of his actions.
"Sure. It was a rush choking him."
"Then why didn't you kill Josh?"
Because that wasn't the plan.
He shook his head.
You still don't get it. The game is more fun when you spot the other team points.
You're not worried about his talking?
No,
he said flatly, moving forward.
And I'm tired of you talking. Let's get on with it, Ms. North.
Ellen had rounded the end of the table, putting it between them, but Slater was nearer the door. He stood quietly without the bouncy energy she had come to associate with him, as if he had pulled that energy inward and held it at the core of him, burning hot and intense. His dark eyes were bright with it, watching her with predatory anticipation. "If you think I'm just going to let you kill me, you're not as smart as I thought," she said. "I have every intention of fighting. Defense wounds will raise eyebrows."
"There won't be any."
She inched along the table, passing the stacks of files, the reports, the notes, none of which would have pointed to Slater. He was right. If it hadn't been for her own digging, if it hadn't been for her calling on old contacts in the world she'd left behind, no one would have looked at him twice. Christ, she hadn't looked at him twice. The only reason she had kept searching for information on the past cowboys was that she had the connection and was desperate enough to play a long shot. "When did Wright single you out?" she asked. "Did he find out about the Slater boy when you came into the Cowboys?" Pride and amusement glowed in his too young face.
"He built the Cowboys around me," he bragged. "I'm the reason the Cowboys exist. Ain't that a kick in the head? The program exists because Garrett wanted me."
The irony was as twisted as barbed wire. A program heralded nationally for turning so many young lives around had come into being as a cover for the utter corruption of one. "Is it just right?" Ellen asked, her fingers clenching and unclenching on the pen in her coat pocket. She stood directly across from him now, equal distance to the door. He had 15 years on her, but she would be running for her life. Or is Priest in on it too?
"I won't tell you everything, Ellen."
"Why not? I'll be dead anyway."
"True, but I don't want you to die satisfied. I want you to die wondering. That's just another point for my team."
"What a waste," she said, focusing on her anger instead of her fear. "To take someone as bright and talented as you and turn you into a common criminal."
"There's nothing common about me, Ms. North."
His expression turned stony.
"Garrett searched a long time to find me. A child who understood the game, someone as superior as he is."
"Superior?" Ellen arched a brow. "He's nothing but a bully and a coward and a murderer." His eyes narrowed above reddening cheekbones. From his left jacket pocket, he pulled a stun gun, a black plastic rectangle that didn't look any more menacing than a television remote control.
"No more talk, bitch."
Ellen bolted for the door. Slater caught her at the end of the table, grabbing hold of her left arm and swinging the stun gun to her chest. She twisted away from him, and 60,000 volts of electricity went dead against the thick wool sleeve of her coat. Screaming, she pulled the fountain pen from her pocket and stabbed with all the wild fury of the survival instinct. Slater shrieked as the pen sank into his face through the hollow of his cheek and tore downward. The blood came in a gush as the soft tissue ripped open. Ellen wasted no time looking. She pushed off and lunged for the door, shouting for help, knowing the building was empty, knowing the sound would never reach the deputies in the building next door. She could hear Slater coming behind her as she ran through the outer office. Chancing a glance over her shoulder, she slammed a thigh into the corner of Phoebe's desk. Black stars bursting in her head, she half sprawled across the desk, and her right hand hit the stapler. She closed her fingers around it and ran on.
"You fucking bitch!"
Slater sobbed behind her. He launched himself at her as she flung the door open, tackling her with his arms wrapped around her upper body. They landed on the floor, Ellen taking the brunt of it as she was sandwiched between the floor and her assailant. Her forehead hit hard. Her breath left her in a painful whoosh. But she pulled her feet beneath her and fought to buck Slater's weight off her. They wrestled across the floor, Slater grabbing at her shoulder, trying to turn her onto her back beneath him. Ellen bit at his fingers, the blood dripping from his face into her eyes, into her hair, running down her cheek. She twisted suddenly beneath him and swung the stapler against his temple and cheekbone, snapping his head to the side, dazing him and giving her just enough opportunity to roll free. She scrambled to her feet and started to run, realizing too late that she was pointed in the wrong direction, away from the sheriff's department. Now she would have to get to the first floor and double back. Slater caught her at the stairs, grabbing the collar of her coat and a handful of hair, yanking her almost off her feet. The stun gun came up, and Ellen blocked the hit with her shoulder. The gun gave an angry, crackling buzz. No defense wounds, he'd promised. If he'd nailed her the first time, there would have been none. The voltage would have dazed her senseless, and he could have quickly and easily slit her wrists for her. Her left arm was wedged between their bodies. Ellen groped, latching onto Slater's testicles, squeezing as hard as she could. A howl pierced her eardrum, and he shoved her away, doubling over, clutching himself. Ellen's shins hit the steps. Then she fell up on her hands and knees. The stapler clattered free. Up. Shit. No options. Run now, figure it out later. Time to die, birthday bitch. Birthday. 36. The birthday Ellen had been dreading. Suddenly 36 seemed far too young. She flung herself up the stairs, stumbling as one heel caught an edge. She grabbed for the handrail, her fingers scraping the rough plaster of the wall, breaking a nail, skinning her knuckles. The stairwell was barely lit, drawing in the ragged edges of illumination that fell from the lights in the halls above and below. Security lights. They offered nothing in the way of security. In the back of her mind, she heard a low, smoky voice. Your boss needs to have a word with someone about security. This is a highly volatile case. Anything might happen. She reached the third floor and turned down the hall, heading east. If she could make it down the east stairs, if she could make it to the walkway between the buildings, he wouldn't dare try to take her in the walkway with the sheriff's department mere feet away. We've got you now, bitch! There were telephones in the offices she ran past. The offices were locked. Her self-appointed assassin was jogging behind her, laughing. The sound went through her like a spear, like the sure knowledge that he would kill her. Pursuit may not have been his plan, but it had become a part of the game. The game. The insanity of it was as terrifying as the prospect of death. Beat the system, wreck lives, end lives. Nothing personal, just a game. She ran past Judge Grabko's courtroom and ducked around the corner that led back toward the southeast stairwell. Scaffolding filled the stairwell, cutting off her escape route. The scaffolding for the renovators. Christ! She was going to die because of the stupid plaster freeze. Checkmate. Clever bitch. The northeast stairs looked a mile away. Midway stood the iron gates that blocked the skyway between the courthouse and the jail. She lunged for the fire alarm on the wall, grabbing the glass tube that would break and summon help. The tube snapped. Nothing. No sound. No alarm. Oh, God, no! She clawed at the useless panel. The goddamn renovations. New alarms going in, state-of-the-art. Come along, Ellen. Be a good bitch and let me kill you. She grabbed the handle of the door to the fire hose and yanked. You have to die, bitch. We have to win the game. His hand closed on her arm. Her fingers closed on the handle of the axe. He threw his body against the door and slammed it, snapping a bone in her wrist. Ellen screamed, the pain dropping her to her knees. Sobbing, cradling her broken left wrist against her middle, she knelt at the feet of her killer. The workmen's tarps were spread all around, covered with plaster dust, as thick and fine as flour, scattered with scabs of old plaster and empty Mountain Dew cans. Come along, Ellen, Slater said, squatting down. Be a good bitch, and let me kill you. He never noticed her right hand until it opened 2 inches from his face, throwing plaster dust into his eyes and into the gaping wound in his cheek. Ellen stood and jerked the axe free. She whirled just as Slater lunged at her, grabbing her ankles, hitting her in the thigh with the stun gun. The current seared through her skirt, stormed along her nerve pathways. It hit the brain instantly, leaving behind stunned bewilderment. In a fraction of a second, all control of arms and legs was gone. She fell like a stone, the axe sailing 5 feet away. She lay on the tarp, eyes open as Slater bent down close. "Some rise by sin, and some by virtue fall," he murmured, his ravaged face inches from hers. "Some by virtue die." The dispatcher, a round, Nordic-looking girl with flyaway blonde hair and an unflattering uniform, led Jay down the walkway between the sheriff's department and the courthouse, batting her lashes and offering her opinion that he should have starred in Justifiable Homicide instead of Tom Cruise. He flashed her the smile, an absent, half-hearted gesture. "Thank you, Mindy, but I'm more comfortable being a writer. I really didn't have anything to do with the movie." In fact, the story had been virtually unrecognizable by the time Hollywood had finished with it. Jay had shrugged off that irksome little detail on the way to the bank. It didn't matter. It was just entertainment. He got paid either way. A twinge hit his atrophied conscience. The people he wrote about were real, not fictional. They had lives that went on after the crimes that were his focus. They were people like Hannah Garrison, and Megan, and Ellen. "Well, you should think about it," Mindy bubbled on, unlocking the door to the courthouse. "You're way better looking. He doesn't really have much of a chin, you know. Not that he isn't cute, he is, but you should have ranked lots higher than him in that people list, too. I don't know who makes that thing up. He's a Scientologist, too. Did you know that? That just spooks me. It's like a cult or something." Her small eyes rounded suddenly. "Oh, you're not a Scientologist, are you?" "No, ma'am. I belong to a snake-handling religion," he drawled, straight-faced, lifting his hands as if each contained a fistful of writhing copperheads. "Nothing more spiritual than taking up snakes." Poor Mindy. The girl backed away, fighting a horrified grimace with her inbred Minnesota manners. Jay thanked her politely as she scooted back toward the sheriff's department. As he headed through the deep gloom toward the stairs, he kept imagining the expression on Ellen's face as he shared the news that he was helping O'Malley hunt for leads on Wright's past. The image that came to mind was pride, which the cynic in him dismissed. He was a grown man, and he told himself he had long ago burned out his need for approval from respectable people like his family, like Ellen. He climbed the stairs to the second floor, shaking his head a little as he saw the door to the county attorney's offices standing open, light spilling out into the dark hall. He hadn't even bothered going by Ellen's house, despite the hour. She wouldn't go home to lick her wounds. She would go right back to the job and dig in harder than before. He expected to find her in the conference room, bent over a pile of statements, glasses slipping down her nose, but the room was empty. Jay's nerves tightened as he took in the papers strewn across the floor, papers painted with bright, thick splotches of blood. Ellen lay flat on her stomach on the filthy tarp like a broken doll, her arms flung out to the sides at odd angles. She fought to make her brain work, tried in vain to will her arms to move. She had heard footfalls, knew someone else had come into the building. At the sound of Jay's voice calling her name, she tried to scream, but the sound was contained in her mind. Slater, straddling her on his knees, tightened his hand around her throat and squeezed until she couldn't breathe. He had spent the last few minutes cutting a length of rope free from the scaffolding and fashioning a noose. All the while she lay helpless, unable to move, but able to watch him. At the first sound of another person in the building, he crouched over her and expertly slipped his fingers into position around her larynx. She closed her twitching eyes and tried to direct her scattered mental powers to Brooks. "Please come looking, Jay. Please come upstairs. Please hurry." Footsteps sounded again below them, hurrying, breaking into a jog. Again in her mind she screamed, but no sound broke past the hold Slater had on her throat. What if Jay didn't come? What if he left the building, went back to the sheriff's department? Slater would have time to kill her and get away. Even if he had lost his chance to make it look like a suicide and clean up all evidence of himself after, he would still be able to kill her and escape. She had to do something. Now. The feeling was coming back into her arms. First, in the form of throbbing pain in her broken left wrist, then in small muscle spasms. If she could re-establish the connection between thought and movement. Slowly her fingers curled into a fist, scraping chips and nuggets and chunks of old plaster into her palm. She would get only one chance. If she failed... With all the concentration she could muster, she ordered her arm to move, to swing, ordered her fingers to open. Some of the debris fell short. Some hit the balusters of the railing and bounced back. The rest sailed into space and fell to the first floor. A meager effort to pin her life on. If Jay wasn't looking, even if he noticed it, he might be too preoccupied to think it significant. Slater, on the other hand, found it too significant. His hand tightened savagely on her throat. He bent down close and whispered hoarsely in her ear, "You fucking bitch! You are dead! Now!" His mouth closed on her ear, his teeth biting into the cartilage. Ellen's mouth stretched open as she tried to gasp breath, succeeding only in dragging her tongue through the plaster dust. Her vision blurred with spiderweb lines of blackness. Her lungs burned with the desperate need for oxygen. The instinct for survival shot adrenaline through her in a burst, jolting her body to action. Kicking, flailing, she swung an arm back, catching a finger in the torn flesh of his face and digging into the wound. Plaster bits, raining down to the floor of the rotunda, caught Jay's eye as he hurried toward the stairs. Then came the cry, strangled, masculine. Above him, where the plaster had come from. "Ellen!" He shouted her name as he bolted for the stairs. If she was up there, and not able to make any sound to call him, there was no time to spare. He didn't have the luxury of calling in cops. He made the third-floor landing and ran toward the hall with no sense at all of what he might be rushing into. A knife, a bullet, a body. There were no thoughts at all for his own safety. His only thought was Ellen, that she was in danger, that she needed help. "Ellen!" Slater punched at her head, batted at her broken wrist, breaking her hold on his torn face. He pushed to his feet, just as Jay came into view at the north end of the hall. Snatching up the fire axe, Slater rushed him. Ellen struggled to her knees, gasping for air. In horror, she watched Slater bring the axe back and swing it like a baseball bat. Jay dodged sideways, and the blade of the axe sang through the air. Too damned close. Before Slater could pull it back for another swing, before Jay could give any thought to his plan, he stepped in close and landed a left cross on Slater's jaw. Slater staggered sideways and dropped to one knee. He came up swinging the axe backhanded. Jay ducked low and caught him hard in the ribs, knocking the wind from his lungs. He let his weapon go. The axe clattered to the floor, the handle spinning out of reach. Moving in quickly, Jay aimed a boot at Slater's chin as he doubled over. But Slater caught the kick and jerked Jay off his feet. Jay landed hard on his back. Before his vision cleared, Slater was over him, the pale beam of the security light glinting off the blade of a hunting knife he had pulled from his coat. Ellen staggered to her feet as Jay went down, fear and fury and pain coursing through her. Slater was the key to the evil that had contaminated her haven. He had killed Denny Enberg and Dustin Holloman. He would have killed her if not for Jay, and now he would kill Jay. Jay managed to twist out of the way of the first knife strike, though the blade sliced the sleeve of his coat, releasing a mass of goose down that puffed up into the air between them. He wasn't as lucky the second time, or the third. Slater stabbed viciously, his mouth open, the gaping wound sucking in and blowing out with his breath, blood and spittle spraying in a pink foam. The blade of the hunting knife struck Jay's forearm as he tried to defend himself, tearing coat sleeve and muscle, hitting bone. He punched out with his other hand, barely connecting with Slater and leaving himself open to another assault. The blade sank deep into the hollow of his right shoulder, and a white-hot burst of pain spread through his brain like a dark cloud, dimming his vision. He could feel the blood well up like water from a spring as his arm went dead.
Move, move, move! Twisting, kicking, he got Slater off him and his feet beneath him. He scooted backward in a frantic retreat, with Slater in aggressive pursuit. He hit the railing that overlooked the rotunda, saw Slater pulling the knife back, raising it high, the look in his eyes pure animal bloodlust, not human in any respect. 100 hard, clear truths cut across Jay's mind at the speed of light. He would never know his son. He had wasted too much time on spite. The only people who would mourn his passing would be the ones who had made money off him. And what had begun with Ellen, what she had awakened in him, would die in this moment, unfulfilled. Screaming, Slater pulled the blade another inch higher over his shoulder. Ellen hurled herself at him, hitting him in the side of the neck with a stun gun, shooting 60,000 volts of electricity directly to his brain. Eyes wide, he dropped to the floor, his body jerking and convulsing, then going utterly still. Ellen stared at him, the horror of the last few moments hitting her. The strength that had carried her through vanished, and tremors shook her. "It's all right," Jay murmured, sliding his left arm around her and gathering her close. He pressed his face against the cool silk of her hair and kissed her. "It's over, baby. It's over." An insidious numbness was creeping through him, creeping in on the edges of his mind. He felt that the energy that comprised his being was gathering into a softly glowing ball and slowly drifting out of the wounded shell of his body. He fought the sensation, as seductive as it was. All he wanted was to hold Ellen, shelter her. "Oh, God, you're bleeding," she whispered. She fumbled to press a hand against the gushing wound in his shoulder. His blood oozed out between her fingers and ran in rivulets down her hand. "Don't worry," he told her. "I can't die a hero." He gave her a pale shadow of his smile. "It'd be too damned ironic." Chapter 36. In his dream, Josh saw blood. Rivers of it, geysers of it, smooth, oily pools of it. He was in it up to his chin. The undercurrent pulled at his feet. The hands of the taker closed around his ankles and tried to pull him down. The taker had chosen him. The taker wanted him. It frightened him to disobey. He had gone into the smallest box of his mind to hide, and still the taker had hold of him, pulling on him. He had been told to obey. Bad things would happen, terrible things. They had already started. Josh could see his whole world tearing apart, just the way the taker had shown him. But still he clung to the sides of his box, holding on to what was left of his world. If he could just hide long enough, if he could make himself even smaller inside the shell of his body, if he could get back inside the box. His hands were slipping. He gulped a breath as the taker pulled him under, through the blood. Then, just as quickly, he was free. He broke the surface, soared, as if he had been thrown clear of a slingshot, into the light, into the air. He could breathe again. He was flying, and below him, the blood drew into a smaller and smaller puddle. And then it was gone. Josh's eyes snapped open. The room was dark, except for the nightlight and the numbers on his clock. He felt as if he had been sleeping for a long, long time. Days instead of hours. His mom was asleep in the sleeping bag on the floor. She looked so tired and worried. Her brow was frowning. Because of me. Because of the taker. There was so much she would never understand. So much he wished they could both forget and just start over, as if they hadn't even been alive until today. Maybe they could do that, if he wished it hard enough, if he was good enough, if he could only find the courage. Chapter 37. The farmhouse sat on an isolated wooded acreage, just over the county line to the south in rural Tyler County. The nearest neighbors were Amish farmers, who had no interest in the comings or goings of the English.
Ellen had to imagine they were taking notice this morning. Cars from the Tyler and Park County Sheriff's Departments, the Deer Lake PD, and the BCA filled the yard while news vans and reporters' vehicles clogged the road. Uniformed officers kept the press at bay, while the detectives and evidence techs went about their work. Parked in the machine shed was a rusting white 1984 Ford Econoline van, a match in age and condition to the van Paul Kirkwood had once owned and sold to Ole Swain, a match to the van a witness had seen at the hockey rink about the time Josh was abducted. A small toolbox behind the front seat held a roll of duct tape, folded squares of cloth, probably for administering ether, hypodermic needles, and syringes for injectable sedatives. A kidnapper's tool kit. Ellen backed away from the shed, shoulders hunched against the cold, and looked around the neat farmyard with its small buildings and perimeter of pine trees, boughs laden with the fresh snow that had fallen in the night. Great pains had been taken to make everything appear normal. The driveway was neatly plowed. A family of concrete deer stood posing in the yard near the bird feeder. Curtains hung at the windows. Christmas lights still hung from the eaves. All part of the game. Slater was under guard at the hospital, where he was being observed for any lingering effects from the electrical shock. He wasn't talking, but his name had provided the key they needed. Ellen, vaguely dopey from the pain medication Dr. Lomax had given her before setting her wrist, had called Cameron from the hospital in the middle of the night and set him to work digging up information in Adam Slater's name. In short order, they had a phone number, and from the phone number came an address. Dawn had just lightened the gray of the eastern horizon. Ellen hadn't slept in any restful way, just in fits and starts in a hospital bed. Nightmares of the ordeal jolted her awake every time she drifted off. The feeling of Slater's hands tightening on her throat. She had moved to Deer Lake to escape the violence and cynicism of the city. Yet it was Deer Lake where she had been attacked, where she had been pushed to violence to save her own life and Jay's. A point for Wright's team. Just another ripple in the pond, just another ramification of their game, along with broken trusts and a broken marriage, lost innocence and lost lives. She thanked God Jay was not among the body count. Though he had lost enough blood to require a transfusion, the wounds themselves were not life-threatening. Still, every time she closed her eyes, Ellen saw that horrible instant when Slater had pulled that bloody knife back for one final thrust, and everything inside her had clenched like a fist. "You ready to go in, counselor?" Mitch asked, laying a hand on Ellen's shoulder. She nodded, and they moved toward the house. Cameron had argued that she was in no condition to go to the scene, but she wouldn't back down. She let him take the official role, but she needed to be there. It didn't matter that she hurt all over, or that she could barely speak because of the bruising in her throat. She had accepted this case, and it would be her fight until the end. Wilhelm unlocked the back door with a key from Slater's keyring, and they trooped in, holding their breath in anticipation of what they might find. The house was neat and tidy, with doilies on the end tables and a family photo of strangers hanging on the living room wall. Probably the family of one of their victims, Ellen suspected. Maybe even the real Adam Slater's family. She should have appreciated the twisted sense of humor, she supposed. If Slater hadn't taken the name of his first victim, he might never have been found out. All part of the game. The game is more fun when you spot the other team points. One of the two bedrooms was decorated for a little boy, with shelves lined with an assortment of toys, each tagged with a name and date, trophies from past games won. The notion sickened her. She stood in the hall, resisting the need to lean against the wall and risk ruining latent fingerprints. Leaning against Cameron instead. He put a brotherly arm around her shoulders and stood silent, his face pale. They all wore the same face, Ellen thought dimly. Mitch and Wilhelm and Jansen, the Tyler County Sheriff. Even Steiger wore it. Drawn, pale, grim, hollow eyes. There was a sheen of tears in Mitch's as he came out of the room.
"There's a red sneaker in there," he said tightly, "with the name Milo Wiskow. That's the case Megan dug up in Pennsylvania. All we have to do is find a connection between Wright and this house, and he goes away forever."
Endgame. They found what they needed in the basement, where Megan had been tied to an old wooden straight chair and tortured. The short black baton Wright had used to beat her hung on a pegboard above a small corner workbench, as if it were a common handyman's tool. The basement was divided into 3 rooms, one of which was padlocked from the outside. Again, Wilhelm provided the key from Slater's ring, and they walked into the small chamber where the boys had been held. The only furnishing was a cot. The only light, a bulb in the ceiling with a switch outside the door. A video surveillance camera and stereo speakers hung high on the walls, their wiring connecting them to a system in the main workroom. From a pair of stools at the counter, Slater and Wright could watch their captive, speak to him, play the cassette tapes that were neatly stacked beside the tape deck. Handling it gingerly with latex gloves, Mitch slipped a tape into the deck and hit the play button. Garrett Wright's voice came over the speakers, smooth and eerie.
"Hello, Josh. I am the taker. I know what you think about. I know what you want. I can make you live or die. I can make your parents live or die. I can make your sister live or die. It's all up to you, Josh. You do what I say. You think what I tell you. Remember what I tell you. I control your mind. I know everything you think."
"Jesus," Mitch muttered as he stopped the tape. Mind control. Psychological terror of children. Having been in the cell where Wright had kept the boys, Ellen found it too easy to imagine how frightened they must have been. How lonely, wondering if anyone would come to save them, wondering if they would live or die, wondering if they might somehow unwittingly cause the deaths of the people they loved.
"I am the taker. I know what you think about. I know what you want."
She thought of Josh, sitting in the psychiatrist's office, as the doctor tried to coax answers from him. No wonder he wouldn't speak. Wright had buried the fear so deep inside his young mind, it could take years to extract it. He might never feel safe again.
"Bastard,"
Steiger growled. The shelves above the cassette deck housed a small library of audio and videotapes, a sight that was horrible and welcome at once. Wright's training as an academician and a psychologist, as well as his own overconfidence, would do him in. He had apparently documented his games, his mind control experiments, his crimes. Not even Tony Costello would be able to explain away videotape.
"He believed he'd never get caught,"
Ellen said, her voice a whispery rasp.
"He thinks he's invincible."
"He's dead fucking wrong," Mitch growled. "Let's go pick him up. We can sort through this stuff later. I want that son of a bitch in a cell." "Chief?" Wilhelm called from a desk 10 feet away. "I think you might want to take a look at this first." "What is it?" "See for yourself." Wilhelm had pulled a 3-ring binder from a row of similar binders and placed it on the blotter open to page 1. Ellen stepped in beside Mitch and looked down at the childish handwriting. Journal entry, August 27th, 1968. "They found the body today, not nearly as soon as we expected. Obviously we gave them too much credit. The police are not as smart as we are. No one is. We stood on the sidewalk and watched. What a pitiful scene. Grown men in tears, throwing up in the bushes. They wandered around and around that corner of the park, trampling the grass and breaking off bits of branches. They called to God, but God didn't answer. Nothing changed. No lightning bolts came down. No one was given knowledge of who or why. Ricky Myers remained dead, his arms outflung, his sneakers toes up. We stood on the sidewalk as the ambulance came with its lights flashing, and more police cars came, and the cars of people from around town. We stood in the crowd, but no one saw us. No one looked at us. They thought we were beneath their notice, unimportant. But we are really above them, and beyond them, and invisible to them. They are blind and stupid and trusting. They would never think to look at us. We are 12 years old. We.
My money is on Priest, Mitch said, hitting the blinker.
His Explorer led the procession of police vehicles turning onto Lakeshore Drive. A mob of press had already arrived and staked out Wright's lawn, making themselves useful for once, virtually trapping him in his own home.
Megan had her eye on him. They may have known each other as boys. They taught together at Penn State. They founded the Cowboys together, and according to Slater, the Cowboys were formed around Wright's plan to develop him as a protege.
Ellen sat tense in the passenger's seat, anticipation tightening every muscle in her body.
But if they were in on this game together, she croaked, then why didn't they alibi each other for the night Josh went missing? Why have Todd Childs get up at the hearing and contradict the statement he gave the police?
You said he wanted to spot us points. Besides, they alibi each other, and those of us who believe one is guilty automatically believe the other is guilty. He turned in at the Wright's driveway and cut the engine. Reporters swarmed toward the truck. Ignoring them, he gave Ellen a hard look, his game face.
Let's see if Dr. Wright might be able to help us with the answers to those questions. He can provide the commentary when we play those videotapes.
A whole other crop of questions assaulted them as they made their way to the front door, hurled by the news-hungry like rice at a wedding. Steiger barked something out, grabbing the opportunity to look important. Mitch hit the doorbell and waited. Hit it again.
"Dr. Garrett Wright," he said in a loud voice. "This is the police. Please come to the door. We need to speak with you."
They waited a moment that stretched into another. Mitch lifted his two-way.
"Noogie, you got any action back there?"
Noga's deep voice came back.
"Nothing, Chief."
Mitch knocked on the door again.
"Dr. Wright, this is Chief Holt. We need to speak with you."
"He has to be home," Wilhelm muttered. "He was at the victory celebration last night. We know he came back here."
"But did he stay?" Mitch asked. "If he caught wind of his boy Wonder going down last night, he may just have split."
Mitch hit the button on the radio again.
"Noogie, take a peek in the garage. What have we got for vehicles?"
"Got a Saab and a Honda, Chief."
"All present and accounted for," Mitch said. He cast a look at Ellen. "I say we go in. We've got probable cause."
"And an audience," Wilhelm said through his teeth.
"Then get them the hell off the yard, Marty," Mitch ordered. "Make yourself useful for once."
As Wilhelm turned away, Mitch tried the doorknob.
Locked.
He raised the radio again.
"Noogie, you got any company back there?"
"No, sir."
"Then do your thing. 10-4.
Noga was the force's official battering ram. The house door hadn't been made that Noga couldn't bust off its hinges with a shrug. In a matter of moments, the front locks were tumbling and the big officer pulled the door open. The house was quiet, tastefully, expensively decorated in neutral tones and sleek, pale oak furnishings. Mitch scanned the rooms visible from the foyer.
"Dr. Wright?"
he called, sliding his Smith & Wesson 9mm from his shoulder holster and holding it nose up.
"Police, come out where we can see you."
The silence hung around them.
"I guess we get to do this the hard way," he muttered, turning toward Ellen and Cameron. "Wait outside. I don't want any chance of this turning into a hostage situation. Noogie, back me up."
Ellen laid a hand on his forearm.
"Be careful, Mitch. He doesn't have anything to lose now."
They moved down the halls of the house, Mitch taking the lead, his back to one wall. Each closed door represented a potential nasty surprise. The tight quarters of an unfamiliar house were always a dangerous setting. They opened doors that led to a bathroom, to a guest room, to Karen Wright's hobby room. Not a sound, not a thing out of place. They could have easily left in the night, Mitch thought. With the charges dismissed, he had had no choice but to pull the surveillance team or risk charges of harassment. In the back of his mind, he made a note to check with a 24-hour car service that taxied people from Deer Lake to the airport in Bloomington. The Wrights could have been halfway to Rio by now. He sidled up beside the last door on the upper level, reached over and knocked. "Wright? Come out with your hands up. You're under arrest." Nothing. He turned the doorknob and pushed the door open, holding himself against the wall. No shots blasted out at them, and then he slipped inside the master bedroom and found out why Garrett Wright hadn't answered them. Garrett Wright lay spread-eagled on the king-size bed, naked, his throat cut from ear to ear, a butcher knife buried to the hilt in his chest, his dead eyes gazing up at a heaven he would never know. "He's not stiff yet," Mitch said. "He hasn't been dead more than a few hours." Ellen took a long look at the gaping wound that nearly severed Garrett Wright's head from his body, then turned away, taking in the room. "There's no sign of a struggle." "Too bad. He should have had to look death in the face. He should have had to feel the fear his victims felt." "The cars are here, and Karen Wright is missing," Wilhelm said. "Either she did it and walked away, or the killer took her with him." "Paul Kirkwood publicly vowed revenge," Cameron reminded them. "He was having an affair with Karen." "Get out APBs on both of them," Ellen said. Her gaze drew back to the man whose life had bled out of him. A murderer. A man whose mind and heart had been as dark as the blood that soaked the ivory sheets around him. He had tormented, tortured, killed, and called it a game. Heartless and cruel. And even with his death, it continued. He had driven someone else to kill, and that person would touch other lives, and the effects would go on, like a stream of oil bleeding into the ocean. "I always wanted children," Karen said, rocking the baby in her arms. "Garrett and I couldn't have children, but Paul and I can. We can have Lily." Hannah stared at the woman who had invaded her home sometime in the hours before dawn. Karen Wright. Vapid, innocuous Karen, always trying to help. Doe-eyed, pretty Karen. Her husband's mistress, wife of the man who had kidnapped her son. Hannah had awakened to the sound of a voice singing softly down the hall. A woman's voice, coming from Lily's room. Groggy and confused, she'd crawled out of the sleeping bag in her leggings and baggy sweatshirt, her hair falling out of its loose braid and into her eyes. She stood now in the hall between the bedrooms, still hoping this was yet another of the strange nightmares that had been plaguing her since the start of the ordeal, knowing it was not. Karen Wright stood in her daughter's room, holding Lily and a gun. "How did you get in here?" Hannah demanded. "With a key," Karen said matter-of-factly, never taking her eyes off Lily. "I have copies of all of Paul's keys." She smiled dreamily. "I can have the key to his heart now that Garrett won't come between us." She rose from the rocking chair, juggling Lily and the 9mm gun, the load seeming too much for her. "You're so sweet, aren't you, Lily?" she cooed. "I've always pretended you were mine. I wanted Garrett to get you for me, but he only takes little boys. That's the way it's always been. He hated children." "You can't have her," Hannah said flatly. Karen's eyes narrowed, her mouth twisted on the bitterness. "You don't deserve her. I do. I give and never get anything back. It's my turn. I told Garrett. He wouldn't listen. I told him I wanted Paul. I love Paul. Paul could give me a baby, but no, he had to make Paul look guilty. He had to ruin what I wanted. He made a very big mistake." Her arms tightened on the baby, and Lily squirmed and frowned. "Down." "No, no, sweetheart," Karen said with a sudden smile, stroking Lily's cheek with the barrel of the gun. "You're going to be my little girl now. We have to go away and make a new life with your daddy. We'll be a happy family."
"What about Garrett?" Hannah asked, inching forward to block the door. Damned if she was going to let a madwoman walk out of her house with her daughter. She would do whatever she had to do. She had pledged to keep her children safe. She was all through being a victim. Karen's eyes glazed with tears.
"Garrett wouldn't listen. He wouldn't let me be happy."
A single tear skimmed her cheek.
"I love Paul, and Garrett made me betray him. He shouldn't have done that."
Lily twisted in her grasp, pushing against the arm that was banded around her middle.
"Lily, down!"
she demanded. She looked to Hannah.
"Mama, down!"
Anger flashing across her features, Karen gave the baby a shake.
"Stop it, Lily!"
She turned Lily's head toward her with the barrel of the gun.
"I'm your mommy now."
Josh watched the scene from behind his mother. No one had noticed him. No one would. He could be like a ghost. The quiet was in his mind, and he could make it as big as he was, and put it all around him like a giant bubble. He saw the gun. He heard the words. Karen was going to take Lily, just as he had been taken, just as that other boy had been taken. The other goner was dead now, just as Josh had been warned. Now Lily, just as he had been warned. Bad things would happen if he told anyone the truth. But he hadn't told anyone, and bad things were happening anyway. The fear inside him struggled against the need to be free of it. He wanted to be free. He wanted his family to be free. He thought maybe if he wished hard enough, if he was good enough, if he could only find the courage. "Does Paul know you're doing this?" Hannah asked, edging into the room. If she could get to the changing table, she could grab the baby powder, throw it in Karen's face, get Lily away from her before she could use the gun.
"Paul loves me,"
Karen said, hefting Lily on her hip.
"I'm what he needs. I'm the kind of woman he deserves."
"You're right about that," Hannah said, laughing bitterly. Paul had brought this nightmare on them with his groundless discontent, with his myopic self-absorption. Karen Wright was exactly what he deserved.
"We'll be a happy family,"
Karen said, jerking Lily against her as the baby tried to squirm out of her grasp.
"Lily, stop it!"
she shrieked, raising the gun.
"Don't make me hurt you!"
As she brought the butt of the gun down toward Lily's head, Josh burst to life, hurling himself into the room, flinging his body at Karen Wright's legs.
"Josh, no!"
Hannah screamed. Then everything was a blur of sound and motion as she jumped to grab Karen's gun. "If it was Paul, Wright would have struggled," Ellen said. "Unless they drugged him first," Wilhelm offered. "Paul wouldn't have the guts to kill like that," Mitch said. "With a gun, maybe. With a knife, no way." "Karen got tired of his trying to control her the way he did his victims," Ellen theorized. "He used her to get to Paul. God only knows how he might have used her before." "The question is, where did she go?" Cameron said. "And was she alone?" "Get on the phone to the cab company," Ellen told him. "I have a hard time believing Paul dropped by and picked her up after she essentially testified against him in court." "Tracks," Noga said suddenly. He had been leaning against the wall, pale and wobbly. Straightening, he turned toward Mitch. "There were tracks in the backyard." In the fresh snow. "Let's go." Mitch started for the door, tossing instructions over his shoulder to Wilhelm. "Secure the scene and keep the press out." Ellen followed him out the kitchen door, through the garage, where Wright had first been arrested, and to the backyard,
where reporters were creeping around the perimeter of the property in an attempt to get an angle no one else had.
"Mitch, we'll need to make some kind of statement," Ellen said. "Get a photo of Karen to the TV people. If she's a possible killer, the public needs to know."
"Do what you have to." He had just turned to follow Noga north along the footprints. North, toward the Kirkwood house, when the sound of gunshots cracked the crisp morning air. They crashed into the dresser, sending a lamp tumbling, fell against the white wicker rocker and onto the floor, kicking and gouging. The gun flew free, spinning across the carpet. Hannah lunged for it, but was pulled up short as Karen grabbed hold of her braid with a savage tug. Fingernails raked down her face. Karen's knee caught her in the stomach as Karen lunged forward, too late. Josh raised the black pistol with both hands and pointed it squarely at Karen Wright's forehead, just inches away, the barrel wobbling gently back and forth. Karen went still. Lily lay on the floor near the crib, sobbing. Hannah struggled to sit up, to move back from Karen, her eyes on Josh.
"You're bad," Josh said to Karen, his blue eyes flat. "You can't take my sister. I won't let you." "Bad things will happen, Josh," she said in an eerie tone. "You know, and I know. The Taker will punish you." "The Taker is dead," he said. Hannah's heart nearly stopped. She moved back from Karen and edged around toward Josh, holding out her hand. "Josh, honey, give me the gun." "I have to stop them," he said, tears swimming up. "I'm the only one. It's my fault. They'll hurt you and Lily." "No, sweetheart," she whispered as she crouched down beside him. His small hands were tight on the stock of the pistol, knuckles white as he aimed the barrel at Karen Wright's face. "She's a taker, too. They have power. She'll take Lily. She'll hurt her. I have to stop them. It's up to me." "No, Josh," Hannah said, inching closer. "I won't let her take Lily. Give me the gun." He made no move to obey. Hannah eased her arms around him, waiting to hear the terrible sound of a shot. If she moved too quickly, if she tried to pull the gun away, it could go off. As much as she wanted justice, she didn't want it like this. She didn't want it weighing on Josh for the rest of his life. Trying not to shake, she slipped her hands over his on the stock of the pistol. "It's over, honey." His body was quivering in the circle of her arms. His eyes were locked, wide and staring on Karen Wright as he struggled within himself. "Give me the gun, Josh," Hannah whispered. "They don't have any power over us. Not anymore. It's over. They won't hurt anyone ever again. I promise. You're safe. I'll never let anyone hurt you again. I love you so much." If only love were enough to protect them, she thought. If only love were enough to heal the damage that had been done. She willed her love to be enough in this moment, enough to bring Josh back from the edge. If he crossed this line, even if he crossed it only in his mind, he would be lost. "I lost him once, God. Please don't make me lose him again. Please let us start over now." Josh stared at Karen, felt the trigger in the curve of his finger. He wanted to be free. He wanted things the way they had been before. If he killed all the takers... "No, Josh, please." His mother's voice seemed to come from within his own mind. There were so many things she couldn't understand. "Please." He wanted to be free. He stared at Karen and felt nothing. "He's dead," he whispered, as realization dawned inside him. The connection was gone, broken in the night. He was free. Free. Pulling his hands away from the gun, he turned to his mother, put his head on her shoulder and started to cry. Hannah hugged him to her with one arm as she held the pistol trained on Karen. In another part of the house, she heard a door open, and Mitch Halt's voice
came like the voice of salvation. Chapter 38. She wanted what she thought I had, Hannah said softly. She stood in the doorway to Josh's room, watching him sleep. The day had been a marathon. Police trooping through the house, wanting statements, asking questions, taking photographs. The press mounting a fresh, full-scale campaign to get her to talk to them. Newspapers, magazines, tabloids, television news magazines, talk shows, agents from Hollywood who wanted to put together movie deals. She had shut them all out and let in only one person, Tom McCoy. She wanted a happy family. We had that once, she said wistfully. Once upon a time. The story of the Wrights' lives had unfolded throughout the day as the police and prosecutors examined the journals found in the farmhouse. A double life led from childhood on. Garrett, intelligent, sociopathic, controlling, manipulative. His sister Caroline, a shadow, subservient, introverted. The children of a cold, bitter woman who valued appearances over substance, abandoned by their father, who had remarried and started a new family. Garrett had taken control of Caroline, absorbed her into his life and into his psyche, until they seemed to become a single entity. She had managed to break free of him when she ran away from home at 17, only to have him find her again a year later. And the control, the manipulation, the whole twisted cycle started all over again. They lived as husband and wife, kept up a flawless front, as the psychology professor and his demure, quiet spouse, while Garrett masterminded and played out his sick game. I keep wondering, Hannah murmured, if Wright singled us out because he thought we had a perfect family, or because he knew we didn't. Have you spoken with Paul? Tom asked, propping a shoulder against the doorframe, watching Hannah. In this light, the bruise her husband had left on her jaw looked like a shadow. He contacted Mitch after the news broke. He'd checked into a hotel in Burnsville. He said he went there because he wanted time to think. Mixed feelings wrestled within her like a pair of cobras. She didn't want Paul near her, or the children, and yet she resented the fact that he had fled and left them to face the consequences of his mistakes. I didn't call him back. I don't have anything to say to him my lawyer can't say more diplomatically. This was where he was supposed to counsel her, Tom thought. If he was a good priest, he would tell her there was still hope, that wounds could heal, that what was broken in her marriage could be made whole through prayer and faith. But he didn't believe it was true. And he didn't see himself as a good priest. He didn't really see himself as a priest at all anymore. I'm sorry, he said with sincerity. So am I, Hannah whispered. Vignettes of her marriage flashed through her mind as she looked at Josh. The good times, when life had held such promise. It should have been forever. Instead, the promise had been broken, and she was left to rage and mourn the jagged pieces. Tom's hand closed around hers, offering comfort, offering strength, bringing a thin veil of guilt to the complex mix of emotions she was already struggling with. I could use a glass of wine, she said, turning away. Evening was closing in outside. It only seemed like midnight. Exhausted from the ordeal of the day, both Josh and Lily had crashed late in the afternoon, but the night still stretched ahead. Long hours of quiet, waiting to be filled with introspection and pointless longing. She filled 2 glasses with Chardonnay and carried them to the family room, where Tom was tending the fire. The light caught on the gold rims of his glasses, warmed the color of his strong, handsome face. He was in jeans and one of his lumberjack shirts. She saw no evidence of his clerical collar. What will you do? He asked, setting the poker back in the stand. Will you stay? No. She waited for him to admonish her, to tell her she needed time, that she should wait and sort things out when the emotion had passed, and she could think more clearly. But he said nothing. We have a lot of memories here, but even the good ones hurt. I think it's best if we make a break, go somewhere new, give Josh a fresh start. She settled into the corner of the couch nearest the fire and sipped her wine. You've been such a good friend through all this. I don't know how to thank you. I don't need thanks, he said, lowering himself to the edge of a chair that was close enough that their knees nearly touched. I know it's your job, but no. This isn't about my duty as a priest. Or maybe it is. He drew in a deep breath. Anticipation and dread held it in his lungs a moment. I'm leaving the priesthood, Hannah. The look on her face was less than he had hoped for, but no different from what he had expected. Shock, with an underlayer of fear. Oh, Tom, no. She set her glass aside with a hand that trembled. Not because of... Please don't say I drove you to... Her blue eyes shimmered like the lake in summer. I've got more guilt than I need already. It's not for you to feel guilty, Hannah, he said, leaning toward her, his forearms resting on his thighs, his face earnest. There is no guilt. I feel what I feel, and no rule can convince me what I feel is wrong. How can it be wrong to love someone? I've chewed on that question until there's nothing left. I don't see how it can ever be reconciled. He smiled, a sad, fond smile. Monsignor Corelio has said my philosophy degree would get me in trouble. I think too much. You know, I've never been very good at towing the company line. But you're a wonderful priest, Hannah insisted. You make people think. You make them question. You make them look deeper within. If we don't do those things, what are we? Stagnant, comfortable, happy, he conceded. Growth hurts. Growth precipitates change. Change is frightening. It would be easier for me to stay in the church, he admitted. Safer. It's what I know. There are parts of it I love. But if I have to be a hypocrite to do it, I can't live like that, Hannah. Still more of life's endless supply of irony, Hannah thought. He was a good priest, but he was too good a man to stay a priest. He couldn't go against his principles, even if his principles went against the church. I shouldn't be dumping this on you tonight, he said, glancing away. It's just that I've made the decision, and you've made yours. I don't want to add to your burden, Hannah. I just wanted you to know. He went back to the fire and poked at the logs, kicking up sparks like a swarm of fireflies that shot up the chimney. He loved her. There had been a time, Hannah thought, that she would have said love would be the one thing to get her through an ordeal like the one they had just been through. Her husband's love. But Paul didn't love her. And in all the madness, the love she had found within her was for this man who was supposed to be beyond her reach. It seemed they deserved something better than to be pulled apart. But could they have something more? Something that wouldn't wither in the shadow of their past or be crushed by the burden of complicity? I need time, she said, going to him. I think we both do. We've been through so much, so fast. I know I have to get away from it. I have to clear it all out, sort it into some kind of order. Can you understand that? Yes. He looked down at her, his eyes searching hers, his hands reaching up to frame her face, to touch her hair. As long as you don't clear me out when you're sorting through the rest of it, don't throw away what we could have together because it would be easier, Hannah. There was nothing easy about any of it, she thought, closing her eyes against the bittersweet pain. The weight of her choices pressed down on her, a burden she couldn't bear at the moment. Time. They needed time. Sliding her arms around his waist, she hugged him tight and whispered, I love you. He bent his head and kissed her cheek. She felt his gentle smile against her skin. Then I can wait as long as it takes. Just don't let it take forever. Ellen sat back in her desk chair and allowed herself a long, slow, heartfelt sigh. It felt like the first good breath she'd had all day. It was certainly the first moment's rest. Exhaustion felt like an anchor strapped to her shoulders. Pain throbbed through her body. Neither dimmed the sense of relief. It was over. Garrett Wright had been passed on to a higher court for judgment. Karen Wright had been transported to the state psychiatric hospital for an evaluation she would almost certainly fail. Adam Slater was under 24-hour watch in the county jail. The BCA and FBI were working through the journals and contacting law enforcement agencies in the other states where Wright had played his game, wrapping up cases that went back 26 years. Cases that had gone unsolved. Cases that had ended in convictions of innocent people, convictions that would now be overturned all these years after the fact. The ripples were still going out from the rock in the pond, and they would go on and on and on. The surface would eventually smooth over, but underneath, the changes would remain. The people of Deer Lake would pretend to forget, but they would lock their doors and watch their children and never quite trust in the way they had. She would settle back into her old routine, but she would never feel the same kind of peace. And Brooks. She had to think this had changed him as well. She didn't want to believe he could involve himself in the lives of the people who had been violated by these crimes and not be touched in some fundamental way. He had come here to stand on the edge of it and look in, but he had been drawn in time and again. He had saved her life. He couldn't be the same man who had come to Deer Lake 2 weeks ago, the mercenary looking to score off the suffering of others. Or maybe he would go back to Alabama and write his book and make a lot of money and play himself in the movie version because everyone knew he was better looking than Tom Cruise. People would name him the sexiest man alive, and she would never see him again except on the dust jackets of the books she wouldn't buy. The events that had taken place, the revelations that had been made, were just what he had come looking for. Sensational, twisted, complex. Eric Evans / Adam Slater's story. Alone was worthy of a book. What went wrong in a child's mind to turn him into a killer? She had to admit, she was curious herself. She wanted to be able to comprehend what had happened, make some kind of sense of it. Maybe she would end up picking up one of Brooks's works after all. Maybe there was some value in standing back from a crime and analyzing the why. Maybe there would be some comfort in isolating the madness of what had gone on. Then again, she'd been in the system too long to be naive. She knew too well there was no isolation of evil. It crept out and spread like a killing vine, even to places like Deer Lake. A knock at her door jolted her back to the moment. The excitement of the day had culminated with a press conference at 6 o'clock. Bill Glendenning had beat a path down from his lofty office in St. Paul to personally commend her in front of the multitude of television cameras, with Rudy right by his side. The air of excitement had lingered, keeping people in the courthouse longer than usual as they hung around to rehash the fantastic details of the day and of Wright's lifetime exploits. Cameron stuck his head in the door, eyebrows raised. "You need a lift home?" "No, thanks. I'm fine. I'm just winding down here before I have to fight my way through the media hordes. Did you find anything in Slater's phone records yet?" He frowned. "Sorry, Costello's number isn't there. Not on the house phone, not on the cellular phone. If we don't make that connection, he's off the hook." And Tony Costello slips out of the grip of justice like the slimy eel he is. "If it's any consolation, I think it'll take him a long time to crawl out of the hole he's in," he said, leaning a shoulder against the door jamb. As it turns out, he was representing one of the country's more despicable career criminals. "And he got him off," Ellen said soberly, knowing that was how Tony would look at it. Not as a shameful humiliation, but as a game won. The only difference between him and his client had been that Costello's games were sanctioned. "I'll keep digging," Cameron promised. "How about you? Anything on Priest yet?" "There's no mention of him by name in the journals. He claims the reason he lied about growing up in Mishawaka is that he had some emotional problems at the time and ended up quitting school. He falsified records to get into college, claiming he graduated from a good school in Chicago. He adamantly denies all knowledge of Wright's activities, but it's hard to believe he never suspected anything. At best, he had to have held a suspicion that might have prevented a lot of suffering if he had acted on it. The FBI has had him all afternoon. They confiscated all the records on the joint learning and perception project Wright's and Priest's students were working on, in case there might be something in that. They'll get the truth out of him eventually, and when they do, there'll be a line of attorneys waiting to prosecute. "You'll be filing perjury charges against Todd Childs?" he asked. Ellen nodded. "I'm betting he's the one who broke into the pack rat, too. Though I don't know that we'll ever prove it. Childs knew we were looking for him, and Costello had told him to drop out of sight. Trouble was, he had product stashed at the store, and knew it wouldn't be there long if he didn't get it." She gave a shrug that pulled on muscles better left alone. "That's my theory, anyway. We can worry about proving it another day. In the meantime, you should go home and sleep for a day or two," Cameron suggested. "You'll need your rest. Rumor has it you'll be first in line for Rudy's job when he takes Franken's seat on the bench." "That's news to me, as usual." He laughed, though it didn't make him look quite as young as it had a week ago. "I'll call you tomorrow." He started to back out the door, then leaned in again. "I thought I'd stop by Phoebe's house and see how she's doing. She's really upset about the Slater thing. She's blaming herself for what happened to you. I'm worried about her. Any wisdom you want me to pass along?" "Yeah. Tell her it's not a crime to trust someone, even if they don't deserve it," Ellen said. She felt for sweet, gullible Phoebe. It would take her a long time to get over what had happened, even longer to shed the guilt. "I don't blame her for what happened. Slater would have found a way to get what he wanted. I'm just glad he didn't hurt her physically." "Amen to that." Another victim in the game, Ellen thought sadly. Phoebe's trust and loyalty. She made a mental note to stop by Phoebe's house herself if she didn't show up for work in the morning. She was trying to work up the energy to get out of her chair and put her coat on when Megan came to the door. "I thought you'd be out celebrating," Ellen said, motioning her to a chair. "I'm waiting for Mitch. He's in with the Phoebes and Priest," she said. "We'll celebrate later. What about you? All this wrapped up and the Minneapolis cops picked up your mad bomber friend, too." "All I want is a long hot soak and a bed," Ellen confessed. "It's a relief to have it over. There's a lot of satisfaction in knowing we put an end to a long line of horrible crimes. But there's something in turning over that big rock and seeing what was under it that puts a damper on my appetite for festivities. The world's full of rocks, you know. I just want to finish the job and move on to the next one." Megan nodded, reflective. "Well, I just wanted to thank you personally for letting me in on this. I know you took a risk." "It paid off. You're a good cop, Megan." She smiled with a kind of shy pride that was touching. "Yeah, I am. And now I see that I can still be a good cop whether I can handle a gun or not. There can still be a place for me on the job. That means a lot to me. Thanks, Ellen. And thanks to your friend Brooks. If he hadn't offered to help, I'd still be on the phone calling directory assistants." "He did what?" Ellen asked stupidly. "He offered me a deal. He knew I was looking into Wright's background." "And he wanted to use it." Ellen's heart sank as her temper rose from the ashes of exhaustion. "No," Megan said. "He wanted to help. He offered me the use of his computer, his fax, his phones. We worked together half of Tuesday night and all of yesterday. That was how we found that case in Pennsylvania. He didn't tell you this?" "We got a little sidetracked with a homicidal maniac," Ellen said, her mind spinning. "Then at the hospital it was Mitch who told me about the Wiskow case." Because Brooks had been busy getting himself stitched back together. He had offered to help, for the sake of the case, or for the sake of his book. Megan rose carefully, pulling her crutch up under her left arm. "You know, he's a pretty decent guy for someone who used to be a lawyer, no offense. None taken, Ellen murmured. He had come to Deer Lake to watch, to observe from a distance, to soak it all in and sell it. He had helped crack the case. He had saved her life, and stolen her heart. She hadn't wanted to admit that, but it was true. She hadn't wanted to believe it. Her life had been a whole lot simpler before he'd come into it, with his voice like smoke and eyes that saw through all her barriers. He had reached past those barriers and touched her, awakened something within her she had denied. Need. The need to feel. The need to care too much. He had come here for the case, and the case was over. "Damn you, Brooks," she whispered to the empty room. "Now what?" "I suggest a steak dinner and a long, slow night in bed," he drawled, stepping in from the dark hall. "Together. Sleeping." He looked much the way he had the first night she'd seen him, that wicked pirate's grin cutting across a 2-day beard. His coat hung open, giving a glimpse of the sling that held his right arm against him. Ellen ignored the idea that she had conjured him up out of her imagination and scowled at him instead. "Is there a line out there?" "No, ma'am. I'm the last." "What are you doing here?" she asked with concern. "You should be in the hospital." He shook his head. "Dr. Basquier sent me on my way." "I have a hard time believing that." "All right," he admitted with a sheepish look. "Maybe I sorta talked my way out." "That I believe." He grinned again as he came around the end of the desk, perched a hip on one corner, and grabbed up her paperweight as if it were a baseball. "My Uncle Huda always said I could charm the skirt off a Sunday school teacher." "A useful talent. Who did you charm to get in here?" "My old friend, Deputy Quayle. Did you know he once thwarted a burglar by throwing a live snake on him?" "What was he doing with a live snake in the first place?" "Don't know. Don't want to know. Sure as hell don't want to write a book about it." "No," Ellen said. "You've got enough to write about with this case. Twisted minds, sex, violence, corruption, everybody's favorite stuff." "There isn't going to be any book," Jay announced, watching her reaction. She met his gaze with wary surprise. "I kind of lost my objectivity." And gained things he still wasn't sure he wanted. Sympathy, nobility, a conscience. They felt like medals that had been pinned to his chest instead of his shirt. "Megan told me what you did to help, Jay," Ellen said. "Thank you." "Yeah, well, don't let it get around. You'll ruin my reputation as a scheming opportunist." "Some people might catch on when no blockbuster bestseller comes out of this." "That's a chance I'll have to take. It's not that I think there's no value in telling tales," he qualified. "It just won't be me telling them." "So you came all the way to Minnesota, froze your butt off, and nearly got killed, all for nothing?" "I wouldn't say that," he said in a low voice, stepping close. "I wouldn't say that at all. What I'll take from here is more valuable than any story." "You're leaving?" Ellen blurted, then scrambled to cover. Well, I guess if there's no book to write." He had come here for a book. That was all. He had his life in Alabama. She had hers here. Their paths had crossed, and now they would move on. It just seemed so soon. "I've got a son I'd like to meet," Jay said quietly. "Just meet him. Get to know him. I've missed 8 years of his life. I'm damned lucky I don't have to miss any more. I'm damned lucky I have a choice." Ellen found a smile for him. "I'm glad you're making that choice, Jay. I hope it all works out."
Yeah, he said, fragile hope building in his heart.
It had been so long since he had allowed anything in there but cynicism.
"After that," he said,
setting the paperweight aside,
"I was thinking I might try my hand at fiction."
"Really?"
"I'm thinking about a female protagonist," he said,
watching her carefully.
"The days and nights of a beautiful assistant county attorney."
He straightened from the desk and stepped closer, his gaze holding hers. Ellen smiled slowly.
"Want to help with the research?"
he whispered in a voice like smoke over satin, as he leaned down to kiss her.
"I suggest we start with the nights."
Epilogue. She sat alone in the small white room, the only light coming from the moon through the barred window high on the wall. Truly alone for the first time in her life, like a balloon cut free. From other rooms like hers, she could hear the eerie keening and crying of faceless people. Night sounds, sounds that gave her an odd sense of comfort. Softly humming a lullaby to herself, she rocked her pillow in one arm while she wrote on the wall with a blue crayon. Journal entry, February 3rd, 1994.
Goodbye to Garrett. Goodbye to we. Hello to me. Who will be my family? Inside my mind, inside my heart, outside these walls, a new game to start. One day.
We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Guilty as Sin by Tami Hoag. Copyright 1996 by Tami Hoag. Performed by Jennifer Van Dyke. Directed by Louis Milgram. Performance copyright 2012 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.